Volume 3, Chapter 6 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 4. Vasseur, who had passed great part of his night over a bottle, was not, however, at all more disposed to sleep towards morning than if he had been in bed. But at half after 7 o'clock he sent the housemaid to know if Miss de Moray was up, and if she was, directed the servant to give his compliments to her, and let her know that he should take it as a favour if she would allow him to speak to her for a few moments before her other friends were assembled. Celestina had but just fallen into an unquiet slumber, when she was awakened by the maid who tapped at the door, from an uneasy dream indeed, but from a change of uneasiness, with her returning memory. All the purport of Willoughby's letter returned, and Vasseur's message added most painfully the recollection that she must discuss it all with him. She ordered him to be told that she was not very well, and could not immediately attend him. Then, shaking off the heavy lassitude which uneasiness and want of rest had occasioned, she called to her aid all the strength of mind and rectitude of heart with which she was eminently endowed by nature, and having again read over Willoughby's letter, began to consider what she ought to do. With a doubt of such a nature on his mind, she resolved, whatever it cost her, never to meet him but as his sister, unless, which was very improbable, the strong and bewildering circumstances which had given rise to such an idea could all be removed. With so much purity did she love him, that she felt that were he happy with another, and his esteem and tenderness for her undiminished, she could be content through life to find her felicity in witnessing his. She resolved, therefore, after much debate with herself and some pangs of unavoidable regret, that since this dark and impassable barrier was raised, either by nature or by artifice, between her and the only man she had ever thought of with fond partiality, she would never marry, but would leave him at full liberty to complete that union with Miss Fitzhaven, which might at once fulfill his engagement to his mother, wean him from that lingering fondness for her which it was folly, if not guilt, to indulge, and retrieve his pecuniary concerns from those embarrassments which were now hastening to overwhelm him. Having formed this heroic and proper determination, she endeavored to compose her countenance, to quiet the agitation of her mind, and to meet Vasseur with that degree of calm spirit which she imagined, from past experience of his behaviour, such a meeting would require. This, however, was easier to imagine than to execute. She wished indeed to meet him without witnesses, because she knew he possessed too little of that delicacy which would teach him to repress any part of his knowledge before strangers, as Mrs. Elphinstone and Montague Thorogood were to him. But when she opened the door of the room where she knew he waited for her, the blood forsook her cheeks, her trembling hands refused the little exertion necessary to turn the lock, her feet refused to carry her forward, and she would have returned without speaking to him for that time, if he, who was eagerly awaiting her approach, had not heard her light footsteps in the passage, and opened the door while she was yet hesitating at it. He was struck by the fright of her swollen and heavy eyes, the languor of her air, and the paleness of her countenance, and his usual address, which had more of warmth and vivacity than elegance, was softened by the real concern of which he was at that moment sensible. He took her hand, which trembled within his as he led her to a seat. "I am sorry," said he, "to see that you are not well." Celestina tried to speak, but could not. Vassifer had but an indifferent notion of administering consolation, nor could he contrive to console with her for what he secretly rejoiced at himself, so that between his dissembled concern and his undissembled satisfaction, he sat a moment or two silent, and then remarked that the letter he had brought gave a very good account of George's health. Celestina, without having any very precise idea of what she said, answered faintly yes, and by this time Vassifer added that it contained also, he supposed, like what he had at the same time received, the history of a devilish awkward mysterious business. Celestina, who found herself unequal to the conversation, thought it better to put an end to it at once and forever. She therefore, by an effort of resolution, commanded voice enough to say, "Mr. Vassifer, you understand undoubtedly that every idea of the alliance between your friend and me is at an end forever. As for the reasons that exist against it, 1,000 motives make me wish they may remain secret. From this moment, therefore, you will very much oblige me by forbearing to speak of Mr. Willoughby otherwise than as my best friend, and by concealing from the world a secret, in which I can have no interest, but which will give pain to many to have divulged." "Divulged!" cried he, laughing. "What then do you suppose it is any secret?" "To be sure I do," she replied. "Oh, yes," answered he, "that is mighty likely, when Lady Castlenorth has taken such pains to talk of it everywhere already." "Lady Castlenorth!" cried Celestina, a faint blush rising in her pale cheek. "Ay, to be sure," said Vassifer carelessly, "that she did, months ago. Why, don't you know, that besides the interest she had in dividing you and Willoughby, because her daughter is in love with him, it seems, she always hated his mother, and that death itself is no barrier against malice like hers?" "You do think it probable or possible that this story may be entirely the effect of that malice?" "Why, faith, no, I own I do not. You know, at least people tell me so who do know, that it was whispered about a great many years ago, and even said, that Everard was privately married to Mrs. Willoughby. But what signifies talking about it?" added he, seeing her again change color. "You have just been desiring me to say nothing about it. George seems to me to have made up his mind about it. He will marry his cousin, and retrieve his estates, as was his first plan, and my fair Celestina," and he took her hand, "will look out for somebody else to transfer those affections to that he resigns." "No, sir," said Celestina, withdrawing her hand hastily from him. "They are not, I assure you, so easily transferred." "I am glad to hear it," replied Vassifer, without being at all discomposed by her manner, "for then I hope this pedantic young fellow whom I find here travelling with you, will not have the presumption to suppose he has any chance of obtaining them. Pray tell me, how comes he here with you? Is he any relation of the people you are with?" This was a question it was impossible for Celestina to answer ingeniously. The piercing and inquiring eyes of Vassover, inflamed and fierce from the late hours and free use of wine the preceding night, were fixed on her face. She changed countenance, felt that she did, and again her complexion altered. The various emotions with which she was agitated, consciousness that she must no longer think of Willoughby as a lover, yet could never admit another to that distinction, conscientious too that Montague Thorogood must appear in the eyes of the world to have succeeded to that place, and anger that Vassover should thus presume on the confidence of Willoughby to question her with a freedom he had otherwise no pretensions to, all combined to affect, to distress, and to deprive her for a few moments of that presence of mind which, from the strength and clearness of her understanding, was usually at her command. Vassover, who, from the time he found Willoughby, must in all probability resign her, made no doubt of succeeding to her affections, who had no idea of the sensations which pressed on her heart, from his total inability to feel them himself, became irritated and impatient at the silence his own impetuosity had occasioned. He sat eagerly reading on his countenance the emotions of her heart, and interpreting them his own way. Again he repeated his question. "How come young Thorogood with you? Is he related to those Elphinstones? You must inquire of him." Celestina was on the point of saying, but the fear lest a quarrel between them should be the consequence of her so answering, checked her. She tried therefore to evade the question. "Of what concern is it," said she, "how he came hither? We were talking of Mr. Willoughby. Pray tell me, is he aware that our supposed relationship is talked of? Does he know the pains Lady Castlenorth has been at to circulate the story?" "'Tis impossible for me to know that," said Vassover, as it really was. "It is much more in your way to tell me how this college boy came hither with you." "I know no right you have to inquire about it," answered Celestina faintly, "because I cannot see that it is a concern in which you are at all interested." "You will give me leave then to make my own conclusions, or rather," added he, in a louder voice, on seeing Montague Thorogood enter the room, "rather to interrogate the gentleman himself." This was exactly what Celestina had been most solicitous to avoid. The impetuosity of Vassover, the surprise and anger she saw flashing from the eyes of Thorogood, her sleepless night and long agitated spirits, the fear she knew not what consequences from these two inflammable spirits, and her inability to check or repress those over whom she had no pretence to assume any authority, were together a combination of cruel circumstances which might have overcome a stronger mind than hers. Mrs. Elphinstone was dejected from situation, and languid from recent sorrow of her own. To her, therefore, Celestina would in any case reluctantly have applied, and now she could not leave the room to seek her without leaving together two men who seemed so highly irritated against each other that the first moment of her absence would probably bring them to extremities. To speak to Vassover was to address the winds or the sea. She saw that he was hardly sober, that he was incapable of feeling for her distress, or of listening to anything but his passionate impetuosity. It was on Thorogood alone she had any hopes of prevailing, but in the moment of her deliberation this hope seemed escaping her. Before she could determine on what to do, Vassover had, in a manner at once contemptuous and hasty, addressed himself to Montague Thorogood, and inquired how it happened that he was at York attending on Miss Elphinstone and Miss de Moray. "How it happens, sir," said Thorogood. "Is there anything so very extraordinary in it? May I not be at York or at Canterbury?" "Yes," replied Vassover, "when you are Archbishop of either, and then you will be, for aught I know, in your right place, but at present I think you are in the wrong one." "What you think, sir," replied Thorogood, "is the last thing that ever can be of any consequence to me, and if my actions are, as I apprehend, as of little to you, I imagine we can find some pleasanter topic than either one or the other on which to entertain this lady." He then approached Celestina, who was, he saw, ready to sink from her chair, and softening his voice said, "You are ill, I am afraid." "No," replied she, "but I am alarmed and uneasy, and I beg of you," continued she, lowering her voice, "I beg of you to keep your temper, let Mr. Vassover say what he will." "I can't promise that," he said in the same tone, "but I can promise never voluntarily to do or say anything that shall give you a moment's pain. Do not be so distressed, I beseech you. Let me find Mrs. Elphinstone. You tremble, you seem ready to faint." "I am indeed," replied she, "affected from numerous causes. If you will be so good as to call Mrs. Elphinstone, I will be much obliged to you." Thorogood went immediately to obey her, and Vassover, approaching her, cried, "I see how it is. That young fellow is to console you for the loss of Willoughby. Your partiality to him I always suspected, and am now too well convinced of it." "Well, sir," cried Celestina, assuming in some degree her usual spirit, "and admitting it to be so, I do not really understand by what pretense you call me to account for it." "By my own long and ardent affection for you," cried he, "of which, however, you may now choose to affect ignorance. You cannot have been ignorant. I sacrificed it to Willoughby's prior claim, and to your visible attachment to him, but I am not humble enough to withdraw my pretensions in favor of such a raw boy as Montague Thorogood." "I am obliged to you, sir," answered Celestina, "for the predilection you avow in my favor. Though I cannot command my affection, it deems my sincerity, and I therefore assure you that though I am now perhaps at liberty, I have no intention of engaging myself again. I shall hope to be allowed to consider both you and Mr. Thorogood as my friends, while I absolutely decline any preference to either." The pride of Vassover was hurt extremely by this speech. Though he was not personally vain, yet he had from his infancy been so accustomed to have his own way, that opposition from any quarter was new and insupportable to him. Mrs. Elphinstone and Thorogood at this moment entering the room, he for once checked himself, and breakfast being ready, he was invited to partake of it, which however he declined, but told Celestina, on retiring, that he must desire to see her again alone in an hour. Celestina now attempted to repress the various emotions with which she was agitated, and to quiet the throbbings of her heart. She sat down to the table, and tried to eat, but could not, while Montague Thorogood, watching with eager fondness every turn of her countenance, officiously tried to engage her to partake of the breakfast that was before her. As soon as she could, however, she withdrew, and after a moment's pause alone, her scattered and oppressed senses were collected enough to bring before her all that had happened, and tears, which she had not hitherto been able to shed, came to her relief. Her reason, too, came to her assistance, and strengthened the resolution she had formed after her first perusal of Willoughby's letter. But though she was able to decide on what she ought to do herself, she had many painful circumstances likely to be created by the violence of Vasseur, and the impossibility of prevailing either on him or on Montague Thorogood to leave her and Mrs. Elphinstone to pursue their journey with others, or, what she would still have preferred, of continuing it without the attendance of either. When the mind is oppressed with any heavy affliction, the less serious evils which at other times it can repel or submit to are felt with painful impatience. Mrs. Elphinstone, drooping and depressed from her past sufferings and future apprehensions, could no longer interpose to check the impetuosity of two young men, each of whom thought himself at liberty to attend on Celestina, while Celestina herself, who never meant to encourage either, and whose heart was so recently wounded by the dread of having lost that protection on which she was wont with fondness to rely, was yet more unequal to the exertion which was necessary to part these men, who were determined to look upon each other as rivals, or to keep them within the bounds of civility if they persisted in remaining together. Anxious to proceed towards the house of Cathcart, and to put her children under the care of her brother, while she herself tried to enter on some mode of life by which to procure them a subsistence, Mrs. Elphinstone became impatient of any farther delay, while Celestina, though equally anxious to get forward, trembled at the thought of a journey, which she foresaw would produce a quarrel, and perhaps a duel, before they had proceeded 3 stages. Sometimes she thought of leaving the whole party abruptly, and going on as speedily as possible alone. But besides her unwillingness to leave Mrs. Elphinstone, she foresaw that if she did, this Vasseur would follow and overtake her, and Thorogood would hardly content himself with attempting her friend, while certain that Vasseur was with her. After much consideration, therefore, nothing seemed to remain but to endeavour to prevail on Thorogood to go forward without them, than which nothing seemed much more unlikely to succeed, unless it was the same attempt on Vasseur. She felt, too, a reluctance in asking a favour of Thorogood, which he might interpret as encouragement she never meant to give him, and was afraid that the assurances she must make him in regard to her total indifference towards Vasseur might afford him reason to hope that towards him she would be less inexorable. It was necessary, however, immediately to make the essay, and therefore sending for Mr. Thorogood, she with trembling hesitation told him that the letters brought by Mr. Vassiver had been decisive in regard to ending the intended alliance between her and Mr. Willoughby. But she had hardly uttered the word Willoughby before the countenance of Montague Thorogood was animated with all the warm hopes to which this intelligence gave birth. She saw it with concern, and with as much resolution as she could, besought him to attend to her, while with a faltering voice, and her tears with difficulty repressed, she went on, that I shall now never be the wife of Willoughby is certain, but do not misunderstand me. I have determined never to be the wife of any other person. I shall go, for the rest of the winter, to Lady Horatia Howard, and afterwards retire to some village as remote as possible from that part of England where I once expected to pass my life. This resolution is unalterable, but though I never can return as you wish the favorable sentiments with which you have honored me, my friendship, my gratitude, my esteem, is in your power to secure, and friendship, gratitude, esteem, cried Montague Thorogood. Can I be content with such cold words? I, who can never for a instant disengage my thoughts from you, I who worship your very shadow, and who cannot bear the thoughts of quitting you even for a moment. Oh, Celestina, if ever the most pure and violent love deserve a return, forgive me, cried Celestina, if in my turn I interrupt you. Do you not mistake your sentiments, or by an abuse of terms, call a transient liking by that name which ought to belong only to that refined affection of the heart which leads us to prefer the happiness of another to our own, and to sacrifice every inferior consideration to the sublime pleasure of promoting that happiness. Heaven and earth! Cried Thorogood impetuously. And do I not feel that sentiment in all its purity for you? Would I not lay down my life to procure you any real, almost any imaginary good? Prove it, interrupted Celestina. Prove it by obliging me in the request I am going to make, a request in which I must not be refused, and which, before I make it, you must absolutely promise to grant. I promise, returned Thorogood, who had at that moment no idea whither her request tended. I promise to obey you, even though you desired my death. If the sacrifice I make has any merit in your eyes, how cheaply you would approbation be purchased even by the loss of existence. All that is very absurd and very wild, replied Celestina. What I ask you can easily do, and ought to do without reluctance. Name it, cried he, and see how well I can obey you. Celestina then told him that Vassiver, fancying his friendship with Mr. Willoughby gave him a right to attend her, meant, she feared, to go on with her and Miss Elphinstone to London. And from the dialogues which have twice passed between you and him, added she, there is a reason to apprehend that your continuing together may be attended with very unpleasant consequence. Neither Mrs. Elphinstone or I have courage to encounter the sort of contention which may arise between you, and to avoid the hazard of it, allow us to thank you for all the trouble you have taken for us, and now to bid you adieu till we meet again in Devonshire. Montague Thorogood, who from the moment he understood her had listened with impatience, now protested that the promise he had just given could not be binding in an instance that must be as injurious to his honor as cruel to his feelings. "Why should you suffer this Mr. Vassifer," said he, "to force himself upon you, while you drive me from you? What is this chimerical claim that he derives to Willoughby, who has resigned his own? And how poor and spiritless must I appear, who, having been permitted that of seeing you thus far on your journey, consent to resign to another the honor of attending you to the end of it, to another who assumes a right no better founded than my own, and to whom I give place for no other reason but because he rudely demands it. You would despise me, madame, and I should deserve to be despised, were I capable of so mean a desertion." This was exactly what Celestina feared, but persisting in her resolution to escape the alarm to which she must be subject from Vassiver and Montague Thorogood's being together during the journey, she told the latter very calmly that unless he consented to oblige her, and to go forward under pretence of being obliged to return home, that their acquaintance must here end for ever. Even against this fear, his reluctance to yield, or to appear to yield the right of attending her to Vassiver, a while supported him. The dread, too, lest Vassiver should now succeed for himself, and that he should see those hopes destroyed for ever, which he so fondly cherished since Willoughby was out of the question, made him resist still more forcibly the injunctions Celestina desired to lay upon him. At length his fear of offending her, his real love for her, and the sight of her uneasiness, her assurances that Vassiver would never have any particular interest in her favor, though at the same time she bade him understand that he had himself no better claim, and his wish to shew her how much he preferred her satisfaction to his own, prevailed upon him to sacrifice his pride and his fears to her entreaties, and making himself acquainted with the place where she was to be with Miss Elphinstone in London, where he obtained permission to attend to her as soon as she arrived, Montague Thorogood, though still reluctantly and with great compulsion on himself, departed alone, and on post horses pursued his way to London. Having thus prevailed on Thorogood to depart, Celestina again sat down to recollect her fatigued spirits. She had some hours before determined to write to Lady Horatia Howard, and accept the invitation so repeatedly offered to her, as soon as she saw Miss Elphinstone safe in the protection and assistance of Cathcart, who was to meet them in London. This letter, therefore, she wrote and forwarded, and as neither the weather or any other circumstance was now likely to render their progress hazardous, Mrs. Elphinstone agreed that they would set out at a very early hour the next morning. The day, however, was of necessity to be ended where they were, and it was very certain that Vassiver would pass it with them. He had ordered for them everything they were likely to have occasion for, in a style infinitely superior to what they would themselves have thought of, and when they met at dinner, he received them as his guests, and when his natural vivacity was heightened by that sort of triumph that he felt on finding that Thorogood was gone, his exulting spirits were such as to be cruelly oppressive to both Miss Elphinstone and Celestina. Incapable of entering into their feelings, he had no idea of repressing his own. He fancied there no longer existed any obstacle to his project in regard to Celestina, and as that project had long been the first of his heart, and had become doubly important from the opposition it had met with, he concealed no part of the pleasure he felt at what he fancied the absolute certainty of its immediate accomplishment. This was conduct that was insupportably distressing to Celestina. He spoke without scruple of the resignation Willoughby had made of her hand, and seemed to have as little delicacy as to the occasion of it, of an attachment to him abstracted from every idea of becoming his wife. Vassiver had no idea, and Celestina had no courage to urge it, so entirely did his want of feeling, and the proud certainty he shrewd of his own success, overwhelmed her. All she could do was to entreat Mrs. Elphinstone not to leave her with him, and to assist her as much as possible in attempting at least to check that assuming manner, for which neither her former friendship for Vassiver nor the regard for Willoughby had for him, could in her opinion offer any apology. Fortunately, however, for both her and her friend, two young men of fortune, much acquainted with Vassiver, arrived at the inn early in the evening, and seeing his servants, inquired for him, and were shewn into the room almost as soon as dinner was over. Celestina and her friend took the earliest opportunity to withdraw, and Vassiver's attention to his guests over their wine delivered them for the rest of the evening from his company. He had taken care, however, to inform himself of all that related to their journey the next day, but eager as he was to have Celestina in the chaise with him, he was compelled to desist from the request he at first ventured to make, on her representing the impossibility of her leaving Miss Elphinstone, to whom, though Vassiver heartily wished her once more in the Hebrides, he had at length the complaisance to offer his place in his own chaise, as being more commodious than the hired ones to be found on the road, and agreed on her acquiescence in that arrangement, to follow himself in the hack chaise with his servant. The gentlemen who had passed the evening with him at the inn were not less fond of the pleasures of the table than he was himself, and their orgies had been prolonged till it was no longer worth while for him to go to bed. With a very little alteration of his dress, therefore, and with a great deal of wine still in his head, he was ready in the morning to set out. But such was his appearance, and such his manners in consequence of his debauch the preceding evening, that Celestina was more than ever solicitous to avoid him, and had it been possible for her to have thought of him before with the slightest degree of partiality, his looks and his conversation of this morning would have filled her with terror and disgust. As she travelled on, however, by the side of her dejected friend, who had no spirits for conversation, she could not, amid all the reflection on her own circumstances which filled her mind, avoid considering with melancholy regret the situation of this young man, who, with some talents and many virtues, was thus yielding to the wild current of passion and vice, and destroying his constitution and his fortune before he knew the value of either. She then, with mournful recollection, contrasted his character with that of Willoughby, who had once all his vivacity, tempered with so much sweetness, so much attention to the feelings of others, who had all his generosity of spirit and openness of heart, without any of his careless dissipation, and whose brighter talents were not obscured by vice, nor degraded by folly, and as all his virtue, all his amiable qualities were enumerated. Her heart felt all the acuteness of sorrow, in remembering too that under their influence she had lost the hope of passing her life, yet the cruel pain of the reflection that these hopes were now at an end were immediately mitigated, when she considered that this she might perhaps still do, as his sister and his friend, but her reason, however it began to recover its tone, could never say anything to her that for a moment taught her to reflect with pleasure, or even with tranquillity, on the thoughts of being united to Miss Fitzhaven. On reperusing Willoughby's letter, which she had now acquired courage to study more minutely, she saw with new uneasiness what in the first tumult of her spirits had escaped her, or at least made but a slight impression, that he recommended her particularly to the care and protection of Vassifer, and that, as he had probably intimated the same trust to Vassifer himself, she should find it very difficult to disengage herself from his attendance. The longer she dwelt on Willoughby's expressions, the more she apprehended he was but too well convinced that the whole story of their relationship did not originate with Lady Castlenorth. She foresaw that while even the shadow of a doubt remained, their union never ought to be thought of, but having nobody with whom she could properly discuss the various and contradictory ideas on this bewildering subject that passed through her mind, she looked forward with earnest impatience to the hour when she should receive the maternal counsel and soothing consolation which Lady Horatia Howard alone was likely to afford her. The journey, however, was to be performed, and though she carefully avoided, during the 2 days it lasted, being alone with Vassifer, yet she suffered extreme pain from the increasing conviction that he presumed on Willoughby's total resignation of her, and openly declared that he thought himself a candidate for her favour, whose fortune and pretensions of every kind rendered him secure of success. At length the party reached London, and Cathcart received his sister and her friend at the lodgings he had prepared for them on being informed of the time of their arrival. The meeting between him and Mrs. Elphinstone was too affecting to the already depressed spirits of Celestina. She retired early to her own room, having with difficulty prevailed on Vassifer to quit her, and therefore endeavoured to acquire steadiness to talk over with Cathcart, the next morning, the purport of Willoughby's letter, and then to take leave of him and her poor dejected friend, as Lady Horatia Howard had received with avidity the information of her intended visit to her, and was to send her coach for her at 1 o'clock on the following day. End of Volume 3, Chapter 6. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Volume 3, Chapter 7 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 7. The morning at length arrived. and the friends who had so long found all the consolation their circumstances admitted of in being together, were now to part, uncertain when, or if ever, they were to meet again. Mrs. Elphinstone, sinking as she was under oppression of many present furrows and future apprehensions, yet found them all deepened by the loss of Celestina, who had so generously assisted her in supporting them; and Celestina felt, that when to soothe the spirits and strengthen the resolution of her friend was no longer her immediate task, she should dwell with more painful and more steady solicitude on her own singular and unfortunate situation. Cathcart, warmly attached as he was to both, from gratitude and from affection, had no power to speak comfort to either. Early in the morning he had met Celestina, and gone through Willoughby's letter; but though his mind sometimes strongly resisted the idea of that relationship of which it spoke, he had nothing to offer against it, and could only sigh over the incurable unhappiness with which he saw the future days of friends he so much loved would be clouded. Silently they all assembled round the breakfast table, but nobody could eat. Cathcart tried to talk of Jessie, of his house, of his farm, of his fortunate prospects, and of his sister's two little girls, whom he had taken home; but there was not one topic on which he could speak that did not remind him of the obligations he owed to Celestina and Willoughby, nor one idea which arose unembittered with the reflection that they, to whom he was indebted for all his happiness, were themselves miserable. About 12 o'clock, Vansever came into the room in his usual way, inquired eagerly of Celestina, when she went to Lady Horatia Howard's, and when he could see her there, and without waiting for an answer to his inquiry, told her that he had that morning met Sir Philip Molyneux, and that Lady Molyneux had been in town about a week. Everybody who were related to Willoughby was interesting to Celestina, and from Lady Molyneux she had always supposed more might be collected than from any other person; but now her mind was too much oppressed and too much confused to allow her to distinguish her sensations, or to arrange any settled plan for her future conduct towards Lady Molyneux. She received Vansever's information, therefore, with coldness, and indeed her manners towards him were very constrained and distant, which he either did not or would not notice, rattling on in his usual wild way, though he saw the dejection and concern of the party, a circumstance that more than ever disgusted Celestina, who began some time before to doubt whether the credit which Vansever had for good nature was not given him on very slender foundations, for to be so entirely occupied by his own pleasures and pursuits as to be incapable of the least sympathy towards others, to be unable or unwilling to check for one moment his vivacity in compliment to their despondence, seemed to Celestina such a want of sensibility as gave her a very indifferent opinion of his heart. Mrs. Elphinstone quitted the room to make the last preparations for her departure, but Cathcart, who had fettled everything before, remained with Celestina and Vansever. He would have given the world to have passed these moments in conversation with her, but the presence of a third person, and especially of Vansever, put an end to all hope he had of an opportunity of explaining to her, with that tenderness and caution which the subject required, some circumstances relative to Willoughby's fortune, which had lately come to his knowledge. New embarrassments seemed threatening him, and a lawsuit, involving part of the property which belonged to Alvastone's estate, seemed likely to increase these embarrassments, while the mortgagees were gradually undermining the estate itself, and the absence of the master increased the impatience and mistrust of those who had claims upon it. All this Cathcart thought Celestina ought to know, yet in their first interview that morning he had not courage to tell her of it, and now Vansever left him no chance of doing it, for while he yet deliberated, the coach sent by Lady Horatia Howard stopped at the door, and the moment was come in which he was to take his leave of her. He took her hand, and kissed it with an air of grateful respect, but he could only say, "I shall write you in a few days, and I hope give you a good account of my sister and of Jessie." "I hope you will," returned Celestina faintly. "And," added he, "you will of course like to hear of all that passes material in our neighborhood." "Certainly I shall," replied she. "Adieu, dear sir. I cannot say much, but you know what I feel for you all." Vansever had taken her hand to lead her down the stairs, but she disengaged it from him, and said to Cathcart, as she gave it to him, "Let us go to your sister." He led her to the door of the room, where at that moment Mrs. Elphinstone entered, pale and breathless. Her eyes were heavy, and fixed on Celestina, but she did not weep. Celestina's tears, however, were more ready, and, as she embraced her friend, they choked the trembling adieu she would have uttered, and fell in showers on her bosom. The emotion was too painful, and Cathcart, desiring to end it for both sakes, disengaged his sister gently from the arms of the trembling Celestina, while Vansever, again seizing her hand, hurried her downstairs, and as he put her into the coach, he told her he should call upon her the next day. She would have besought him not to do it, as a liberty he ought not to take in the house whither she was going, but before she could sufficiently recover herself to find words, the coach was driven away, and in a few moments she found herself at the door of Lady Horatia Howard, in Park Street, Grosvenor Square, and it became necessary for her to collect her spirits, to acquit herself as so much kind attention deserved. Lady Horatia received her with unfeigned pleasure, and with a degree of maternal kindness that set her almost immediately at ease with herself. She was put into possession of her apartment, and begged to remember that it was hers as long as she would occupy it, and that her time was always to be her own. "I am going out," said Lady Horatia, "to dinner to-day. I have a great notion you had rather dine at home?" Celestina owned she had. "Be it so then," replied she, "and whenever you prefer being at home to going with me, I shall be pleased at your using that freedom, without which such a situation as I am able to offer you would be not only of no value, but a species of slavery." While she said this in the kindest manner, Celestina observed that she looked very earnestly at her eyes, which were red with weeping, and examined, with a kind of mournful inquiry, her features, which bore traces of the concern she had felt in parting from her friends, and having thus examined her countenance some time, her own, which was remarkably expressive, assumed a look of surprise tempered with concern, and then, as if she checked herself, she rang for her woman to receive orders about Celestina's dinner, and while they remained together, she gave the conversation a more general turn. When Celestina was alone, she ran over in her thoughts the transactions of the last month, and wondered what fate would do with her next. But not of herself alone she thought. Willoughby, unhappy and unsettled, his mind thrown from its balance by disappointment, his talents lost in the bewildering uneasiness of uncertainty, and his temper injured by the corrosive anxieties of pecuniary inconvenience, he, who had such a mind, such a heart, such talents, such a temper, who deserved every happiness, and yet had hitherto known none, Willoughby, wandering about the world to obtain confirmation of a fact, which, when known, would only complete his misery, was an object from which the thoughts of Celestina could never a moment escape, and 1,000 times she wished she had never been born, since to her, to whomsoever she owed her birth, Willoughby certainly owed his unhappiness. It was time to consider of obeying the injunction he gave her, towards the close of his letter, to write to him, but on this subject she determined to consult Lady Horatia Howard, as well as to ask her advice in what way she should act in regard to Vansiver, whose inopportunities she dreaded, yet from whose visits she knew not how to disengage herself. Under such protection, however, she knew that much of the inconvenience she must, in other circumstances, feel from Vansiver's behaviour would be obviated, and that the sense as well as the situation of Lady Horatia would prevent that improper familiarity which, when she was only with Cathcart or Mrs. Elphinstone, whom he looked upon as inferior and as dependent, it was too much his nature to assume. With more complacency, she thought of Montague Thorogood, and always of his father with a degree of affectionate reverence. As to the young man, though her heart never admitted, in regard to him, the slightest tendency towards that sort of partiality which could ever grow into love, yet she had received so many marks of real and ardent attachment from him, she thought so well of his talents, and so much better of his heart, that she could never divest herself of solicitude for his welfare. Perhaps for in what heart, however pure, does not some weakness lurk? Perhaps the stories she had heard of his former universal propensity to form attachments, and which were intended to prejudice her against him, had an influence on her mind of which she was herself unconscious, and that her self-love, though no human being ever appeared to have less, was gratified by having thus fixed a man so volatile and unsteady, though she never could, nor ever have given him reason to suppose she could, return the passion she had thus inspired. While there remained any hope of ever seeing Willoughby such as he had once been, she had felt an utter repugnance to suffer the assiduities of Montague Thorogood, but Willoughby's apparent neglect of her for some time before she left the Isle of Skye, and in the little probability there now was that they could ever meet in peace, since the receipt of his letter, had gradually and almost insensibly accustomed her to the attentions of Montague Thorogood, and, though she felt for him nothing like love, she could not help being sensible of a great difference in her sentiments towards him and towards Vasserver. One seemed to live only to obey and oblige her. The other, presuming on the advantages of fortune, or on those which Willoughby's friendship gave him, appeared rather to demand than to solicit her regard, rather to resent her neglect of his suit, than court as a favour her acceptance of it. And if Celestina had any fault, it was a sort of latent pride, the child of conscious worth and elevated understanding, which, though she was certainly obscurely and possibly dishonourably born, she never could subdue, and perhaps never seriously tried to subdue it. She felt that in point of intellect she was superior to almost everybody she conversed with. She could not look in the glass without seeing the reflection of form, worthy of so fair an inhabitant as an enlightened human soul. And could she have been blind to these advantages, the preference Willoughby had given her so early in life would have taught her all their value. It is not the consciousness of worth that is offensive and disgusting, but the tribute of respect that is demanded of others who have perhaps no such conviction, and of whom there is therefore unreasonable and arrogant to expect that they will acknowledge what they cannot perceive. Nobody was ever yet eminently handsome in person, or eminently brilliant in intellect, who did not feel from self-evidence that they possessed those advantages, though many, from the infirmity and weakness of their tempers, fancy they exist where none but themselves can find any shadow of them. Good sense, one prominent feature of which is due attention to the opinion and to the self-love of the rest of the world, will rarely suffer those who possess it to obtrude even real advantages on the notice of others, and without good sense, little distinction appears between the real bloom of youth and beauty and the factitious charms purchased at a presumer's. Both are, if not equally disgusting, equally devoid of all that can make them estimable or valuable. Of this good sense, Celestina possessed such a share, that conscious as she was of that superiority of which she was continually told, no village girl had ever more unaffected simplicity of manners, and while her mind was irradiated by more than common genius, and her knowledge very extensive for her time of life, she was in company as silent, and as attentive to the opinion of others, as if she had possessed only a plain and common understanding, with no other cultivation than what a common boarding-school education afforded. Her pride, therefore, so moderated, was rather a virtue than a blemish, and taught her to value herself, but never to despise the rest of the world. There was about her, too, much of that disposition which the French called amitié, a disposition to please by seeming interested for others, by entering into their joys and sorrows, and by a thousand little nameless kindnesses, which, though they consisted perhaps only in attending patiently to a tale of sorrow told by a mourner of whom the world was tired, or who was tired of the world, or listening with concern to the history of pain and confinement related by the valetudinarian, smiling at the fond enthusiasm of a mother when she described the wit or beauty of a darling child, or admiring the plans which an improver had laid down for the alteration of his grounds, were all so many testimonies of a good disposition in the opinion of those towards whom these little civilities were exerted, that Celestina had formerly had almost as many friends as acquaintance whenever she appeared. In the circle where she was now to move, more splendid even than that where Mrs. Willoughby's kindness had placed her, it was probable that under such introduction as that of Lady Horatia Howard, all the charms of her person, talents, and temper would be seen to the utmost advantage. Unaccustomed as Vansever was to look far into consequences, had he discerned this as soon as he heard of the invitation Celestina had received, and he foresaw so many impediments to the pursuit of his wishes, as well as the severity and prudery which he had heard imputed to Lady Horatia, as from the interference of rivals, that he would very gladly have persuaded her against accepting it, had he any pretence to offer for his objections, but having none, and not daring to invent any, he had confined himself to mutterings against prudish old cats, and representing to Celestina that she was going to confine herself as humble companion to bear all the caprices of a superannuated woman of quality. Celestina heard him at first with concern, from an idea that he had heard Lady Horatia misrepresented; but when on his afterwards repeating this conversation, she found that he knew nothing of her character, even from report, and only described her in so unpleasant a light from his wish to deter Celestina from finding an asylum in her house, anger conquered her concern, and even her complaisance, and she besought him in very strong terms never again to name Lady Horatia Howard to her, unless he could prevail upon himself to remember that she deserved, from her character rather than her rank, the respect of every man, and particularly of every gentleman. Vansever had desisted then from talking of her in this style, but he was not all more reconciled to the abode Celestina had chosen, where, if he was admitted to see her at all, it would probably be only in the presence of those who would be little affected with his professions of that love which every day became a greater torment to him, and little dazed by that fortune which he had to offer as the price of its return. Celestina, however, to whom he had repeatedly said that he would visit her, though she had not too soon apprised Lady Horatia to her situation, and the first hour they were alone together, Lady Horatia expressed such a desire to know all that had passed in regard to Willoughby, since she saw her on the journey into Scotland, that Celestina, without hesitation, but not without great emotion, related it all, and put into her hands the letters received from Willoughby. Lady Horatia read them, and attended with great interest to what Celestina related of the sudden appearance of Montague Thorogood, and the avowed pretensions of Vansever, and after deliberating some time, she smiled, yet not with a smile of pleasure, and said, "It appears, my love, as if you were only come to tantalize me for a moment with your company, for beset as you are by these young men, I see I shall never be able to keep you long." "Ah, madam," replied Celestina. Neither Mr. Vassover nor Mr. Thorogood can incite a wish in me to quit your protection, while it is convenient to you to afford it to me, and for my most beloved friend, what shall I call him? He talks not of returning to England, and if he does return, interrupted Lady Horatia, you must, and rightly formed as your heart is, you do, I am sure, understand, that while the faintest mist of doubt hangs over you, you ought never to meet him, unless indeed one of you were married. Allow me to ask, madame, said Celestina, in a tremulous voice, allow me to ask your ladyship, who were so well acquainted with Mrs. Willoughby, whether from any recollection of remarks made in her lifetime, you have any persuasion as to the foundation of those doubts? You might have seen, replied Lady Horatia, from the purport of a letter I wrote you while you were in Scotland, that I had even then heard rumours of the cause of your separation from Willoughby, which Lady Castlenorth had very industriously set forth. I judged, from what I then heard, that if it were not true, her art would be so effectually exerted that you would never discover the deception, and that you must be rendered unhappy. It was therefore I advised you to detach yourself as much as you could from what is childishly called a first love. I thought that what Mr. Willoughby was then said to be on that point of completing his marriage with Miss Fitzhaven was the very best thing he could do, both for his own sake and yours, for if it should be found you are related, the very idea is attended with too much horror to be dealt upon, and even if it is a fabrication of Lady Castlenorth's, unless it can be clearly proved to be so, your whole life might be embittered by it. Besides, my dear Celestina, how could Mr. Willoughby, circumstanced as I understand he is in regard to money matters, how could he afford to marry you? Celestina sighed deeply from the recollection of their arrangements as to all those affairs which Willoughby had so fondly made, and to which she had so fondly listened. Then recovering herself, she repeated the question, which she thought Lady Horatia had evaded. But has your ladyship any recollection of circumstances in Mrs. Willoughby's conduct or life that gave you reason to believe this unhappy story may not be the fabrication of Lady Castlenorth? Not from my own knowledge, replied she, for I was in Italy with General Howard, who was then in an ill state of health, at the time Mr. Willoughby's father died, and for 2 years afterwards. When I returned to England, I was absorbed in domestic uneasiness, and heard, without attending much to them, those gossiping stories which fly about for a week or a month till some newer scandal causes them to be forgotten. Yet I do recollect, I own, hearing some hints of Mrs. Willoughby's partiality for Mr. Everard, and that they were supposed to be privately married. But I accounted for it, when I attended to it at all, by recollecting that Mrs. Willoughby was, at the time of her husband's death, a young and beautiful woman, with a good fortune, and an admirable understanding. Advantages which, while they created envy and malignity in the minds of 100 people who possessed nothing of all that, among her own sex, produced as many pretenders to her favor among the other, every one of them, though some were men of rank, and of course eminent enough in their own eyes, were dismissed by her on their first application, with a polite but positive refusal. These men were piqued, and these women were spiteful, and they together found out a reason for the unheard of refusal of a young and admired widow, by supposing her unattached to her son's tutor. Not one of them, from the information of their own hearts, being able to conceive it possible that she made this sacrifice to maternal tenderness, and refused to hand to a second husband, because she would suffer nothing to interrupt the attention she owed to the children of the first. "You do not then believe," said Celestina eagerly. "You do not then believe, my dear madam, that there is any truth in this odious story?" "Pardon me," answered Lady Horatia. "I did not say so." "Gracious heaven!" exclaimed Celestina. "It is possible you can believe it." "My dear young friend," said she calmly, "I have lived so long in the world, that though I do not hastily and on slight grounds believe such a report, yet I should not wonder were it in the event to be verified." Celestina, who had always in her own heart opposed the idea of her being the daughter of Mrs. Willoughby, thought she felt and submitted to the necessity of seeing Willoughby no more when one doubt remained unsatisfied, now changed color, affected as well by the manner of Lady Horatia as by what she said. She had not, however, courage to press her farther, but spoke of the visit intended her by Mr. Vassover. "I wish it were possible," said she, "to convince him at once that I shall never listen to the proposal with which he is pleased to honor me. As Willoughby's friend," added she, and sighed, "I shall be always glad to see him, but in any other light, never." "And I think you wrong, however," replied Lady Horatia, "in wishing so hastily to dismiss him. He is a man of family, of fortune, and, as you allow, not disagreeable in his person, and for his morals, they are not worse, I suppose, than those of other young men. He is allowed, I think, to be generous, good-tempered, and not to want sense. If every idea Willoughby is at an end, why not relieve yourself and him from a state of uneasy retrospection by receiving the addresses of one whom he cannot disapprove?" "Are you in earnest, Lady Horatia?" cried Celestina. "Certainly I am," replied she. "At least, I venture very seriously to advise you not to dismiss Vassover so hastily, but receive him as an acquaintance, till you are sure you disapprove of him as a lover." "Dear madam," resumed Celestina, "were I capable of giving away my hand so lightly? Is Mr. Vassover a man who you think could make me happy?" "Nay," replied Lady Horatia, "if there is anybody whom you prefer that is another point. I only say, that if you feel yourself perfectly disengaged, I cannot think Vassover ought to be dismissed hastily. Perhaps half the young women in London would think a more desirable match could not offer." This conversation was interrupted by the entrance of a servant, who announced the arrival of a person who was the subject of it, and Vassover immediately entered the room. He condescended to pay to Lady Horatia more respect than he generally shewed to those who were indifferent to him. Hers was, however, that sort of company in which he by no means found himself a case, and his eagerness to entertain Celestina alone once or twice broke through the restraint which he imposed upon himself. Lady Horatia, who was candid and liberal, saw in him only an unformed and unsteady young man, whose morals and manners required nothing but time and good company to render estimable. She saw the prejudice Celestina seemed to entertain towards him as a mere prejudice, and on his rising to depart, gave him a general invitation to her house. Celestina, who knew the refinement of her mind and the delicacy of her taste, was amazed at seeming to approve him, and when he was gone, ventured to say, "What does your ladyship think of Mr. Vassover?" "Why, really very well," replied she. "He is very young and quite unformed, but with those giddy manners, and amid that unpolished conversation, there is no want of understanding." Celestina again sighed. "No," answered she, "no want of understanding, certainly, for Willoughby was not likely to select him for his friend had that been wanting, but yet they were so unlike, so very unlike, that I have often wondered at their long and intimate friendship. Vassover is so headlong, so impetuous, so self-willed, and sometimes so boisterous, while Willoughby, with more imagination, more genius, more strength of understanding, is so calm, so reasonable, so attentive to everybody." She was too much affected to proceed in the catalogue of his virtues, a subject on which she had hardly ever touched before, but stopped, from the emotion she felt, and Lady Horatia, who saw and pitied the source of that emotion, changed the conversation. Vassover, flattered by the reception he had met with from the present protectress of Celestina, and more in love than ever in proportion as she was in his opinion infinitely handsomer now than ever, was now very frequent in his visits, while Celestina's whole mind was occupied by the necessity she was under of writing to Willoughby, and the difficulty she was under how to answer with propriety such a letter as that she had received from him. At length, with many efforts and more tears, the letter was written and approved of by Lady Horatia, and Celestina endeavored, in compliance with the wishes of her friend, and with more earnestness than success, to dismiss from her mind some of its corrosive sensations, and to enter, if not with avidity, at least with cheerfulness, into that style of fashionable life, which, though she could not always enjoy, she never failed to adorn. End of Volume 3, Chapter 7. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Volume 3, Chapter 8 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 8. Vassover had been with her every day since her arrival in town, which was almost a week, and Montague Thorogood had never appeared, while Celestina at once wondered at his absence and rejoiced at it, though perhaps her sensations were mingled with a slight degree of mortification, for while she disdained every species of coquetry, she yet felt humiliated by the sudden cessation of that attachment which he had taken such pains to convince her could not be destroyed even by despair. Impatience, however, to hear of Willoughby was still predominant in her mind, and for this purpose she wished to see Lady Molyneux. No acquaintance subsisted between her and Lady Horatia, and therefore she determined to write and beg leave to wait on her old friend. This she executed in a note to the following purport: Miss de Moray being in town for a short time, solicits permission to wait on Lady Molyneux at any time when her ladyship may be disengaged. This note was delivered to Lady Molyneux in company. She read it as if she had forgotten totally the claim Celestina had upon her from their having been brought up together, and from her mother's fondness for her. She asked carelessly whether the messenger waited for an answer. The servant replied that he did. Lady Molyneux had formed an idea that Celestina, of whom she had not thought for many months, was now wandering about the world in a dependent and inferior situation, and might perhaps expect an invitation to stay with her, which she had no inclination to give. She therefore, in a cold and careless way, bade the footman to tell the person who brought the message that being then engaged with company she could not write an answer, but would take an opportunity of letting Miss de Moray know when she should be at home. She then entered again into conversation with her guests, and it was not till the next day that she remembered having heard from Celestina at all, when seeing the note on her table as she was going to dress for the opera, she gave it to her maid, and bade her put her in mind to send an answer to it, and fix the first morning she should be disengaged. Celestina in the mean time received the verbal answer to her note with more concern than surprise. She had not expected much kindness from Matilda, who during so many months had never written to or inquired after her, but she could not without internal anguish reflect that it was the daughter of her more than mother, the friend of her orphan youth, and the sister of Willoughby, who was thus insensible of all those feelings which swelled her heart when the scenes of that orphan youth and the pleasures of that infantine friendship were remembered. Amid these painful reflections, however, there was one that gave her some degree of consolation. She thought that Lady Molyneux could not, either from any knowledge of her own, or from the reports spread by Lady Castlenorth, believe that any relationship by blood subsisted between them, for she supposed it to be impossible for her in that case to treat with so much cold neglect a person whom she knew to be her sister. On this, therefore, she dwelt, as a circumstance favourable to the notion she most wished to entertain, and as 2 or 3 days passed on without her hearing from Lady Molyneux, her eagerness to inquire of her subsided into a strong belief that she knew nothing. Vassiver assiduously attended every day at the house of Lady Horatia during this interval, and contrived to obtain for himself some degree of interest in her favour. The openness and candour of his temper was with her an apology for half his faults, while his youth and natural vivacity obtained his pardon for the rest. His fortune was splendid, and his family ancient and respectable, while his person was such as could hardly fail to please, and his manners, careless and wild as they were, appeared to advantage in the eyes of Lady Horatia, who had been disgusted by the coldness and apathy, either real or affected, of many of those young men of fashion who frequented her house. On Celestina, however, the frequent opportunities she had of observing Vassiver had a very opposite effect. In her mind, a standard of perfection had been early formed, and every man she now saw was pleasing or otherwise as they resembled or differed from Willoughby. She continued therefore to treat Vassiver with increasing coldness, and saw with concern that Lady Horatia was every day more solicitous for his success. Willoughby, in the meantime, continued to wander about Europe without any fixed plan, and merely flying from himself, still anxious to gather information on the subject which had destroyed all the happiness of his life, and having little hopes of obtaining any but by means of Lady Castlenorth. He often conquered his reluctance, and visited his uncle at a villa he now inhabited near Naples, where he was always received with pleasure, and where, save only on the point which alone interested him, Lady Castlenorth seemed to descend from her natural character, to endeavour by every means in her power to gratify and oblige him, and her lord, who really loved his nephew as much as his imbecility of mind allowed him to love anybody, and who saw in him and in his alliance with his daughter the only chance of perpetuating a family which was the great object of his pride, became hourly more eager to see him, and more gratified by his company. It has been observed that there are two reasons which equally operate in determining some people to marry: love and hatred, and something resembling both these sentiments agitated the heart of Miss Fitzhaven, of an involuntary preference to her cousin. She had been sensible from the first moment she saw him, and his indifference, his preference of Celestina, and even his positively declining the honour of her hand, had mortified without curing her of her partiality, though resentment and disdain were mingled with the inclination she could not conquer, and which neither his absence nor his coldness had prevented from gaining on her heart. When she saw him again, new force was given to this passion. He was less handsome, less animated, but more interesting and more pleasing, while his melancholy and dejection, though created by another object, gave him so many charms in the opinion of Miss Fitzhaven, that her pride yielded to them, and as it was now very certain that he had no attachment but to Celestina, whom, since she fully believed their relationship, she knew he could never marry, she doubted not of being able to inspire him with an affection for her, and in returning to England his wife, of fulfilling at once her parents' wishes and her own. Lady Castlenorth, whose love of intrigue time had by no means diminished, whose arrogance had been deeply wounded by the failure of her original plan, which she fancied Willoughby would with so much eagerness have embraced, was now doubly anxious to avail herself of the advantage she had gained by having prevented the intended union of Willoughby and Celestina. Pique and resentment operated upon her mind with even more force than attachment and regard would have on another. Besides, in the marriage of her daughter with any man of superior rank and independent fortune, she found great probability that her influence would be lessened and her government disclaimed, but in uniting her daughter with Willoughby, whose fortune was in disorder and whose temper was remarkably easy, she foresaw the continuation of her power, and that she should neither see her daughter take place of her or escape from her influence. Whatever was the wish of her friends, the assiduous Mrs. Calder officially adopted, and when she found how much Lord Castlenorth had set his heart on concluding the marriage between his daughter and her nephew, she applied all her rhetoric to prove its advantages, and all her art to secure its success. Willoughby was unconscious to the plans that were thus forming in the family of his uncle, and did not think it possible that their pride would allow them to solicit again an alliance which he had once declined. He therefore went to them without any apprehension that he was encouraging expectations he never meant to fulfill, and had indeed no other design than to lay in wait for traces of that involved mystery, which he still thought had been created by the intrigues and machinations of Lady Castlenorth. In art, however, she was so much his superior, that the very means he adopted to obtain satisfaction was, in her hands, a means of bewildering more deeply. She now affected the most perfect candor, and whenever she saw him touching with a tender hand on the subject, she appeared to feel for his uneasiness, and ready to give him every satisfaction in her power. Willing to avail himself of this apparent disposition in his favour, he one day, when he was sitting alone with Lady Castlenorth, asked her whether she had now no traces of Hannah Biscoe, the servant who alone seemed possessed of the circumstances into which he most wished to inquire. Lady Castlenorth answered with great apparent ingenuousness that she did not exactly know, as she had no connections at all with her, but that if he wished to make an inquiry, her woman should write out the directions to her relations, which she did not herself recollect. Willoughby eagerly seized on this offer, and begged that these directions might be immediately written out for him. Lady Castlenorth instantly called her woman, and questioned her as to her recollection of the abode of the relations of this Hannah Biscoe. The woman named what she knew. Her lady directed her to put it down, and Willoughby left the house, flattering himself that he had at length obtained a clue, which might lead him to escape from the labyrinth of error and mistake where he had so severely suffered. It was, however, by no means Lady Castlenorth's plan to suffer Willoughby to return to England in search of this woman, whose directions she seemed so willing to give him, and as from the eagerness and agitation he expressed on receiving this paper, it appeared but too likely that he meditated going himself, in order to preclude the possibility of his views being again frustrated. She found that all her art would be necessary to prevent his escaping her. Fortunately for her views, Lord Castlenorth was seized a few hours later with one of those illnesses which had so often reduced him to the brink of the grave, and the presence of his nephew, which he so earnestly desired, the generous and feeling heart of Willoughby could not deny, which he endured the cruellest restraint in staying, and thought every hour an age till he could go himself to England, and renew his hitherto hopeless research after the real situation of Celestina. Thus passed, however, a month after the arrival of Celestina in London, and then the arrival of an English gentleman at Naples brought him her letter, written in answer to that she received at York. Nothing could equal the impatience with which he had expected this letter, but the pain he felt at reading it. He learned by it that she was returning to London, where he fancied so many objects would combine to soften her concern for their separation, and he fancied the letter expressed too much calmness, and that she submitted to the separation which he had himself indicated as too likely to be inevitable, without feeling half that regret and anguish which he had expected she would have described. The reluctance she expressed to be left to the protection of Vassifer made him believe his presence interfered with her preference to some other person, a preference of which the very suspicion threw him into agonies at the very moment his reason told him that he ought not to think of her for himself. Jealousy now added to the pangs of disappointed love, and the letter which Celestina had endeavored to word so as to calm and soothe him, and to teach him to submit to that necessity of which he allowed the force, seemed to him to breathe only indifference, and to prove that she saw him, without regret, relinquish his claim to those affections which were already in possession of another. All his sufferings were confirmed and increased, when a day or two afterwards he had an opportunity of conversing with Mr. Jarvis, the gentleman who brought the letter, and who was hastened to Rome. He had been often in company with Celestina at parties where she attended Lady Horatia Howard, and believing, as all the world now did, that Willoughby was certainly to be married to Miss Fitzhammon, and that the marriage of Celestina would be a subject of satisfaction to him, he related without hesitation the reports he had heard of her being soon to give her hand to Mr. Vassifer. To the amazement Willoughby expressed at the first intimation of such a match, Jarvis, who entirely mistook its cause, said, "Yes, it is wonderful to be sure, considering all we know of Vassifer, that he should seriously intend to marry." So acute was the pain which the intelligence Willoughby had just received gave him, that he could make no answer to this, and Jarvis, fancying him out of spirits for some reason or other, which he never thought of inquiring after, soon after left him to meditate on what he had heard. There was room for meditation, even to madness, when he recollected 1,000 circumstances that had till now appeared of no moment. He was convinced that Vassifer had long admired Celestina. He had himself resigned her, or at least imitated that he dared not think of her, and the person, the fortune, the impetuous ardor of Vassifer, which his agitated mind represented as irresistible, now all crowded on his recollection, and he doubted not but that before he could reach England Celestina would have given herself away. Yet with the horrid mystery unremoved, on what pretence could he wish or even think of impeding a marriage with a man of whom his regard was evinced by his long friendship, and who had so affluent a fortune? As a lover, he could himself no longer interfere. As her relation, he could not bear to consider himself, and were he only such, an alliance with Vassifer could not be objected to on any reasonable grounds. The longer he reflected, therefore, on what he had heard, the more unable he became to support his reflections, and they concluded in a resolution to set out immediately for England, a determination which he communicated to his uncle the same day, who was affected by it even to tears. Lady Castlenorth had, in conversation with Mr. Jarvis, heard the report of Celestina's intended marriage, and knew immediately how to account for this extreme uneasiness Willoughby betrayed, and his sudden resolution to depart for England. When Jarvis, who proceeded immediately on his journey, was gone, she found an opportunity a few hours afterwards to speak to Willoughby on English news, and the change of his countenance confirmed her conjectures. There was an occasion not to be lost. She ventured, what she usually avoided, to name Celestina, and to express her satisfaction that she was likely to be so well married. After all the conversation there has been about this young person, she said, affecting to have a great deal of feeling for her, I am very glad that the poor girl will be so well established. A man of Vassiver's independent fortune can well afford to please himself, and I doubt not but that you and Lady Molyneux must on every account rejoice at her change of name, and that nothing more will be said of her origin. Though Lady Castlenorth affected to speak with sentiment and to soften her voice, her piercing and inquiring eyes were demanding from the countenance of Willoughby that explanation which she knew it would give of his real sentiments, and she saw that the blood forsake his cheeks, his lips turned white and tremble, and a mingled expression of doubt, fear, anger, and disdain marked on his features. If I were certain, madame, said he, that all the odious reports on which you, who first promulgated them, have invariably refused to satisfy me as you might do, if I were sure that they were all true— If, interrupted Lady Castlenorth, can you then doubt their truth? Will you compel me to make, by adducing these proofs, a matter public which you ought on every account to wish might be buried in eternal oblivion? Will I compel you, madame? Yes, surely, I will if the means are in my power. 'Tis for this only I have been so much with you, not to compel you indeed, but in the hope of prevailing upon you, if you really possess the evidence you have often meditated, to give it me all without reserve. Well, cried Lady Castlenorth, I have now given you a direction to the only person who is in possession of this evidence. You might have procured it a long since, as when I interfered to save you from the horrors of a marriage which must have rendered you and the object of your unhappy placed affection miserable for ever. But then you flew from me, and resented my friendship as if it had been an injury. Since that time it is not my fault if you have been unable to find this person, whom I have never secreted, and of whom I know little or nothing. Satisfied in having saved you from an abyss of guilt and misery, I trusted to time and your principles to convince you of the injustice your suspicions did me. You have searched for proofs in those places where your mother is said to have been with her young charge. Tell me, have you ever found any reason to believe the facts I told you of to be of my invention, to have been totally unfounded? Willoughby was conscious he had not. Yet at the same moment he discovered that Lady Castlenorth had watched him, and knew of the journeys he had made to Herries and to other places. Vexed and angry, not knowing what to think, or whether he was imposed on by her superior cunning, or was needlessly tormenting himself in pushing the inquiry farther, he could not command the various uneasy sensations with which he was agitated, and therefore abruptly leaving the room, he hastened to its lodgings, and gave directions for his immediate departure for England. He was concerned, however, for his uncle, and returned in the evening to take leave of him. He found him sitting with Mrs. Calder, who was reading to him a sort of catalogue raisonné of the various ills to which the human body is subject, and as they passed in melancholy review before him, he stopped her to consult her on his own symptoms, and to inquire of her whether she did not think such and such complaints were about to add to his bodily infirmities. Mrs. Calder, who was always obliged to everybody who fancied her skill enabled her to answer such questions, was delighted with the opportunity this afforded her of exhibiting her knowledge to Willoughby, from whom she could never procure the smallest voluntary attention, and the conversation began so irksome, that having waited near an hour, and seeing it not likely to end, Willoughby at length started up and approached to take his uncle's hand, when Miss Fitzhaven, in all the languor of unhappy love, swam into the room. On her entrance, Willoughby sat down again, as being unwilling to have her suppose he rudely fled from her approach. She put on an air of affected humility, and looked as if she thanked him for ever this slight mark of attention. She gave a loud and deep sigh, prolonged as much as possible. Her eyes, robbed of their fire, were turned mournfully upon him. "You are going from us, Mr. Willoughby," said she, in a subdued and faint voice. He replied that business, which could no longer be delayed, made his return to England necessary. Another deep sigh was all the lady's answer to this information, but Lord Castlenorth cried, "I am sorry to hear you say so, George, very sorry. I did hope that we might have all returned together, as soon as my complaints subside a little. As to business, you ought to remember that all your money matters might be easily settled if you pleased." "I thank you, sir," replied Willoughby, who saw whither the discourse would tend, "but those matters are the least of my concern." "Stay, however, one day," said Lord Castlenorth, "that you may execute some business for me. Surely, nephew, you will oblige me so far." Though every hour's delay was death to him, he at length agreed, on his uncle's repeated entreaties, to stay 24 hours longer at Naples, and then leaving the room, he was followed by the officious Mrs. Calder, who, desiring leave to say half a dozen words to him alone, he suffered her to shew him into another room. She put on a most rueful countenance, stroked her handkerchief, plaited her ruffles, and uttering an "Oh, dear!" between a sigh and a groan, she continued thus: "My dear good sir, I wish to have a little conversation relative to your situation in this dear worthy family, for every member of which my poor heart bleeds." "And yet, madam," interrupted Willoughby impatiently, "there is perhaps hardly a family among your acquaintance who are, in the opinion of the world, so little objects of compassion." "The world!" exclaimed the lady. "Lord bless me! What signifies the opinion of the world? The world cannot see as I do into all their feelings. There's your most excellent uncle, as worthy a man as ever existed, sinking, poor good dear man, under 5 complaints, all incurable, and denied, alas, the only satisfaction this world has to give him, seeing his darling daughter settled to his wishes, which would smooth his path to heaven, and leave him nothing but bodily pain, which is severe enough, nothing but bodily pain, as I observed, to contend with. Oh, sir, what heartfelt satisfaction it must be to you! What comfortable reflection for a good heart, such as inhabits your breast, no doubt. I say, what delight it would be to you to hold forth the amiable hand that should rock the cradle of reposing age, and soothe the latter days of so excellent and worthy an uncle. The whine and the hypocritical grimace with which the speech was delivered would have conquered the gravity of Willoughby at any other time, but he now felt his disgust irritated by impatience, amounting almost to rage, but he repressed his feelings with difficulty, unwilling by opposition to lengthen the conversation, which Mrs. Calder suffered not to languish, but thus went on. Ah, dear, what a melancholy reflection, as I observed it is, to consider that, poor good man, this is not likely to happen, and instead of it, this darling daughter, this fine young woman, heiress to such a noble fortune, so beautiful, so accomplished, so elegant, undeniably the first match in England in point of rank and beauty and fortune, so lovely in person, so amiable in mind, so elevated in understanding, far, alas, from being happy, sees her youth pass away in a hopeless passion, from which her infancy she has been taught to cherish, and which now her reason, aided by her affronted pride, tries in vain to repass. Oh, Mr. Willoughby, Mr. Willoughby, the happiness that you refuse, by how many would be courted? The heart that you disdain to accept, by how many would be adored? Dear creature, when I see how thin she is grown, and know the cause of it so well, when I hear her sigh, and know how injurious it is to her delicate constitution, I really, sir, you will forgive my zeal. I have looked upon you with amazement, and have asked myself whether you have eyes, whether you have a heart. To what, madame? Interrupted Willoughby, who could no longer endure her harangue patiently. To what does all this tend? Tend, dear sir, replied Mrs. Calder. Why, certainly to open your eyes, if possible, to a sense of the happiness you are throwing away, to prevail on you to answer the expectations of all your friends, to consult your own interest, and to become all you ought to be. You mean well, I conclude, madame, answered Willoughby, but you mistake greatly, when you suppose that the alliance to which you allude would contribute to the happiness of any of the parties for whom you are interested. I have no heart to offer Miss Fitzhaven, and if the partiality which you represent exists anywhere but in your own imagination, it would be ungenerous to encourage and unworthy to avail myself of it, feeling as I do that I never can answer it, as I am very willing to allow the young lady's merits deserve. Excuse me, therefore, if I entreat of you never to consider me as being likely to be more closely united with the family of Lord Castlenorth than I at present am, and to declare to you that by persisting in pressing it, my uncle will put it out of my power to testify for him that regard and affection which I really feel." Willoughby then left the room, and Mrs. Calder, piqued and mortified at the little success of her rhetoric, went reluctantly to give an account to Lady Castlenorth, by whom she had been employed, of the ill success of her embassy. End of Volume 3, Chapter 8. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Volume 3, Chapter 9 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 9. Willoughby, notwithstanding every effort and every art made use of to detain him, pursued his way to England, but at Paris the fatigue he had undergone and the anxiety which had so long weighed on his spirits combined to throw him into one of those fevers to which, from his infancy, he had been subject, and for 3 weeks he was in the most imminent danger. Amid the wild ravings of the delirium that perpetually occurred during the severest paroxysms of the complaint, he called incessantly on Celestina, and complaining that Lady Castlenorth had taken her from him, entreated of his servant, a man who had lived with him for some years, to send for her that he might see her before he died. This, in the simplicity of his heart, his faithful attendant would have done, having no idea that anything could be of more consequence than the wishes of his dear master, for whose life he was so cruelly alarmed. But when he asked him whither he was to send, Willoughby put his hand on his heart, sighed deeply, and replied, either that he did not know, or that it would be of no effect, for that, indifferent what became of him, she had already refused to come to him, and was gone to Scotland with Vassiver. When the violence of the disease subsided, he ceased to name her, and his servant, afraid of renewing his recollection, carefully avoided any hint of what he had dwelt upon during his delirious ravings. Slowly, and with 2 relapses, he recovered strength enough to proceed to Calais, but 9 weeks had elapsed since the information he had received from Vassiver, and it was nearly 3 months after that time before he arrived in London. His first inquiry was after Vassiver, who was, he found, in Staffordshire, and his heart was relieved by the intelligence, for he dreaded lest he should have met him in London, perhaps married to Celestina. His next was after his sister, whom he still loved, and in favour of whom he was willing to forget all the neglect he had experienced from her, as well as the causes of displeasure given him by her husband. After Celestina he feared to ask by a direct message to herself, and he therefore sought somebody who could tell where she now was, of which he concluded he should have intelligence from Lady Molyneux. Lady Molyneux attended his summons, and while he embraced her, with tears of fraternal fondness from 1,000 tender recollections that crowded on his heart, he saw her equally unmoved by their meeting and unconcerned at his illness, of which he still retained melancholy proofs in his altered countenance and reduced figure. He took an early opportunity of turning the discourse on Celestina, and saw, with increased amazement, that far from being interested in the inquiry which had occupied his whole thoughts so long, Matilda was perfectly indifferent about it, or if he moved her a moment from the stillness of fashionable apathy, she shrunk from the subject with something like disgust, seemed afraid of the trouble of investigation, and careless how it might terminate, wishing rather to hear nothing about it, than to hazard, not the tarnishing her mother's honour, for to that she seemed insensible, but the probability of being obliged to own for a sister, one whom she had hitherto considered as a dependent, and of seeing her brother, from a point of honour, undertake to provide for her as a relation. Avarice, the heterogeneous child of selfish vanity, was become a leading feature in the character of Matilda. She found so many uses for money in adoring and indulging herself, that she loved nothing so well, except the adulation it procured for her, and so much power has this odious passion to pervert the heart, that instead of feeling concern in contemplating the sunken features and the pallid cheek of her brother, she could not, nor indeed did she attempt to check, a half-formed idea of the pecuniary advantage she should receive from his death. While such were her thoughts, Willoughby asked her when she had last seen Celestina. "Oh," replied she, "I have seen her only once in a room, and that was by accident. I was never at home when she called, and I hate that old Lady Horatia Howard that she lives with, and so took no great pains to meet them when I returned her visit. I have seen her though in public 5 or 6 times lately, but the girl seemed to me so very much altered, and to give herself such intolerable airs, that I rather shunned than sought her." "Airs!" cried Willoughby. "She must indeed be greatly changed if she deserves such censure. But tell me, Matilda, what kind of airs?" "Oh, the airs of beauty," answered she, "which you first taught her to assume, and which she has made a tolerable progress in, since this old cat of fashion has taken into her head to make such a fuss about her, and since she has been surrounded with such a set of senseless boys. There's your friend Vassiver constantly one of her suit, and there was a notion of his being fool enough to marry her, but I fancy that was given out merely by her exorbitant vanity, for I dare say Vassiver knows better." The heart of Willoughby sunk with him, but he was unable to express what he felt, and Lady Molyneux went on. "However, I have heard since, I think, that the girl has been addressed by another young fellow, one of the Thorolds, I think, whom I have lately seen with her, which would be more suitable and more likely to be a match." "You have seen her then often?" said Willoughby, in a faint and faltering voice. "Yes, in public," replied his sister, "but I have had no conversation with her." Lady Molyneux then changed the conversation, and soon afterwards left her brother more unhappy than she had found him. He was by no means able to see Celestina in his present state of wretched uncertainty, yet to know that by traversing 2 or 3 streets he could once more behold her, once more gaze on that lovely countenance, and hear that voice so soothing, so enchanting to his ears, was to him a state of tantalizing misery, from which he knew nothing could relieve him but detecting the falsehood of Lady Castlenorth's report, and this he could only hope to do by another journey into Yorkshire, in order to find that Hannah Biscoe to whom he now thought he had certainly obtained a direction, and this he proposed doing immediately. Celestina, however, surrounded by crowds of admirers, Celestina, forgetting all the tenderness she once felt for him, and rendering all his researches fruitless, even if they proved to him that he might again plead for the renewal of that affection, was an idea that increasingly tormented him, and so painfully did the intelligence affect him when Lady Molyneux had given, that the ferment of his spirits produced a return of his fever, in a slighter degree, but still so as to confine him to his room, where, in a few days, he received a visit from Vassiver. Vassiver was totally unconscious of the species of distress which Willoughby suffered, and since he himself had resigned her and agreed to complete his engagements with the family of Castlenorth, for so his conduct had been generally understood in England, had no notion that the address of another, and particularly of his friend, could be otherwise than pleasing to him. He began, therefore, without remarking the concern and coldness of Willoughby, imputing it only to his visibly deranged health, to relate to him his own views in regard to Celestina, and to complain of her preference of Montague Thorogood. "The devil take me, said he, if there is in England or in Europe another woman for whom I would take a fifth part of the trouble which this bewitching girl has already given me. Curse me if I am not ashamed of myself when I think of what a whining puppy she has made of me. 10 times I have left her, and 10 times have returned, to prove to her that she might use me like a dog." "Miss de Moray," said Willoughby, in a voice affected by the various sensations he felt, "Miss de Moray must be greatly changed, sir, if she is become capable of any improper levity towards any gentleman who professes regard for her. At the same time you will recollect, Mr. Vassiver, that she is mistress of herself, and at liberty to reject those whose offers may not be acceptable to her. From the experiments which you have been pleased to make, though from our long friendship I should rather have expected you to have applied to me before you make them, from the experiments you have been pleased to make, it seems clear that Miss de Moray has no favorable intentions towards you, and I would advise you by all means to decline the pursuit." "May I perish if I do!" replied Vassiver, with all his usual impetuosity. "No, George, unless I can be made to appear that young Thorogood, that little scrutinizing fellow, without a shilling, and without nothing but his impudence and scraps of plays to recommend him, has better pretensions than I have, curse me if I will give it up." This second imitation of Celestina's encouraging the address of Montague Thorogood was a second dagger in the sick heart of Willoughby. He dreaded an explanation, which, while it might serve perhaps to subdue all his fears as to Vassiver, might create others equally insupportable. He could not, however, remain many minutes in the breathless agitation of such suspense, and therefore said, "I really don't know anything about Thorogood. I hardly recollect that there was such a man." "What!" exclaimed Vassiver, "not know him? Not know that she went immediately from Elphinstone to the house of that old priest's father?" "Yes," answered Willoughby, "that I certainly knew, for it was by my request that the elder Mr. Thorogood became her guardian." "Well, nothing was so natural, I suppose, as for his reference to delegate the trust to his son, and as his deputy, I suppose it was that he went with his ward to Scotland, and was her guardian all the time she was among the Highlands and the Islands." "Impossible!" cried Willoughby. "He could not have been there." "He was, by heaven!" exclaimed Vassiver. "And when I met Celestina, with your letter at York, I found that young fellow attending on her and Mrs. Elphinstone. But I was authorized by yourself to wait on her, and I obliged him there to resign a post, which when I think of having so long filled, and apparently with her approbation, by all that's diabolical, I could tear his puritanical soul out." Nothing that Willoughby had ever felt was equal to the anguish which pressed on his heart at this moment. The coldness he fancied he had found in Celestina's last letter was now accounted for, and all the warmth of grateful praise, with which in her former letters she had spoken of Mr. Thorogood, was imputed to her growing affection for his son. Lost as she might be, and probably was to him forever before this intelligence, unless he could content himself with that share of sisterly affection which was all she ought to bestow, there was something so terrible to his imagination in her feeling a warm attachment to another, that he could not think of it without horror, nor conceal from Vassiver the effect it had upon him. His mildness of manners forsook him, and speaking less like himself than like Vassiver, whose vehemence he seemed to adopt, he cried, in a voice that trembled with passion, "How dared he pretend to Celestina?" "He not only dared then," interrupted Vassiver, "but dares still, and has contrived to get Lady Horatia Howard to be of his party. He has fascinated the old woman with his piety and his poetry, and I see very plainly that the young one will throw herself away upon him unless you prevent it." "May I perish," cried he, "if I do not!" Yet at that moment the recollection too forcibly occurred to him that he had no right to prevent it, unless by urging a claim as her relation, from which his soul recoiled. So painfully acute were his present sensations that he was unable to breathe, and without attending longer to the exhortations of Vassivers, who eagerly pressed him to interfere immediately, he abruptly left the room, and sent by his servant a message to Vassiver, saying he found himself so ill that he was gone to bed, but should be glad he would call again for an hour in the evening. Instead, however, of attempting to procure that repose which his increased fever required, he went to the trunk where Celestina's letters were deposited, and with trembling hands taking them out, he ran them over, even from the first she wrote to him after their separation, to the last which Mr. Jarvis had delivered to him at Naples. His apprehensive jealousy, so powerfully awakened, now taught him to fancy that from the moment of Celestina's acquaintance with Montague Thorogood, her letters had become gradually cooler, and that the last too plainly evinced her cheerful acquiescence to that reluctant and only conditional resignation, which B. had with so much anguish of heart been compelled to send her, while he explained the cruel circumstances that had torn him from her and from happiness. The longer he dwelt on her letters, the more this idea was strengthened, and the more insupportable it became. His illness, originally occasioned by anxiety, returned upon him, and though without delirium, his fever was nearly as high as when he was in so much danger at Paris. He now determined to send to Lady Horatia Howard, and he attempted to write to her, but he could hardly command his pen, and found himself wholly unequal to the more difficult task of composing such a letter as could alone be proper. He threw away the paper in despair, and calling his servant, ordered him to find out immediately some means of becoming acquainted with the servants of Lady Horatia Howard, and procure intelligence of what visitors were most at the house, particularly if a Mr. Thorogood of Devonshire was there often. The man hastened to enter on a task by no means difficult to him. He contrived the same afternoon to introduce himself to one of the footmen of Lady Horatia at the porter-house he frequented, and learned that his mistress and her young friend, of whom he spoke as of an angel, were gone for a fortnight or 3 weeks on a visit into Oxfordshire, that Mr. Vassifer used to be a good deal at the house when first Lady Horatia came to town, that now he was much less frequently there, but that Mr. Thorogood was there almost every day, and read to the ladies whole evenings, who, since these reading parties at home, went much less into public than they had done before. This intelligence distracted Willoughby by redoubling every apprehension he had felt. The man, however, was sent back for further information, and bade to ask if Mr. Thorogood was of their party in their present journey, and if there was any talk among the servants of an intended marriage between him and Miss de Moray. In answer to these queries, he had the mortification of hearing that Montague Thorogood was to meet the ladies at Oxford, and that it was, in the family, generally understood that he was the accepted lover of Celestina, and highly approved by Lady Horatia. It was now that the corrosive jealousy that had long tormented him had a decided object, and fixed with the most envenomed power on the heart of Willoughby. The impossibility of his interfering to prevent Celestina giving herself to another while he himself remained in such a situation as the present, and dared not even see her, the little probability he saw of removing the doubts that distracted him, and the apprehensions lest if they were for ever effectually withdrawn, Celestina would rejoice that they were so. The cruel idea of Montague Thorogood possessing that heart which he once knew to be all his own, and the preference of that elegant mind of which he had with so much delight contemplated the improvement, were thoughts that incessantly pursued and tormented him, and he had no means of obtaining any information of the conduct of Celestina, or her return to town, but by his servant, who was now employed whole days to gather from the domestics of Lady Horatia intelligence which, when obtained, served only to increase his misery. The anecdotes he gathered from his sister served too but to aggravate his distress, yet when he saw her, as he generally did once every day, from whatever point the conversation sat out, it always ended in questions about Celestina, and Lady Molyneux, who had insensibly familiarized her mind to the idea of her brother's dying a bachelor in consequence of his early disappointment, now sat with concern that his attachment to Celestina, though it prevented his marrying any other, was yet so rooted in his heart, that should he find, as she believed he would, the imagined relationship a mere fiction, he would most undoubtedly return to her with more ardor than before they were parted, and notwithstanding the embarrassed state of his affairs, which every day became more serious, would marry her and disappoint every view of fortune, increase of fortune, with her avaricious ambition foresaw might otherwise accrue to her. Actuated, therefore, by very strange motives, she co-operated with Lady Castlenorth in endeavouring to divide him from Celestina. While one was strengthening the barrier raised between them, the other was trying to convince Willoughby that he ought not to wish for its removal. The means of doing this were, she thought, to keep him at a distance from Celestina, and to pique his pride by representing her as attached to another. The first point was for the present secured by his illness, and she took care so artfully to insinuate the second, that, aided as she was by the report of Vassiver, and by the continual repetitions of what he had seen on the journey from Scotland, that every hour the fatal impression sunk deeper into his heart, and his reason, or his reliance on Celestina's affection, had no sufficient power to resist it. Thus passed 5 or 6 days after his arrival in London. He endeavoured to shake off his illness, for by a journey into Yorkshire, which he could not till it was conquered undertake, he could alone hope to obtain any satisfaction as to the original cause of their separation. Yet even from thence he now no longer dared to look forward to happiness, which even while he was employed in attempting to regain it, seemed escaping from him for ever. But that he might undertake something to relieve himself from the wretched state he was now in, he put himself into the care of a physician, and set about getting out of an illness he had hitherto neglected or rather indulged. Though very languid, and with great deal of fever still about him, he went to Lady Molyneux's, and a day or two afterwards, as he found himself better from change of scene and of place, he accompanied her on some of her visits, and called in at a card party, where she told him she must shew herself for a quarter of an hour. The rooms were full, and Lady Molyneux being, notwithstanding her declaration that she should stay so short a time, sat down to a card table. Willoughby sauntered into one of the apartments where the younger part of the company were seated at a commerce table, where the first person that met his eyes was Celestina, elegantly dressed and more beautiful than ever, with myriads of charms playing round her face, and cheerfulness and pleasure dancing in her eyes, while on one side sat a young man whom Willoughby immediately recollected to be Montague Thorogood, and on the other another gentleman, who, though he seemed to be more of a stranger to her, was evidently charmed with her, and unable to keep his eyes from her face. Fixed to the place where he stood, unheeded, among some other idle people who were looking on, he remained gazing at her for several minutes. His legs trembled so that it was with difficulty he supported himself. And his heart beat as if it would break. He debated with himself whether he should speak to her or retire unobserved. But while he yet argued the point, a smile and a whisper that passed between her and Montague Thorogood determined him to fly from the torments he felt, and which he found it almost impossible to endure another moment. He stepped hastily away to find his sister and entreat her to go, but so deeply was he affected that, weakened as he was by illness, he staggered, and might have fallen, had not the shame of betraying so much weakness lent him resolution to reach a chair, where he sat a moment to recover breath and recollection. Mortified tenderness and disappointed love gave him for an instant a sensation resembling hatred. He fancied he could quit Celestina never again to feel any interest in her fate, but, leaving her to the man she preferred, strengthened himself against his fatal and till now invincible attachment, by contemplating the fatal barrier which he had so long been trying to destroy, and to believe that artifice rather than nature had placed between them. Of this cause of their separation no part had in fact been removed, and he reproached himself for the absurdity, folly, and even vice of his present conduct. Having argued himself into what he thought a resolution to feel no longer for Celestina, he hurried to Lady Molyneux, and told her that if her game was not nearly at an end, he must leave her and go home in a chair, as he found himself unable to bear the heat of the room. His sister answered that she was only settling her winnings, and would attend him in a moment if he would wait for her. He agreed to do so, and going to the door that led out into the next room, he leaned against the side of it, turning his eyes as much as possible from the apartment where Celestina was. Lost in the painful sensations inflicted by distracting jealousy and bitter regret, which he yet struggled to style, he distinguished not the objects, all to him, uninteresting that moved before him. A crowd of young people, however, who had just risen from their table, were pressing into another room where refreshments were distributed. He moved a little to make way for them, when he saw, close to him, and even borne against him by her companions, Celestina herself. Her face was at first turned from him, for she was speaking to Montague Thorogood, who was on the other side. But finding herself crowding against somebody, she turned to apologize for the rudeness she was guilty of, when the well-known figure, the well-known face of Willoughby, emaciated and pale as they were, instantly struck her. An involuntary and faint shriek testified the impression they made, and Willoughby, who caught the weak sound of her distressed voice, was at first, by an irresistible impulse, hurried to her assistance, but seeing the arm of Montague Thorogood supporting her, and his countenance expressing all the interest he took in her emotion, he imputed that emotion to her consciousness of her attachment to her new favourite, and darting at her a look of impatient reproach, he forced himself through the crowd, and without looking back, sat down breathless and trembling by Lady Molyneux, who was at that moment coming forward to meet him. The agitation of poor Celestina could not be concealed, nor could she for a moment or two escape from the inquiring eyes of those who remarked it. As soon, however, as she could disengage herself from the throng, she sat down, hardly daring to inquire whether she had seen what was real or visionary. She had returned from Oxfordshire with Lady Horatia only the evening before, and knew nothing of Willoughby's being in England, while, in addition to the amazement the sight of him occasioned, his apparent ill health impressed her with concern, and the displeasure with which he surveyed her with terror. Montague Thorogood, who had seen Willoughby, and whose eyes were never a moment away from Celestina, knew at once the cause of her distress. He followed her, little less affected than she was herself, to a sofa where she had thrown herself, and asked her, in a faint and tremulous voice, if he should fetch her anything. She answered, "If you please," so low that he scarce distinguished what she said, but stepping a few paces from her, he took a glass of lemonade from a servant and brought it to her. She took it, and carried it to her lips, almost unconscious of what she did, when Montague Thorogood leaned over the arm of the sofa on which she sat, and watched the emotions of her countenance with all the solicitude he felt strongly painted on his own. At the same moment Willoughby appeared, leading Lady Molyneux through the room. The first objects that he saw, as he approached the door, were Celestina and Montague Thorogood. But having once seen them, he turned hastily from them, and seeming to give all his attention to his sister, he disappeared. Celestina's eyes followed him with a look of inexpressible amazement and concern. She seemed to be in a fearful dream, and when she no longer saw him, her eyes were fixed on the door through which he had gone out. She heeded no longer what Montague Thorogood said to her, but sat, with a palpitating heart and oppressed breath, till Lady Horatia, after twice speaking to her, roused her from her half-formed and confused reflections by reminding her it was time to go. She followed in silence, where Lady Horatia led, and at the coach door wished Montague Thorogood good night, for the only distinct sensation she felt was a wish for his absence. But Lady Horatia, who was immediately going home, desired him to return and sup with her, which, without knowing what he did, he consented to, though too conscious, while he did it, that Celestina had rather be without him, for as he handed her into the coach, he felt her tremble so that she could hardly support herself, and he heard the deep sigh burst from her heart as if it would break. Lady Horatia had not seen Willoughby, and had no idea of Celestina's sufferings. She talked therefore in her usual way of the people they had seen, and of some books that had been recommended to her, till observing that Celestina, who usually bore her part in the conversation, did not answer, she inquired if she was not well. "Pretty well, I thank your ladyship," replied Celestina, "but I am uncommonly fatigued to-night, and have the headache." This answer satisfied Lady Horatia, who continued to address herself to Montague Thorogood till they arrived in Park Street, where Celestina would immediately have gone to her own room, so unfit was she for conversation, and so unable to sustain it. But Lady Horatia, ordering her woman to bring a remedy for the headache, of which Celestina had complained, and that had before been of service to her, she, rather than alarm her kind benefactress, sat down near the supper table to wait for it. But so great an effect had the violent though short perturbation of her spirits had on her countenance, that Lady Horatia immediately perceived it. "The headache!" cried she in surprise, and taking Celestina's hand, "My dear, you have surely something worse the matter with you than a common headache." "Pray, dearest madam," replied Celestina, "pardon me if I am utterly unable to say what is the matter. To-morrow I shall be better, and I know you will forgive me till then." The manner in which she uttered these few words, as trembling and faint, she advanced towards the door, alarmed and surprised Lady Horatia. She saw, however, by the countenance of Montague Thorogood, that he could explain the cause of Celestina's uneasiness. She therefore suffered her to depart, and immediately made the inquiry of him. He instantly informed her of what he had seen, and with no favourable description of the looks and manner of Willoughby, which he had indeed appeared to him to be extremely cruel and insulting towards Celestina. Lady Horatia, with whom Willoughby was no favourite, and who extremely disliked his sister Lady Molyneux, saw his conduct in the same point of view as Thorogood represented it, and after some conversation on the subject, said, that though she was much concerned for the shock Celestina had received, yet that upon the whole it might perhaps be better for her that this circumstance had happened. For now, said she, I think she will, possessing, as she does, so much proper pride, be convinced that even if the story coming from Lady Castlenorth has no foundation, as I myself suppose it has, that still she ought not to indulge in her early prejudice in favour of a man, who, whatever he may have pretended, or she may have believed, never intended to act honourably by her, and now only deserts but insults her. Thorogood heartily assented to this opinion, and sat down to supper with a heart somewhat relieved from the extreme uneasiness which the emotion of Celestina on the appearance of Willoughby had given him. Still, however, he could not eat, he could not converse, but as soon as he could disengage himself, he took leave of Lady Horatia, and full of anxiety, and trembling least all the hopes he had of late so fondly cherished should be blasted, he returned to his lodgings. End of Volume 3, Chapter 9. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Volume 3, Chapter 10 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 10. Celestina, in retiring to her own room, had hoped to recall her scattered and oppressed spirits, and clearly recollect all that had befallen her. But the angry, the disdainful look which that countenance wore, where she had been accustomed to see only the smiles of approbation or the tenderly anxious looks of love, was the image still most prevalent in her mind, joined to the painful idea of the ruined constitution of him whose life was ever dearer to her than her own. The cruelty of his being in London, of his going into public without ever having seen or wrote to her, sunk deeply into her heart. "Ah, Willoughby!" exclaimed she, "is it thus we meet again after such a parting? Is this the end of all your assurances, that you would ever be my friend, that you would learn to consider me as your sister if we were indeed related? Alas! Is it thus then you throw me off entirely, and seem sorry to remember that you ever saw me?" A flood of tears followed this cruel reflection, but after weeping some time her pride came to her relief. She remembered the haughty neglect with which Lady Molyneux had treated her, and doubted not but that her influence with Willoughby had prevailed on him to expel her for ever from that place in his regard with the very reasons on which he resigned her as his wife, ought to give her as a defenseless and unhappy orphan, dependent on his family. She recollected now but too well the reserve and disdain, the look of mingled anger and scorn, which Willoughby's features spoke as she saw him the second time leading out his sister. Her mind dwelt on the expression of his eyes as they first met hers, when, though he must have seen how much she was surprised and affected by the sight of him, he flew from her without one consoling word, though it was evident she could hardly support herself. "All is over then," cried she. "That tender friendship which would have been the consolation of my life is at an end. Every tie that from our infancy united us is broken, and I have now no reliance but on the kindness of those who are comparatively strangers. Ah, it is generous thus to discard me, without even trying to soften the blow. But go, cruel, capricious man, go and enjoy, with your opulent heiress, all the affluence can give. Go and become callous and insensible to all those noble sentiments that once animated your bosom, which once rendered you so deservedly dear to me. They are gone. Willoughby, selfish, cruel, unfeeling, and insolent, is not the Willoughby to whom my heart was devoted. Why therefore should I be thus wretched about him? Why let his proud malignant sister triumph in knowing that I am mortified and unhappy? Let me try to drive his too painful remembrance from me, or at least to remember him only as the son of my beloved benefactress." At the mention of that revered name, however, all her newly acquired resolution forsook her. The memory of her first friend, was so intimately connected with that of Willoughby himself, that her tears flowed for both, and against the unkindness of the latter neither her pride nor her reason could sustain her. A sleepless night succeeded to this conflicting evening, and it was not till towards morning that Celestina determined to write to Willoughby, entreating him still to allow her that place in his friendship, which no fault of hers had, she thought, forfeited, and assured him that whatever might be her destiny, her regard for him was unchangeable, though she would never intrude upon him with it. Her tenderness conquered her resentment, and the idea of what she owed to the son of her early friend, whatever might be his conduct towards her, came in aid of that long-rooted tenderness, and produced the resolution which she meant to execute in the morning. Having thus determined, her mind gradually became more tranquil, and her spirits being quite exhausted, she sunk into slumber. But the fainter though still painful ideas of the evening before pursued her, and after tormenting her with numberless wild terrors, she fancied that she saw Willoughby with the same menacing look he wore the preceding night, with a dagger in his hand, approaching and threatening her to plunge it into a heart, which was, he said, perfidious and ungrateful, and had been the means of driving him to guilt and despair. From an image of such horror she wildly started, and awakening, found Lady Horatia Howard sitting by her bedside, holding one of her hands, and gazing on her with great concern. With the most soothing voice she spoke to Celestina, and endeavored to quiet the excessive agitation of her spirits. Her reasonable and gentle arguments had their desired effect, and Celestina, ashamed of appearing insensible to the solicitude of such a friend, summoned all her resolution to her aid, and was able in about an hour to attend the breakfast table with something like composure. Her cheeks, however, had still that crimson glow which the perturbed state of her mind had given them. Her eyes were heavy with tears, which in despite of all her efforts continued to fill them, when the image of Willoughby, pale and thin, with anger flashing from his eyes, and contempt trembling on his lips, again arose in her imagination. Lady Horatia looked at her with more than her usual tender complacency, for it was when her fine open countenance expressed pensive sorrow that she was, from her then particularly resembling the regretted brother of Lady Horatia, to her more than usually interesting. Before the breakfast table was removed, Montague Thorogood was introduced. He was extremely dejected, and hardly able to return the compliments of Lady Horatia, who was always glad to see him, and who had undoubtedly given him all her interest with Celestina, and more encouragement to pursue his suit than was perhaps strictly prudent, since Celestina, though she could not avoid him, thought she never could prevail upon herself to behave to him with unkindness, and though his talents and conversation, and perhaps that sort of respect idolatry by which few women can help being gratified, however they may wish to repress it, were in some degree pleasing to her, had yet repeatedly declared to Lady Horatia and to Montague Thorogood himself that she felt not, and was persuaded she never could feel for him, that tender preference without which she would never marry. This declaration they both imputed to that affection for Willoughby, which the uncertainty of her own situation continued to nourish. Persuaded as they both were that Willoughby had promised to become the husband of Miss Fitzhaven, which everybody but Celestina had long believed, Lady Horatia doubted not but that the merit and attachment of Montague Thorogood, the similarity of their taste, Celestina's regard for his father, and the easy competence which with him she could possess, and which she often declared was the condition of life she would prefer, would altogether induce her to reward his ardent affection with her hand, as soon as it became certain that Willoughby, either from interested motives or from conviction of their too near relationship, absolutely and for ever relinquished all pretensions to it. She was therefore glad that the accidental meeting which had so much affected Celestina was likely to hasten this period, and far from seeing it in the unfavourable light Thorogood himself did, she told him, as soon as Celestina left the room, that for him no circumstance could be more favourable. Lady Horatia had long since transferred entirely to Montague Thorogood those good wishes which she had first expressed towards Vassifer. His great fortune, his handsome figure, and his apparent affection for Celestina had for some time interested her for him, and she imputed his extravagant vivacity, and even his violent irregularities, to his youth and unchecked habits of gratification. Before her, Vassifer had at first so far restrained the intemperate sallies of his ungovernable temper, that she was for some time disposed to think well of his heart and his understanding, but soon finding that this semblance of moderation availed him not, and that he gained nothing on the inflexible heart of Celestina, he became tired of it, and relapsed into such a wild way of talking, and of boasting actions still wilder, that Lady Horatia was no longer able to excuse him, and though she still received him at her house with civility, she entirely approved of the resolution Celestina had made never to listen to him as a lover. It was just at that period that Montague Thorogood, who on Celestina's first arrival in town had not availed himself of the permission he had obtained to see her, came to solicit Lady Horatia that indulgence, and accounted for his absence by relating a long illness his father had just escaped, in which, as Mrs. Thorogood was absent with one of her daughters, he had himself been only and constant attendant. "You know," said he to Celestina, "how much I love my father, and how well he deserves that I should love him, and you will easily imagine what must have been my anxiety when, for so many nights and days, I saw him experience the most excruciating tortures, and knew his life to be in the most imminent danger. Even the reigning, the triumphant passion of my heart, my love, my adoration of Celestina was suspended, in the pain and solicitude I suffered for my father." His looks, which were greatly changed since Celestina saw him before, witnessed how severe this pain and solicitude had been, and Celestina not only forgave but esteemed him the more for that neglect, which had at first given her a slight degree of mortification. From that time he had constantly visited at the house of Lady Horatia, and from his power of amusing her by reading and conversation, he was become so great a favourite that he had no rival in her good opinion but Celestina herself. It was at her request he had met them at Oxford, and gone with them to Bath and Bristol. Celestina, who saw but too plainly that all this was but feeding a passion already fatal to the repose of a young man whom she highly esteemed, had in vain remonstrated with Lady Horatia on the subject, who answered that her presence was a sufficient protection, and that as to his love, he would not indulge it in the less for being refused the opportunity of speaking of it. To this doctrine Celestina could not assent, but in her situation too different was of little effect, and all she could do to counteract the effects of this indiscreet indulgence of Lady Horatia towards Montague Thorogood was to declare him very solemnly, whenever he introduced the subject of his love, which was whenever they were alone, that though her esteem and regard for him was very great, she could never think of him otherwise than as her friend, and when he answered that content with that esteem and regard he should be the happiest of mankind to be permitted by time and tenderness to win her love, she very frankly assured him that the sentiments which were once hers for Willoughby, though towards him they might be at an end, could never, she was well assured, be transferred to another. Montague Thorogood, however, young, sanguine, and violently in love, was not easily discouraged, while the favour of Lady Horatia, the wishes of his father, and the complacency and kindness with which, notwithstanding her repeated declarations, Celestina treated him, all contributed to cherish a passion which insensibly absorbed his whole soul. Every action, every sentiment, every look of Celestina at once increased and justified this excessive passion, and he lived now only to think of her when he was absent, or gaze on her with adoration when she was present. Whenever he knew she was to be at any public place, information which he was very assiduous and very successful in obtaining, thither he went also, and though, unless he was invited, he never introduced himself into the parties she was with, he contrived so to place himself as to be able to see her, and was content. The extreme dejection with which he had on the last morning entered the house of Lady Horatia, all fled before her assurances that the meeting between Willoughby and Celestina, however she might for a little time be affected by it, would prove an advantage to him. Elated more than ever by hope, he left Lady Horatia, having obtained leave to meet them at the opera, whither they were going that evening. But with poor Celestina it was very different. Hope had now wholly forsaken her, yet she still clung even to despair, when it gave her an excuse for dwelling on the beloved and regretted name of Willoughby. She took out of her dressing box a locket which his hair was interwoven with that of his mother and of his sister, and which she had been used when a child to wear round her neck. She looked at it a moment, and remembered 1,000 circumstances that brought the tears again into her eyes. She kissed it, she put it to her heart, and that soft heart melting as the tender images this slight memorial presented to it, the resentment which her pride had made her feel the evening before was forgotten, while unable to bear the thoughts of having seen the last of Willoughby, of his having taken an accidental but eternal leave of her with anger and scorn, she determined instantly to execute her purpose formed the evening before, and with trembling and uncertain hand wrote as follows: "Do not think, dear Willoughby, that the unfortunate Celestina means to intrade upon you with her complaints, or to trouble you, after the present moment, even with her name. But when those recollections which she cannot all at once subdue press upon her heart, she finds it impossible, quite impossible, to submit to take of you an eternal farewell, without entreating that thought we never meet again, we may part in peace with each other. I might indeed urge to you, Willoughby, that if the account you gave me of our supposed relationship be realized, it ought not to excite your anger, but to give me a claim to your protection. If my heart did not, I know not why, revolt from the idea of being so near your relation, I might on that score claim your protection and your pity. I might be permitted surely to love you as my brother, since, alas! whether you permit it or no, I must still love you, but with an affection so disinterested and pure, that, be my situation in regard to you what it may, I feel nothing for which I ought to blush. You look very ill, Willoughby. You look unhappy, and on me you look unkindly. I do not ask to see you, since my accidentally meeting you was evidently painful to you, but I ask to have a few lines from you to tell me that you are not ill, that you are not unhappy, and that your once loved Celestina is not become hateful to you. Believe me, I shall rejoice in your happiness wherever found. Do not then refuse to assist me in obtaining, not happiness, for that is nowhere to be found for me, but in obtaining that degree of content and resignation, which, may enable me to go through life without regretting the hour that I ever received it. This, Willoughby, is in your power, and you must be greatly changed indeed if you refuse, when you can so easily grant the last request that ever will be preferred to you by the unhappy but ever grateful and affectionate Celestina de Moray. Park Street, Grosvenor Square, March 23rd, 1700. Though by no means satisfied with her letter when she finished it, she despaired of pleasing herself better. She therefore sealed and sent it away by one of the footmen to the house of Lady Molyneux, as she knew no other address to Willoughby. The servant returned in about half an hour, and told her that Mr. Willoughby was not there, but that he had sent in the letter and received a message that it should be taken care of and delivered to him. She had flattered herself that if not a kind, at least an immediate answer would put an end to the almost insupportable state of anxiety which she had been in ever since she saw him. If he wrote to her with kindness, it would, she thought, soothe and console her. If he treated her by letter with as much coldness and disdain as he did during their short interview, she hoped that resentment would support her, and that though her pride might be wounded, her affection would torment her less. She was now, however, to wait, perhaps a whole day in anxiety, and what was more dreadful, be compelled to sustain this anxiety under the appearance of calmness, if not of cheerfulness, for Lady Horatia, who had made an engagement with some of her friends to go to the opera, whither she seldom went herself, on purpose to gratify Celestina by hearing a new and celebrated performer, did not seem at all disposed to relish the proposal she had ventured to hint at breakfast, of being left out of the party of the evening, and though she was generally very desirous that Celestina should in all matters follow her own inclinations, yet there were times when she seemed to expect some sacrifices to be made to her. Her grateful heart was extremely sensible of all the kindness of Lady Horatia, who, from having taken into her protection quite a stranger, was now so attached to her that her happiness seemed her first object. Having no very strong affection for her only surviving brother, who was a man immersed in politics and without pretence to natural affection, and having been torn early in life from a man she loved, and married by her father to one towards whom she was indifferent, having since followed her 3 children, who alone had reconciled her to her lot, to their early graves, her heart had been insensible to what are commonly called friendships, and she had for some years rather sought to amuse than to connect herself. But the graces of Celestina's mind, the sweetness of her disposition, and the goodness of her heart had won upon her that the apathy of wearied sensibility which she had so long been in gradually gave place to an affection almost as tender as she could have felt had she been her mother, and this affection, created by merit, was strengthened by the resemblance which continually struck her between Celestina and her younger brother, who lost his life in America, the loss which, among all her misfortunes, she most severely lamented. Her increasing tenderness for Celestina made her often reflect with uneasiness on her situation, and very earnestly wish to see her married. She was very sensible that her own life was not a good one, for early calamity had shaken her constitution and brought on in the early autumn of her days the infirmities of old age, and she knew that after having taken her as her daughter and accustomed her to share all the indulgencies which her own rank and income procured, it would be a very painful reverse of fortune were she to leave her in the narrow circumstances in which she found her. To save much of her jointure had never been her wish, and was hardly now in her power. Her own fortune, in default of children, returned to her brother, and all she had to dispose of was about £2,000. This she gave, by a will made in the 4th month of their being together, to Celestina, and with this, and what she before had, she thought that Celestina might, if married to Montague Thorogood, enjoy through life that easy competence which was the utmost of her ambition. The embarrassed circumstances of Willoughby, which the good-natured world had always exaggerated, and which Lady Horatia had considered as irretrievable, his very expensive place at Elphinstone, which she knew it required a large fortune to keep up, the doubtful birth of Celestina, whom she always fancied too nearly related to him, and some prejudice against him, merely because he was the brother of Lady Molyneux, whom she so very much disliked, all combined to raise in the mind of Lady Horatia a desire to impede every step towards the reunion of Celestina and Willoughby, and to promote her alliance with Montague Thorogood, near whose residence, wherever it was, she proposed to take a house in summer, and to have them frequently with her in winter at her house in town. Though she had not disclosed all her intentions, Celestina yet knew enough to be deeply sensible of the uncommon generosity of her friend, and the whole study of her life was to shew that she was so. She made it a rule never to oppose the wishes of Lady Horatia, whenever they were clearly expressed, and therefore it was that she had often, contrary to her own judgment and her own inclinations, suffered the assiduities of Montague Thorogood, and seemed to the world to give him that encouragement, the ill effects of which she endeavoured to counteract, by ingeniously declaring to him the impossibility her ever making the return he expected to his affection. Too certain that Lady Horatia would be disappointed, if not displeased, if she declined this evening to go out, and not having courage to tell her the step she had taken in regard to writing to Willoughby, she was compelled to struggle with her uneasiness and to attempt concealing if she could not conquer it. But every rap at the door, which seemed to be that of a servant, made her tremble, and while sitting at work before dinner, she could not help going to the window several times, nor listening to every sound that she heard in the hall. Time wore away, and her impatience increased, and at length grew so evident that Lady Horatia remarked at it. "What is the matter, my dear?" inquired she. "Do you expect anyone?" Celestina, conscious that she was betraying herself, and fearing lest she should be blamed for what she had done, of which she began already to repent as too humiliating, blushed at this question so deeply that had not Lady Horatia been intent at the moment on her work, her suspicions must have been heightened. Celestina, however, not immediately answering, she repeated her question. "Do you expect anybody?" 20 reasons might have been given for her seeming anxiety, and 20 people might have been named as likely to call, but not one of all those occurred to Celestina. Who was little practised in dissimulation. She therefore answered faintly "No," and in hopes of turning Lady Horatia's attention from her, and of hiding what she felt, she proposed finishing the perusal of a poem which Montague Thorogood had begun reading the preceding morning. "Do so," said Lady Horatia. Celestina took up the book and began, but had no idea of what she was about, and of course read so extremely ill and so unlike her usual manner that Lady Horatia, looking at her very earnestly, said, "Surely, Celestina, surely something is the matter." "No, indeed, madam," replied she, "nothing except perhaps some slight remains of nervous agitation from the circumstances of last night." "Try, my dear, to conquer that," replied Lady Horatia, "and think of regaining the composure you possessed before, which such a circumstance, fairly considered, ought not to destroy." Celestina sighed, and to avoid the necessity of giving an answer, went on with the book before her. She had hardly, however, read 10 lines, when a servant brought in a letter and gave it to her. She turned paler than death as she took it, and the book fell from her hands. Lady Horatia, whose attention was now fixed upon her, eagerly asked from whom the letter was. Celestina had by this time read it, for it was only a note from a young friend, for whose painting she had promised to give some pattern. She put it down. "It was only from Miss Clayton, madam," said she, "about the patterns I am drawing for her." "Dear child!" cried Lady Horatia, "and is all this trembling and anxiety, this faltering and solicitude about Miss Clayton's patterns? Celestina, I am afraid you are not ingenious with me. Surely I deserve that you should be so?" Celestina felt that this accusation of want of confidence, and the claim made to it, was equally just. The measure she had adopted, at the risk of displeasing her best friend, had produced nothing but some hours of anguish, and would end probably in the conviction that Willoughby despised and condemned her, for it was now 5 o'clock, and it was very improbable that he should not, in all the hours that had intervened since she wrote, have been at his lodgings, or have had time to acknowledge the receipt of her letter. This mortifying reflection, and the consciousness that she ought to have consulted Lady Horatia, quite overwhelmed her. She was pale and silent a moment, and then recovering her voice with difficulty, said, "I believe I have acted so foolishly, so improperly, that I dare hope you will forgive me." Lady Horatia expressed her uneasiness and surprise. Celestina, in a tremulous voice, told her what she had done. Pity rather than anger was created by the recital. "Certainly, my dear child," said Lady Horatia, "had you consulted me, I should have advised you against writing to Mr. Willoughby. Situated as you both are, no advances should have come from you. If he is convinced that you are so related to him as to make every thought of you, beyond such as that relationship authorizes, guilty and odious, he should surely, on his coming to England, have sent to you if he was unwilling to see you, and have behaved with humanity and brotherly tenderness, though love were for ever out of the question. If he is not convinced of it, how will you account for his conduct, but by supposing that, influenced by pecuniary motives or by caprice, he is desirous of forgetting all his former affection for you, and yet has not that generous openness of character which would urge him to quit you handsomely?" To the truth of these remarks Celestina had nothing to object, but their justice cruelly depressed her, and her sick heart recoiled from the idea of being obliged to appear in public. Again she ventured very gently to insinuate a wish to be left at home that evening. "If you are really ill, you shall," said Lady Horatia, "but otherwise I hope you will go." I am not really ill, replied Celestina, if your ladyship means only bodily suffering, but my spirits, my mind— For the maladies of those, interrupted Lady Horatia, there is no remedy more sure than change of scene and variety of amusement. And believe me, dear Celestina, believe me, and I have suffered much from the maladies of the mind. They only grow by indulgence. If we would conquer, we must contend with, and not encourage them. You will suffer much less to-night, if you are in a circle of friends who love and admire you, than in brooding at home over the defection of one who, if he ever did, certainly does not deserve you. I beg, therefore, that you will go." Celestina, unaccustomed to dispute any wish of her friend, yielded, with as good a grace as she could, to her remonstrances, and with a heavy and aching heart went to finish her dress. The hour of going out arrived, and Celestina found Montague Thorogood and a Mr. Howard, in relation to Lady Horatia's, ready to attend them. As there was no escape, she endeavored to assume the semblance of tranquillity, and to talk with them on indifferent matters. But the idea that Willoughby had left London without seeing her, or, being still in it, disdained to answer her letter, and utterly refused to notice her, hung so heavy on her heart that she could with difficulty support herself, while the protracted state in which she had been since the preceding evening occasioned such ferment in her blood that her cheeks were of feverish crimson, and the languid lustre of her fine eyes never appeared to greater advantage. Deep sighs, which she tried in vain to suppress, stole from her heart, and Mr. Howard rallied her upon them with a sort of commonplace wit, which is so unusual and so irksome where there is real uneasiness to contend with, while Montague Thorogood answered every sigh of hers by one yet deeper of his own, and watched every turn of her countenance with trembling solicitude. Lady Horatia was to join another party at the opera, and Celestina was in hopes that by obtaining a seat in one of the last rows in the box, she should be excused from the task of seeming to give any attention either to the performance or the people around her. This, therefore, she contrived to do, and Montague Thorogood placed herself by her. Her thoughts were engrossed wholly by Willoughby, and the cruelty of his refusing to answer her letter. She saw not the objects about her, she attended not to the humble and plaintive voice of Thorogood, who now and then spoke to her, when Lady Horatia Howard, turning to her, bade her remark that in the opposite box had just entered Lady Castlenorth and her daughter. Celestina instantly saw them, and as instantly concluded that Willoughby's conduct towards her was owing to his being on the point of marriage with Miss Fitzhaven. She had hardly felt her heart sink under this cruel idea before Willoughby himself appeared, and Lady Castlenorth making room for him, he sat down between her and her daughter. A look from the penetrating eyes of Lady Horatia Howard made Celestina turn away her head, but she then met the anxious and inquiring eyes of Montague Thorogood, and again sought refuge in looking towards the pit, hardly knowing where she was, and not daring again to trust herself with the sight of the group placed immediately opposite to her. Willoughby saw her not, and after a while her eyes, in despite of the pain she felt, sought him again. His countenance did not wear expressions of bridal felicity. He was, she thought, paler and thinner than the night before, and on his brow some corrosive sorrow seemed to hang. But Miss Fitzhaven gay and animated, talked to him incessantly, and both she and her mother endeavored to engross his attention by a flow of conversation. He listened to them, but Celestina fancied, with more politeness than pleasure. He smiled, but she thought his smiles were the smiles of complaisance, and not of content. Still, however, his appearance in public with them was enough to convince her that his marriage was not far off. Her heart sunk at this sad certainty, for though she had long since endeavored to wean her mind from the hopes of ever being his, she had still too keen recollections of that time when it was the first wish of both their hearts, and she was prepossessed with an idea, she hardly knew why, that with Miss Fitzhaven he would be miserable. That they had been parted by the artifice of Lady Castlenorth, she now more than ever suspected. But how Willoughby could be cheated into such a belief, and if he was, why he should entirely throw off, as a relation, her home, as the chosen mistress of his heart he had so fondly cherished, she could not comprehend. Or could she in any way reconcile his conduct with that manly and liberated spirit, which he had so eminently marked his character? As she gazed on his face, as on that of a stranger, the husband of Miss Fitzhaven, that face which she had been accustomed to contemplate with so much tenderness, and when she considered that, lost to her forever, she now dared no longer to look up to him as a friend, whom she had once hoped to find, through life, her fond and generous protector, her reflections to become too bitter, and had she not feared that her going out would have attracted his eyes towards her, and known that Montague Thorogood would have attended her, which she desired to avoid, she would have returned home, for her sufferings were almost insupportable. She hoped, however, to escape without his seeing her, and shrunk back as much as she could, pretending that her headache made the light particularly uneasy to her. Montague Thorogood, though knowing too well the real source of her uneasiness, was yet anxious as she was that Willoughby might not see her, and favoured her concealment as much as he could. Towards the end of the opera, however, Willoughby, who seemed very weary of his seat, left it to speak to somebody he saw in the pit. Celestina saw him very near the box where she sat, and became so faint that she was afraid she must have sunk from her seat. But her sufferings still increased when, a moment afterwards, Mr. Howard, who sat next to her, called to him, and got up to speak to him. In answering his question, Willoughby turned towards him. His eyes immediately fell on Celestina, and Montague Thorogood close beside her. An expression of mingled anger and scorn rose instantly in his countenance. He abruptly broke off his conversation with Mr. Howard, and walked away. In a moment Celestina saw him rejoin Lady Castlenorth and Miss Fitzhaven. She saw him affect to enter into conversation with them, but that it was all effort. His eyes once or twice were turned towards her, but immediately withdrawn as if they had met a basilisk, and after a very few minutes she saw, by his manner, that he complained of the heat of the house, pleaded indisposition, and left them. Celestina, overwhelmed with sensations too much to be borne, began to think the opera never would end, and that Lady Horatia, who saw her distress, had never before had so little compassion. At length it was finished, and that as Montague Thorogood handed her to the coach, she besought him not to stay supper, if Lady Horatia should ask him, "For I must in that case stay. you know, to entertain you, and really I am so unwell that it is cruelty to expect it of me. Gratified by the power of obeying her, even when her wishes were contrary to his own, and full hope that this last struggle between her lingering love for Willoughby and the certainty of his having left her for another would terminate his own favour, Thorogood promised to be wholly governed by her, and took his leave at the door. "Well, Celestina," said Lady Horatia, as soon as they were alone, "you are now, I think, convinced that Willoughby is, like most other men, capricious and unfeeling. What was his conduct to-night, but the most insulting that it was possible to assume, and after receiving a letter too from you, which you confess was couched in the tenderest and most submissive terms, which, as a gentleman, he ought to have answered, had you never had any claim whatever upon him. I hope and believe, however, that such conduct will have the happiest effect, that of weaning you forever from that excessive partiality, which from early prejudice you always appeared to me to think it merit to cherish. If he quitted you, as he pretended, on account of the doubts raised in his mind by the sorceress Lady Castlenorth, why does he not, those doubts being now certainties, own you as his sister, and become your protector as relation? Why, if they are not ascertained, does he poorly shrink from the inquiry, and evade, under such paltry pretences, the engagements which you would surely release him from, if told that he no longer wishes to accomplish them?" Celestina tried to speak, but could not articulate, and Lady Horatia, whose indignation against Willoughby seemed to increase by indulgence, went on. "Let me conjure you, then, my dear Celestina, to exert that large share of reason, with which you are endowed, and expelling from your mind all that has passed, try to look forward to happier prospects, to prospects unclouded by doubt, and undarkened by the gloomy apprehensions of being despised by the family of your husband, and of being reproached as having embarrassed his fortune. Time and reason, the assiduous tenderness of a man who really adores you, will conquer all remains of regret, and you will, by degrees, learn to think of Willoughby, and of all the events of your early life, with the most perfect indifference." Celestina thought that was impossible, but altogether unable to enter into the argument, she could only sigh, and in a tremulous voice entreat to be permitted to retire, saying that, in the morning, she should have, she hoped, more resolution, and have got the better of the agitation of her spirits. Sleep, however, refused to visit her. The image of Willoughby, cruel and capricious as he was, incessantly haunted her. Having been long used to study his countenance, she understood all his expressions, and when she had courage to fix her eyes on him, during the opera, no turn of it escaped her. All the comfort she could derive to herself from those observations was, believing that his attention to Miss Fitzhaven was forced, and that the solicitude with which she herself was avoided, arose, rather from some remains of tenderness, than from total indifference. "Surely," said she, "if he felt nothing for me, he would not fly from me, but treat me with polite indifference, or with that candour and openness of heart which used to be so natural to him. He would avow his designs, and give reasons for them, for he knows, that be his intentions or motives what may play, I shall never reproach him, but whatever I may feel for myself, rejoice, if he can find happiness." Thus, the real affection of heart for Willoughby counteracted the effect of that native pride and dignity of soul, which under other circumstances would have supported her, and even of his quitting her, without finding that unanswerable reason for it, which was supposed to exist, she thought rather in sorrow than in anger. The morning came, and uninteresting to her, she expected nothing but a repetition of common, irksome occurrences, with the suspense and misery of not hearing from Willoughby. Lady Horatia's remonstrance, Montague Thorogood's silence, but assiduous attendance, company whom she wished not to see, or parties abroad that could afford her no pleasure. The day, and another wore away, and still no letter from Willoughby arrived. The forlorn hope, which she had till now fondly cherished, that he still retained a lingering preference for her in his heart, now faded away, and an almost certain conviction succeeded, that he not only quitted her for ever, but disclaimed her even as a friend, and gave her up in silent contempt, without either offering her the protection of a relation or feeling for the regret which the loss of a pleasant acquaintance would once, she thought, have given him. She repented she had concealed the letter she had written from Lady Horatia Howard, and while she was conscious that she ought to have no reserve towards her, she felt that in her present anxious state of suspense it would be some consolation to talk it over with her friend, but far from soothing her with hope, and attempting to account for the silent neglect of Willoughby by any means that might palliate its cruelty, Lady Horatia exhorted her, more earnestly than ever, to call off her thoughts from a man who was considered in every light so unworthy to possess them, and she urged, more earnestly than she had ever done, her wishes, that the tender and generous attachment of Montague Thorogood might be immediately rewarded. Though to the necessity of giving herself to another, Celestina could by no means agree, yet she felt that she must either learn to think with more calmness of her eternal separation from Willoughby, or sink under it, for such pain as the undecided wretchedness of the last 2 or 3 days had given her, human nature could not long sustain. She promised Lady Horatia that she would endeavor to regain her tranquillity, but besought her, for a day or two, to excuse her from mixing with company, and that in the mean time nothing might be said to Montague Thorogood, to give him more encouragement than he had already received. From the looks of Willoughby, when she had seen her with him, and from his present disdainful silence, she supposed he believed her engaged to him, and either resented her for having entered into such an engagement without consulting him, or still felt some pain in believing she had given herself to another, of which she could not help owning. There was every appearance, from their being so frequently together, and from the report which had gone forth, which her protectress had not only left uncontradicted, but had rather encouraged, of Montague Thorogood. Therefore, she now thought with concern and disquiet, as being partially the cause of the uneasiness she suffered from the certainty, which every hour in its flight confirmed, that Willoughby had taken leave of her for ever. End of the 3rd volume. End of volume 3, chapter 10. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Volume 4,
Chapter 1 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 1. When first Willoughby arrived in London, he had endeavoured to bring himself to a resolution of seeing Celestina, but her absence at the time on a tour of pleasure, and the assurances he received that she was engaged to Montague Thorogood, not only diverted him from that intention, but gave his sister both time and opportunity to represent her as neither wanting or wishing for that attention, which he thought he should, as a friend, shew her. These insinuations had gradually their effect, not however in curing that invincible tenderness he always felt for her, but in mingling with it so much bitterness that his life became more than ever wretched. The accidentally meeting Celestina at an assembly, gay, unconcerned, and, as he believed, forgetting her former attachment to him in her new preference to Montague Thorogood, the second meeting, which happened at the opera, and everything that he heard both from his sister and in general conversation where Celestina was mentioned, all served to confirm this idea, while the letter which would have undeceived him never reached his hands. It was left with Lady Molyneux, who, determined as she was to impede every advance towards a reconciliation between her brother and Celestina, made no scruple, on hearing from whom it came, to open, read, and after some consideration to destroy it. Of the apparent neglect, therefore, which Celestina imputed to Willoughby, he had accused her, and thought that if she had not determined to connect herself with Montague Thorogood without any attention to his wishes or reliance on his regard, she would have written or sent to him, while his neglect of a letter by which she thought she should awaken all the tendernesses of friendship which she hoped he still retained for her, and the angry and disdainful looks with which he had twice met her, wounded both her affection and her pride. Thus, by the treachery of Lady Molyneux, all commerce, even of civility, was at an end between them, and such was the situation of Willoughby, when the Castlenorths arrived in London from Italy. Embarrassed more and more in his affairs, and on the point of being overwhelmed with pecuniary distress, it was more than time that he should determine what to do, and this determination the return of the Castlenorths to England was intended to hasten. Always believing that to the artifices of Lady Castlenorth he owed his being compelled to quit Celestina, and still hoping to detect those artifices, he had, by frequent visits at his uncle's, and by a sort of tacit and reluctant acquiescence in many of his plans, given Miss Fitzhaman great reason to suppose that he intended fulfilling his original engagement with her. Yet now that he saw he must either continue to act what he could not but feel was a dishonourable and disingenuous part, or break with his uncle entirely, his uneasiness became more insupportable. The tortures which he had felt in observing the favour Celestina had shewn to Montague Thorogood by whispering and laughing with him, gave him a cruel foretaste of what he should suffer were he to see her married to him. Yet his reason, whenever he was calm enough to listen to it, told him how absurd, how improper it was, to indulge such sensations of anguish and regret, since, if the relationship which had been hinted at did really subsist between them, he could never take any other part in regard to her than a friendly and fraternal concern in her happiness; and since the age, family, and circumstances of Montague Thorogood were all without objection, he ought, if she believed such an alliance would make her happy, not only to rejoice in it but promote it. From this, however, his heart absolutely revolted, and all he could prevail upon himself to think of was to make for Celestina some more ample provision if he was once convinced of their relationship, and to wish her happy; for to see her happy when another was to be the object of her love, he found would be to him the cruellest punishment that fate could inflict. Sometimes he thought that since every other woman on earth was indifferent to him, he ought to learn to approve of Miss Fitzhaven, of whose apparently increasing affection towards him he could not be insensible. But love was never the effect of effort, and while he compared her, with all her laboured accomplishments, to Celestina, he found too certainly that he never could love her, and that with such sentiments to promise it, was an unworthy prostitution of his honour. His coldness, however, and visible reluctance, discouraged none of the other parties who desired this marriage, and Miss Fitzhaven, with all that pride which her birth, her fortune, and the exalted idea of her own merit gave her, seemed to be, either from her affection to Willoughby or some other cause, content to receive his hand with the hope of afterwards winning his heart. Convinced that he had no attachment but to Celestina, and certain that the impediments between them must effectually prevent his ever thinking of her with the fond partiality he had done, she seemed very easy as to his indifference towards herself, foreseeing perhaps that their lives would be such after they were married as would very soon produce it, if they did not set out with it; or, to judge more candidly, she might think with pride and pleasure of conquering, as his wife, that coldness to which, as his mistress, she could not be insensible. Lord Castlenorth had so determined a predilection for the match, which the difficulties he had met with had by no means abated, that he would not see any thing that appeared inimical to this his darling scheme. His great object was, and he forgot his infirmities as he pursued it, to procure for Willoughby the reversion of all his titles, and to change his name to Fitzhaven. This he found would be attended with no great difficulty, and now, whenever he saw his nephew, he enumerated all the species of satisfaction which in his opinion would attend these acquirements, dwelling with great delight on the circumstance of the family arms remaining unchanged, though he offered to quarter those of Willoughby, if their owner found any reluctance in parting with them entirely. From these harangues, which nothing could for a moment render interesting to Willoughby, his imagination was often quite absent, and sled after Celestina, whom it represented as making the felicity of Montague Thorogood, and enjoying with him that life of elegant and literary retirement, which he had himself fondly hoped to share with her. Frequently, when his uncle was talking to him of his ancestor Reginald Fitzhamon, who in the reign of Henry IV. Was slain by the celebrated Hotspur, then in rebellion, after having twice unhorsed him, describing the circumstances of the combat, and still more minutely the bearings thereupon granted in addition to their former coat, Willoughby, far from attending to him, was meditating on some walk he had taken with Celestina during their short happiness at Elphinstone, the preceding spring, on the remarks she had made, and the improvements she had suggested, and having no idea of what his uncle was talking about, only understanding by his tone when he ended a period, he said, "To be sure," or "Certainly," "Very great," "Undoubtedly," without knowing or caring whether these words were well placed, while Lord Castlenorth was too much delighted with the pleasure of hearing himself talk on his favourite topic, to remark that Willoughby knew not a syllable of what he was saying, and the latter had really acquired such a habit of inattention to those subjects about which his uncle paraded, that he not unfrequently had, in appearance, assented to plans relative to his fortune, and his residence after his marriage, when in reality he had not, on the discourse to which he seemed to listen, formed any one idea. A few days only passed in this manner after the return of the Castlenorths to England, before the extreme pain he felt, the second time, of seeing Celestina in public, made him sensible of his inability to continue long in this undecided and wretched state, from mere acquiescence in misery, or rather from an hope to escape from it detecting Lady Castlenorth's schemes. He had become insensibly more deeply entangled in them, and he now began to accuse himself of very unjustifiable conduct, since not all the distressing circumstances of this fortune, not the certainty of Celestina being lost to him, nor the pleasure of saving his paternal estate, and particularly Elphinstone, which, after Celestina had always been his first object, could, on a strict examination of his own heart, lead him to form a serious wish of becoming the husband of Miss Fitzhamon, and he was conscious that every part of his behaviour that had raised contrary expectations, was owing rather to his despair of obtaining one woman, than to his wish of being united to another. His mind was now in such a state of continual debate and perplexity that nothing had the power a moment to amuse or please him. His sister, without a heart herself, had no notion of the corrosive sensations that preyed on his. His health, though far from being restored, was such as no longer offered her any prospect of becoming the heiress to what family property was left, and since her brother did live, her wish was to have him live in splendour, graced with the happiness of nobility, and reflecting honour on her by his affluence and prosperity. Her dislike of Lady Castlenorth and her daughter was long since lost in the more inveterate dislike she had conceived against Celestina, since she had been so much seen in good company in London, and so much celebrated for her beauty. She always therefore affected to consider his marriage with Miss Fitzhamon as a settled thing, and from the moment of the Castlenorths' return to England she joined, with more zeal than her selfish indolence usually permitted her to feel for anything, in promoting it. Thus beset by his family, and on the other hand harassed by the increasing clamours of his creditors, who offered him only the fad alternative of felling Elphinstone, and whose impatience was formed by the artful management of Lady Castleforth, Willoughby for some little time lingered and hesitated, now thought that he ought to marry, when such advantages were to be acquired by it, now recoiled from the dreadful idea of passing his life with a woman who was indifferent to him, and whom he doubted whether he could ever learn to love. Even in the symptoms of her regard for him, which were unequivocal enough, there was something which rather disgusted than flattered him; and when he thought how different were their minds, their tempers, and their pursuits, no earthly consideration seemed to have sufficient weight with him, to make him resolve on putting on a yoke so uneasy to his imagination. The repeated sight of Celestina made all his wounds bleed afresh. He found that neither the suspicions of their relationship, or what he thought the certainty of her alienation from him, were strong enough to counteract the effect of the long-rooted affection he felt for her; but he believed that if those suspicions once amounted to a certainty, if once he was thoroughly convinced Celestina was his sister, he should learn to conquer every other sentiment in regard to her but what he might with honour indulge. For this reason, and because he found some satisfaction in the delay this journey would give him a pretence for, and though that mere change of place would afford him some relief, he determined to set out in search of that servant, Hannah Biscoe, to whom he had obtained a direction in Italy, and whom he had been detained from visiting partly by his ill state of health, and partly by the artifices of Lady Molyneux. After she and Lady Castleforth had met, however, her opposition to this journey was withdrawn, and he set out on horseback, attended only by his old servant Farnham, intending to reach the village to which he was directed, and which was on the borders of Lancashire, by easy journeys. Miss Fitzhammon, to whom he had said that every consideration urged him to a complete development of the mystery now that it seems to be in his power, saw him depart with an appearance of reluctance; but Willoughby had seen her, ever since her arrival in England, making parties for public places without him. If it happened not to be able or disposed to go, and found that during his absence she would proceed in the same course of amusement, and that she and her mother would find no inconvenience for want of an escort, as they had brought over with them an Irish officer, who had been in the service of France, with whom Lady Castleforth had contracted an intimacy a few years before in Italy, when in their last journey to the Continent had been renewed and increased, in consequence of which, Captain Kavanagh had accompanied them to London, where he had apartments in the house, and was become one of the family. At all places of public resort he attended on Lady Castleforth, sat by her at the upper end of the table to carve for her, and acted a sort of gentleman usher to the mother, while he treated the daughter with the most profound reverence and respect. This gentleman was 3 or 4 and 30. His face was handsome, and his figure, though large, uncommonly fine. He had seen a great deal of service, and of the world, spoke all European languages except English, well, and with all the animation of a Frenchman, had enough of the national character still about him to mark him for an Irishman. He was, indeed, sufficiently proud of his country, and piqued himself on being descended from the kings of Leinster and Lord Castlenorth, to whom he contrived to render himself agreeable by a patient attention to long stories, by his knowledge of genealogy, by picking up for him old books of heraldry, and understanding the difference between a pale lozenge and a pale engrailed, and affixing some importance to the inquiry, whether one of the quarterings of the arms of Fitzhammon should in strictness be on a field argent, a boar's head, couped gills, or couped or. Lord Castlenorth, among other doubts on this and equally important subjects with which he amused himself, sometimes considered whether the genealogy of Captain Kavanagh might not be traced back in Ireland a generation or two beyond his own in Normandy, a circumstance which excited his respect, and gave, in his opinion, weight and value to those qualities by which the captain contrived to render himself, throughout the family, so very acceptable. Willoughby had seen him with them once or twice abroad, but had not particularly noticed him among the crowd of all nations and descriptions which Lady Castlenorth contrived to collect around her there. He now saw him, not without a slight degree of surprise, domesticated in the family, but his whole attention seemed to be given to the elder members of it, and he hardly ever spoke to Miss Fitzhammon, who, when Willoughby one day took occasion to remark that he was on a footing of greater intimacy than formerly, answered, with something like a careless sneer, "Oh, you know that Kavanagh has long been my mother's great favourite." In the societies of London, however, this intimacy became the subject of some malicious comments, and Lady Molyneux, who seldom let anything of that sort escape her, could not forbear indulging herself in some remarks on Lady Castlenorth's friendship, even before her brother, who gave, however, so little attention to what he heard, that before he reached the end of his first day's journey he had forgot that such a person as the captain existed, as he would probably have forgotten Lady Castlenorth herself, had not the purpose of his present journey, and all the transactions of the last 12 months of his life, brought her and the consequences of those transactions too forcibly to his memory. While Willoughby was thus on his journey, the disquiet unhappiness of Celestina, though she was compelled to appear to conquer them, were but little abated. Nothing, in the opinion of Lady Horatia, contributed so much to wean the mind from indulging sorrow or encouraging weakness, as variety of company and continual dissipation, and in these, notwithstanding her reluctance, Celestina was continually engaged. Now she more than ever regretted that she had relinquished that plan of life which she had fixed upon when first left, by the death of Mrs. Willoughby, to seek a new one. The quiet farmhouse in Devonshire where Cathcat and Jessie lived, the tender attention she should be there sure to meet with, the not unpleasing melancholy of Mrs. Elphinstone, and the perfect seclusion she might there enjoy from a world where nothing gave her any real pleasure, were ideas which were now always returning to her mind with new power. There she thought her sad heart might be laid open to the pitying sympathy of her first and most beloved friend, and find some satisfaction amongst its own disappointments, in witnessing the happiness of that friend, to which she had been so great instrumental, and there she might wander whole days among the fields and copses, indulging herself in repeating the name of Willoughby, in thinking of him, in reading again those books they had read together, painting the plants he admired, and composing melancholy verses, which above every other occupation soothed her mind. But when she had represented to herself all the mournful pleasure she should in such a situation enjoy, and half determined to gratify herself, the ingratitude of which she should be guilty towards Lady Horatia destroyed her resolves, and alas! she recollected too, that at the farm of Jessie she saw from almost every field, and from some of the windows of the house, Elvaston Park, where Miss Fitzhammon would soon be mistress. The sight she thought she could not bear, and her mind turned with terror from the idea of it. There were also very strong objections against her going into the immediate neighbourhood of Montague Thorold, if she meant not to give him encouragement, and these considerations added to the impracticability of her quitting, without better reasons than a mere wish of retirement, such a generous protectress as Lady Horatia, determined her to wean her mind from an inclination she could not properly indulge, and to move on as well as she could in the wearisome circle, till the time arrived when Lady Horatia set out on her summer tour, which was to begin by going to Matlock, whence she was to go into Wales, and then end the summer at Cheltenham. Vassavour had been so long absent, that Celestina began to hope his pride and resentment had subdued every wish to pursue her. In this, however, she was mistaken. A few days after the departure of Willoughby he called, and was admitted. Lady Horatia and Celestina, though neither of them were pleased to see him, yet received him with civility, and entered on common topics, such as the occurrences of the day afforded. To these he appeared very inattentive, and turning abruptly to Celestina, he said, "Miss de Moray, cannot I speak to you alone?" She hesitated a moment, and then said, "I believe, Mr. Vassavour, there is nothing you can have to communicate to me that ought to be secret to Lady Horatia Howard." "There is, madam," returned he with quickness, and appearing much displeased with her apparent disinclination to oblige him, "for what I have to say relates in some measure to others, whose confidence I have no right to betray, whatever I may choose to do in those circumstances that relate only to myself." Lady Horatia now rose and said, "My dear, oblige Mr. Vassavour if he wishes to speak to you without witnesses." Then she left the room. "Now, madam," said Vassavour, as soon as she had shut the door, "now you have no longer an excuse to repulse or deny me. Willoughby assuredly quits you for ever, and nothing shall impede my pretensions. Emily, my poor Emily herself, on whose account I own to you I have hesitated more than once, wishes my success, and bids me say, that convinced my happiness depends upon you, she withdraws every claim which she had on my heart, and beseeches you to believe it is not unworthy your acceptance." "Emily, sir?" cried Celestina in some surprise. Of whom do you speak? And how can a person to whose very name I am stranger be likely in such a case to influence me?" "Don't affect," said he, "the ridiculous prudery of disclaiming any knowledge of her, because she does not rank among those who are falsely called virtuous women. By heaven she has virtues that might redeem the vices of half her sex, not one in 1,000 of whom possess a 20th part of her worth." "I mean not," answered Celestina mildly, "to dispute her value, but only to ask on what pretension you urge to me either the resignation or opinions of a person with whom I have no acquaintance." "Why will you pretend not to know her?" resumed he with redoubled impetuosity. "Why affect not to know that Emily, who has lived with me almost 12 months, is a sister of your Mrs. Elphinstone, and of that Cathcart whom Willoughby picked up and placed as his steward at Elphinstone?" "I have heard there is such a person," said Celestina, "but I did not know she lived with you." "Yes, she has lived with me some time, though I did not till lately know her family." "Unworthy and disgraced as you may think her, she should at this moment have been mistress of my house and my fortune, but what you would call legal claims, if I had not, like a cursed fool as I am, taken up a passion for you which I cannot get rid of, and which my generous little girl not only knows, but with disinterested affection, instead of trying to dissuade me from it, wishes me to succeed in. I have sometimes fancied that your knowledge of my attachment to her was in my way, and that circumstance, together with the eternal mystery that always hung over Willoughby's intentions, in short, my hopes of being cured of a damned folly, by reason and absence, instead of matrimony, have altogether made me refrain from visiting you lately. But now I think, since George is gone out of town, and returns only to be married to Miss Fitzhaven, there is an end of that, and for my experiment, curse me if I believe it will do, and so here I am again, more in love, and a greater blockhead than ever. Don't, however, mistake me, Celestina. I will not, I cannot bear to be tristled with, nor will I sacrifice 1 hour, either to your coquetry or to the absurd partiality which I sometimes used to believe you had, for that whining, snivelling Montague Thorogood. If there are no other pretensions than his in the way, I shall soon know how to settle the matter." "Really, Mr. Vansiver," said Celestina, as soon as he would give her an opportunity of speaking, "your conduct and manners are so eccentric, that it is difficult to know what to say to you, which you will not call either prudery or coquetry, or impute to a partiality for some other person. Permit me, however, to tell you, with that sincerity with which I have always spoke on this subject, that I am sensible of the honour you do me, but that I never can accept, even though my situation were to be more humble than it is, and though such a man as Mr. Montague Thorogood have never existed." "Oh, very well, madam," cried Vansiver, impatiently interrupting her. "You must, however, allow me to ask your objections. Are they to my person, my family, my fortune?" "I have already said, sir, that they are all unexceptionable." "Well, madam, I must infer from your refusal that you are engaged." "No, sir, that inference by no means follows. Pardon me if I say that notwithstanding all the advantages you possess, it is possible for a person to decline the honour of your addresses without being engaged. However, madam, do you or do you not deny that such an engagement does exist? Of that, I think, I have a right to inquire. Forgive me, sir, if I answer that it does not seem to me that you have any right in the world to ask that question of me. Well, then, I shall ask it elsewhere. Where you have, if possible, still less right, said Celestina, alarmed at his vehemence. You are, however, very quick at understanding to whom I allude. Certainly, after what you have just said, I cannot mistake your meaning. You allude to Mr. Montague Thorogood. Damn him! cried Vasifar, rising, and speaking with vehemence that made her shudder. That puppy crosses me like my evil genius. By any man at all worthy of you, I might perhaps bear to be supplanted, but by such a silly fellow as that, no, damn it, there is no enduring it. Curse me if it does not make me frantic. Hear me, then, Mr. Vasifar, hear me for the last time, for I will never again willingly expose myself to this sort of treatment. I am not engaged to Mr. Thorogood. It is not likely I ever shall be engaged to him, and farther, I again protest to you that did no such person exist, it would make no difference in the resolution I have made, never to listen to the offers with which you honour me. This declaration, repeated so strongly, served but to inflame those passions which Celestina hoped it would repress, and piqued his pride, without destroying what he called love. He walked backwards and forwards in the room a moment or two, and seemed to be reasoning with that extravagant warmth of temper she had complained of, but his eyes and his manner expressed plainly what he forbore to utter. After a while he appeared to have conquered the inclination he felt to give way to the rage that possessed him, and sitting down by her, he softened his voice as much as he could, though it trembled through the variety of emotions he felt, and endeavoured to speak calmly while he said, Celestina, if this be really the case, if I may venture to believe you, you will not surely refuse to satisfy me a little farther. I am not a vain coxcomb, but I know that neither my figure nor my understanding are contemptible. I have a very affluent fortune, and I have a heart that, as you well know, adores you. Willoughby cannot, or will not marry you. Of that I think you can no longer doubt. You say that you are not engaged to the young Dr. Thorogood. Tell me, then, what there is, that overbalancing so many points in my favour, renders them all ineffectual. And I will tell you candidly, Mr. Vasifar, my objections then are, to your morals, to your principles, they may not be, and I dare say are not, worse than those of other young men of fortune who have equal opportunities of following their own inclinations. But however that may be, they are such as would inevitably make me unhappy, and knowing that, it would be extreme folly were any advantages which influence can offer to induce me to risk it. My morals! cried Vasifar. Again my morals! And pray what part of what are you pleased to call my morals is it that gives you so much offence? All, answered she. Your manner of life, your attachments, your connections, which you have just acknowledged you could not, without hesitation and reluctance, quit. Still you will misunderstand me. What I said in regard to Emily surely went to a very different meaning. I told you that you are the only woman upon earth for whom I would quit her, and the greater my regard has been for her, surely the greater it makes out my attachment for you, for whom I would relinquish her. But heaven! I cannot tell how far my affection for her might have carried me, if my passion for you had not taken so deep root in my heart, and curse me, if amidst it all I do not still love her dearly, and would give half my estate to make her happy and re-establish her health. But poor dear girl, she will never, I am afraid, recover. If her illness is occasioned by her fears of losing you, sir, said Celestina, remove at once the cause of it by thinking of me no more. If you love her as much as you express, surely this cannot be difficult. And why, feeling this attachment to a person whom you think so deserving of it, should you, contrary to the dictates of reason, pursue one who never can return the good opinion you entertain of her? Because of my morals? Ridiculous cant and falsehood! Don't I know that women all like the very libertinism they are pleased outwardly to condemn? Don't I know that the proudest, the most prudish among ye, are flattered by the attention of those men who are called the greatest rakes, and that if any queer fellow sets up to be a moral man, ye all laugh and despise him? This sort of stuff about morals you have learned, I suppose, either from old Parson Thoroughgood, or this good motherly gentlewoman you live with. But you, who have so much sense, cannot seriously persist in such methodistical cant. And as to any objections about Emily, don't mistake me, Mr. Vasseur. I made no mention of her in the way of objection. Well then, cried he, interrupting her, as to my morals, in every other respect they are really exemplary. I play comparatively very little. I don't drink a fifth part so much as half the people I live with, and I reckon myself, upon the whole, a very orderly, sober fellow. By comparison only, said Celestina, half smiling at his way of making out the account. Ay, by comparison. Everything in this world is, you know, good or bad only by comparison. Come, come, Celestina, I was willing enough to allow for your prepossession in favour of George Willoughby, but to any other I cannot. I will not submit, nor will I allow anything to this damned prudery. I know myself worthy of you, highly as I think of you. Yes, I deserve you, if it be only for my preserving love, and by all that's good, I will not be denied. You really will, sir, replied Celestina, who, more and more distressed by his perseverance, desired to put an end to it for ever if possible. You really will, for I protest to you that I never can give any other answer than I have already given, and I beg, I entreat that you will desist from a pursuit that can produce for you only mortification. May perdition seize me if I do, returned he with renewed vehemence. No, if I perish in the attempt, I will persevere. He was proceeding in this strain, when Lady Horatia sent to let Celestina know she waited for her to go out, and she took the opportunity of hastening away, glad to be relieved from a conversation so distressing, while Vasavur, finding all attempts to detain her ineffectual, left the house in one of those paroxysms of passion, with disappointment, from his having never been used to submit to it, always produced. End of Volume 4, Chapter 1. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Volume 4, Chapter 2 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 2. It would be difficult to say whether Willoughby, wandering and solitary among the remote villages of Yorkshire, or Celestina, surrounded in London by what the world calls pleasure and amusement, was the most internally wretched. Celestina's last dialogue with Vasavur had convinced her that Willoughby no longer thought of her even with that degree of friendship and tenderness which he had so often assured her nothing should destroy. He was gone out of town merely to prepare for his marriage, and gone without deigning either to see her or answer the letter she had written to him. There was, in such conduct, so much unkindness and inhumanity that she began to hope her reflections on it would by degrees abate the anguish she now felt, and she listened to Lady Horatia, who continually spoke of it as an unequivocal proof of Willoughby's want of an heart capable of a generous and steady attachment. To Montague Thorogood, however, who now again returned to town after an absence on business of some little time, she could not listen with so much complacency as her friend wished, and she repeatedly told him that the greatest obligation he could confer upon her would be to desist from talking to her of love. The certainty, however, there now seemed to be that Willoughby no longer considered himself as interested about her, her positive rejection of Mr. Vasavur, and the encouragement given him by Lady Horatia to persevere, brought him continually to the house, where their morning parties of reading recommenced, and whenever they went out of an evening, Montague Thorogood was their attendant, thus drinking intoxicating draughts of love, and indulging hope that it would finally be successful. Willoughby now found without difficulty the person he sought, and whether it was that she had her lesson more completely, or was permitted to speak plainer of what she knew, she answered his inquiries in such a way as served to perplex, but not entirely to confirm the question, whether Celestina was his mother's daughter. The woman was, in her mind and ideas, one of the lowest of the vulgar, yet her simplicity seemed to be affected, and all the proofs which had been talked of did not amount to her declaring that she was present at the birth of Celestina, or could produce any positive evidence of it. She spoke principally to the time when she said the little girl was at nurse at Kensington, of which she related a great many particulars that staggered Willoughby more than ever, without convincing him. Yet all the woman said, though it was consistent, had the air of having been learned by rote, and there was about her a sort of guarded cunning which seemed to have been acquired, or at least improved by long practice. Willoughby attempted to discover whether she had not received money from Lady Castlenorth, and to find what were her present means of subsistence. But for these inquiries she also seemed prepared, and gave at least a plausible account of a legacy left her by a great uncle, that enabled her to live without servitude in her native country, where she boarded with a relation, and affected great piety and sanctity. She blessed God, she said, that she scorned for the lucre of gain to belay any one, dead or alive, much more her good mistress who was gone. But truth was truth, and she hoped, by the help of God, always to speak it plain and direct, without fee or reward. And as for Lady Castlenorth, added she, whom your honour thinks has paid me for speaking of this thing, pray consider, your honour, wherein it could be useful to my lady to put me upon saying a falsity, if I was base enough to take money of my lady for it, which to be certain I never did, for what would that be, as your honour well knows, but selling my immortal soul? And what good, as I may say, would all the gold and diamonds in the world do me, if my precious soul was to perish because of them? This cant, to which Willoughby listened with continued patience, made him hope that he should, in some instance or another, detect her of inconsistency. But though he saw her repeatedly, and set Farnham to watch her still more narrowly, and to talk the matter over with her as if in confidence, she was always so guarded that no contradiction could be discovered, and after waiting near a week at the village, Willoughby was compelled to give up every idea of certainty coming at the truth, and to return towards London without being positively sure that Celestina was so nearly related to him, yet forced to allow that he could not, in contradiction to all he had heard of a child nursed in secret at Kensington, bring any sort of evidence on which he ought to rely that she was not so. Sick at heart, and feeling too sensibly that all his future life must be unhappy, his mind sunk in total despondence. Too certain it was, that under such circumstances he could not think of marrying Celestina, yet he was unhappy, conscious that he could not bear to think of her marrying another. It was in vain he accused himself of something worse than folly. The moment his mind dwelt on the subject, he found that folly irresistible, and while he determined that one of the first things he would do on his return should be to make a provision for Celestina out of his remaining fortune, he sickened in recollecting that such a provision would probably but facilitate her marriage with Montague Thorogood, and of Montague Thorogood he could not think with patience. Of his own situation in regard to the family of Fitzhammon he thought with equal bitterness. He was but too conscious that to obtain the information he wanted from Hannah Biscoe, which he had flattered himself would turn out very differently, he had renewed his attendance at the house of his uncle, and acted disingenuously and unlike himself. However indifferent or averse he was to his cousin, his honour forbade him any longer to trifle with those sentiments which she evidently entertained in his favour. What then should he do? This question came continually before him, and was continually debated without his being able to form any resolution on which he could for a moment rest without pain. He sometimes thought, that since in losing the only woman whom he could love, he had lost all that could render his life happy. It was immaterial what became of him, and that since he must be miserable, it might as well be in following as in flying from what he still thought was in some degree a duty, completing the engagement that he had made to his mother on her death bed. In doing this he should gratify all his surviving relations, and retrieve his estate, which he must otherwise sell, as the mortgages upon it were rapidly devouring it, and to do this was, as he sometimes tried to persuade himself, to pay a debt he owed his ancestors. He had been educated by his mother in high ideas of the consequence and respectability, not only of her family but of that of his father, but of these prejudices his natural good sense had suffered very little to remain, so that if he now endeavoured to recall them in support of those arguments which he ran over in favour of his marriage, his understanding immediately revolted against them. "I shall not only retrieve," said he, "but augment my fortune, not only save Elphinstone, but add to my present estate the family possessions of my mother, which will otherwise become the property of strangers. The honours, too, so long inherited by her ancestors will be mine." He frequently made efforts to fix his mind on these advantages, but the moment he began seriously to investigate their value, he beheld them with contempt. "Ridiculous!" cried he, "my ancestors! What is this foolish family pride, for which I am meditating to sell my freedom, in acquiescence with narrow prejudice? I shall have a large estate, but will it make me happier in myself, or more respected by those whose respect can afford me any pleasure? I shall be called my lord, a mighty satisfaction truly. The vulgar, for with such empty sounds the vulgar only are delighted, will bow low to my lordship, and I shall take place at country meetings above the neighbouring esquires who are now my equals. I shall have a bauble called a coronet painted on my coach doors and my hall chairs, and shall become one of the legislature, qualified for it only by the possession of that bauble. Perhaps half a dozen or half a hundred men and women of poor ambition may court the notice and boast of the acquaintance of Lord Castlenorth, who would have let Mr. Willoughby remain unmolested by their kindness, and by such friends my house will be infested and my leisure destroyed. But I shall go to court, and be named as having appeared at the drawing room. That will be very delectable, certainly, and my wife's fine clothes will be described at full length, and the taste of my equipage be commended in all the newspapers. It will be there told of me that I am gone to this or that of my country houses, and my 6 bays, or greys, or blacks, will be celebrated in Hyde Park, or be conspicuous in the roads within 20 miles of London, while 1,000 insignificant, insipid beings, whom I neither know nor desire to know, shall say, "What a beautiful carriage, what a well appointed equipage, is that of my Lord Castlenorth!" All this felicity in the aggregate, and I know of no more that belongs to the possession of a title, is certainly well worth the sacrifice I shall make to obtain it, and my ancestors, from their airy clouds, will be infinitely delighted by the glory of their descendant. But what will that descendant be in reality? A mercenary, a miserable wretch, condemned to pass his life with a woman whom, if he does not loathe, he does not love, to feel him a purchased husband, and to have sold, in sad exchange, men's best birthright, freedom, for a mess of pottage. To such soliloquies as these succeeded determinations to carry no farther any semblance of attention to Miss Fitzhaman, but to go even from his present journey, and without passing through London, immediately abroad. To mind unable to resist misery, there frequently appears a possibility of flying from it, and while Willoughby dreaded the thoughts of returning to London, he fancied that if he could cross over from Hull to the north of Europe, he should leave some part of his present unhappiness behind him. Unsettled and unhappy as he was, these debates with himself, these vague plans of quitting everything and becoming a wanderer on earth, became more usual with him, but still he decided on nothing. The idea of being compelled to sell Elphinstone was the only one, however, that had great weight with him. To think that the place to which he had been so fondly attached should become the property of some upstart man of sudden fortune, was accompanied by a sensation of acute uneasiness. He imagined those beautiful woods, the growth of centuries, fallen in compliance with the improving taste of a broker or a warehouseman, the park ploughed up to be converted into farms, and the elegant simplicity of his house and his grounds, destroyed by Gothic windows or Chinese ornaments, the shrubberies where he had wandered with Celestina, that turf where he had ran by her side when she was learning to ride, and where they used to walk arm in arm together, that house, where he had hoped she would preside, and grace so lovely a scene with a mistress yet more lovely, all were to become the property of another, and the very name of Willoughby, and what was yet more painful, the name of Celestina, should never more in those scenes be remembered. Yet in a moment the cruel truth occurred to him, that whether this place belonged to him or another, Celestina would never again visit it, that he should never again hear her voice calling him among the beech woods, or trace her footsteps on the turf, never listen to her as she read in his mother's dressing room, or hold her hand within his as they sat together on the woody banks of the waterfall, and marked its sparkling current leap from rock to rock. And without her, what would Elphinstone be but a place where every spot would be haunted by melancholy images of departed happiness? How little the indulgence of these painful contemplations would be interrupted, or put an end to, by any satisfaction he could derive from the conversation of Miss Fitzhaman, his sick and reluctant heart too plainly told him, and then he again believed himself determined to sell all his estates and quit England, if not for ever, at least till time, absence, and the impossibility of his changing it, had better reconciled him to that destiny which condemned him to give up Celestina, and to see her in the arms of another. A desultory and unsettled life had within the last year become habitual to him, and while he was actually moving from one place to another, his spirits preyed less corrosively on themselves. Since to live as he wished to have lived in his own country was impossible, he thought he should regret it less while he was wandering over others, and since he could not now contemplate the face and character he so fondly loved, he hoped that variety of characters and variety of faces would divert his regret if they could not cure his attachment. There was too an idea of freedom and independence which accompanied his thus shaking off at once every encumbrance that was not within its charms, and this disposition he thought contemptuously of mere local preference, as unworthy a strong mind, and determined to become a citizen of the world. And when his imagination he had settled his route through Holland and France to Sicily, where he had long wished to see, and from thence to the archipelago, he breathed freer, and felt himself more reconciled to existence. He journeyed, however, slowly towards London while these debates were carrying on, and at York, whither he had ordered his letters to be directed, he found one from Cathcart, which related some circumstances in regard to his affairs that convinced him he could not, unless to the material injury of some persons who were connected with him, quit England without some regulation of these pecuniary concerns, which he had so long neglected, and would now willingly have escaped from. This letter determined him to return to London, though another letter from his sister, in which she mentioned, as an article of news, that Celestina was either actually married to Montague Thorogood, or on the point of being so, threw him into a state of mind bordering on distraction. Reason, which had long fruitlessly contended against this fatal, and perhaps guilty attachment, now seemed tired of a contention so hopeless, and his mind became a chaos of conflicting passions, all equally destructive to his mental and bodily health. To return to London, however, was become necessary, and Farnham, his old faithful servant, persuaded him to take post chaise for the rest of his journey. He arrived, after an absence of above 3 weeks, at the house of Lady Molyneux, and there heard that a few days before, Lady Horatia Howard had publicly spoken of Celestina's marriage with the young divine as a settled thing, that his father had brought for him a considerable living in Gloucestershire, where they were to reside, and where a curate was settled till he was himself qualified to take it, and thither, as there was a very good house upon it, they were going immediately after their marriage. Willoughby heard all this without being able to make a reply, and then hastened to his own lodgings, from whence he dispatched Farnham for intelligence from the servants of Lady Horatia. The coachman, with whom he had some time before made an acquaintance, and who was a very talkative fellow, immediately informed him of all he knew, and much that he imagined. He said it was very true that Mr. Thorogood lived almost always at their house. "And my lady," said the man, "my lady loves him for all the world as if he was her own son. There they are all morning reading play books, and such together, as my fellow servants tell me, that is, my lady and miss, and this here young divine as is to be, and then they go out in my coach, all's one as if they belonged to the same family, and I do understand as how my lady is to give her a portion, and they are to be married out of hand, that is in a little time, and believe that's the very truth of the thing, for my lady have bought another coach horse within these 10 days, and told me, 'Abraham,' says she, 'I shall go early next month into Gloucestershire, instead of going to Matlock as I talked of, and I shall go in the coach instead of the post chaise, because I have some friends with me." This account, which Farnham faithfully repeated to Willoughby, confirmed almost beyond a doubt all Lady Molyneux's had related to him. Some more recent intelligence that he had received from Cathcart as to the embroiled state of his affairs in the country combined to render him desperate, and he had been so long harassed between his love and his interest, his honour and his reluctance, that he suddenly took the resolution of putting it out of his own power to undergo again such variety of torments, like a wretch who leaps from a ship on fire into the sea, though certain of meeting death in another shape. He formed the determination of making himself, since he must be wretched, as completely wretched as possible. He thought of Celestina as his relation in vain. It abated nothing of that anguish with which he considered her as the wife of Montague Thorogood, and so hideous were the images that forced themselves upon him, that he found his reason had no power to subdue them, and though that nothing could so decidedly oblige him to check them as his marriage, and without giving himself time to consider how desperate was the remedy, he went immediately to the house of Lord Castlenorth, declared to him that he was satisfied as to the object of his journey, and took the most immediate opportunity after his return of expressing his solicitude to avail himself of his cousin's generous predilection in his favour, and to fulfil the wishes of his deceased mother and his surviving family. The eager and tremulous manner in which Lie uttered all this, and which was in reality the effect of despair and anguish, Lord Castlenorth mistook for the anxiety and impatience of love. His nephew had never spoke this decisively before, and seeing thus what he had so long fondly wished for out of doubt, his first idea was, to proceed instantly in securing to Willoughby the revision of those titles on which he had set so high a value himself. While therefore he sat out in his chariot, supported by Mrs. Calder, who always attended him, to solicit the completion of a business which he had hither proceeded but slowly, and fancied the happiness of all parties would be wonderfully advanced by his success. Willoughby, with such sensations as determined suicide alone could envy, was making to Lady Castlenorth the same declaration, and was immediately afterwards allowed, or rather desired, to present himself at the feet of her fair daughter. End of Volume 4, Chapter 2. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. Volume 4, Chapter 3 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 3. To play the lover is not difficult to most men, even where their hearts are not really interested. A few fine speeches, a little commonplace declamation, are easily produced and generally accepted, but Willoughby, always a very poor dissembler, and who felt, in despite of every effort to repress them, sentiments towards Miss Fitzhaven bordering on antipathy, was very conscious that he should ill answer her ideas of a passionate lover, and this consciousness deprived him of the little power he might otherwise have had to dissemble. He now, with increased confusion of thought, repented that he had gone so far, but to recede was impossible, and with a countenance expressive rather of perturbation and wretchedness than all of the pleasurable sensations inspired by successful love, he entered the apartment where Miss Fitzhaven had been prepared by Lady Castlenorth to receive his tender professions. He approached her, and took her hand, muttered something about the final eclaircissement of his doubts as to another person, for he dared not trust his voice with the name of Celestina, and something about being, in consequence of that eclaircissement, released from his former engagements. Then, in a still more tremulous and uncertain tone, he solicited her permission to dedicate his life to her service, and to hasten those preparations for his happiness, which his former uncertainties and embarrassments had put it out of his power to solicit with that ardour which he should under other circumstances have evinced. The falsehood he was uttering died away almost inarticulately on his lips, and his revolting heart reproached him for it, faint and reluctant as it was, as he finished his speech. Miss Fitzhaven turned her large black eyes, which had till then been modestly cast down, full upon him. She seemed to have been trying to make them speak tenderness, but to him they expressed nothing but an imperious inquiry into the truth of his professions, from which he shrunk. In a moment, however, those eyes, so little calculated for the soft parley of affection, contrived to overflow with tears. She gave him the hand he had just before let go, and inclining her head tenderly towards him, said, in terms as gentle as she could command, "O Willoughby, you know too well. You have long known my unfortunate partiality towards you, a partiality which, with reluctance and with regret, I own, not all your too evident coldness has conquered. Alas! could I now believe you sincere?" "Believe it, I conjure you," cried he in a hurried voice, and hastening to put an end to a dialogue which he found he could so ill support. "Believe it, dear madam, and believe, what is true also, that I have now no other engagement, no other attachment, and cannot but be truly sensible of your extraordinary merit." "I will believe it," answered she, "I will endeavour to believe it, for I find, that even if I am deceived, the deceit is dear to me." Willoughby then kissed her hand with as much warmth as he could affect, and running over, in the breathless tremor which consciousness of his disingenuous conduct occasioned, a few commonplace sentences about eternal gratitude and unalterable love, speeches which have probably been repeated 10,000,000 of times with as little sincerity but seldom with so much self-reproof, he led her to talk of preparations, and equipages, and jewels, subjects on which she entered with such ease as shewed that her mind had been familiarized to consider them, and that they were not without importance in her opinion. Poor Willoughby, who now felt his fate irretrievable, had very different sensations. Oppressed and bewildered by a variety of sufferings, yet compelled, by the part he thus rashly determined to act, to stifle them all, his prevailing idea was, that since the Rubicon was now passed, the sooner this dreaded marriage was over the better for him, since his mind must then combat, with more force than it could now do, those wild eccentricities, the offspring of despair, which were crowding fast upon him. He therefore pressed for an early day, not with the vehemence of love, but with that of a wretch who, knowing he must die, wishes to hear his physician fix the period when his torments are likely to end. Miss Fitzhammond, however, either could not or would not discover this, and though his inflamed eyes, his short sighs, unsettled manner, and broken sentences gave him altogether the appearance rather of a man suffering under some recent calamity than of a favoured and fortunate lover on the point of obtaining his happiness, the lady, either from her confidence in her own charms, or from some other cause, was perfectly satisfied with his behaviour, and before he left her, promised that she would not oppose the arrangement which she understood to have been made by her father, that in 3 weeks he should receive her hand. This then was determined without possibility of recall, and Willoughby, too sensible already of the weight of those chains which he had thus hastily forged for himself, now disengaged himself as soon as possible, and ran out of the house, impatient to be alone, and to contemplate in the stillness of his own room the prospect of misery into which he had thus rashly bound himself to rush. He walked very fast, and as if he was flying from himself, towards his lodgings in Bond Street, where, as he passed along it, a crowd of passengers near one of the crossings impeded his passage. He regarded them not, but made his way eagerly among them, till he was immediately between a footman who waited at the door of a coach, and a young lady who was coming out of a shop to step into it. On his pressing rather hastily before her, the servant put him back with his hand. Willoughby, out of humour at that moment with himself, and with all the world, and fancying the action of the footman impertinent, spoke to him very harshly, and was almost provoked to strike him, when the lady, who had her foot on the step, appeared a good deal alarmed, and no sooner heard the sound of his voice thus menacing, than she caught the servant's arm for support, and at the same moment Willoughby, who had not till then seen her face, beheld the lovely but pale and terrified countenance of Celestina. Thrown entirely off his guard, and not knowing what he did, he took the hand with which she had supported herself against the servant. "Celestina!" cried he. "O God, it is you, Celestina!" She looked at him with eyes where surprise was softened by tenderness, and tried to recover voice enough to utter more than Willoughby, which the immediate emotion drew from her, but he gave her no time, for fixing his eyes on hers, all that she had been to him, all that he believed she was now to another, and all that he had just agreed to be himself, rushed upon his recollection at once, and in agony of grief, remorse, and despair, he threw her hand from him, and turning away, he walked, or rather ran towards his lodgings, as if he had been pursued by the furies, where, without giving his servant time to open it, he rapped at the door with violence enough to break it down, so fearful he seemed of again seeing Celestina as she passed in the coach, which, by the horses being in that direction, would, he thought, come that way. Farnham, his servant, who opened the door, was amazed at his impatience, so unlike his usual manner, and with still more surprise saw him, instead of speaking and inquiring for letters, as he always did when he came in, and was particularly likely now to do after so long an absence, rushed by him as if he had not seen him, and hurrying upstairs by 2 steps at a time, shut the door of the dining room with a violence that shook the whole house, and turned the key. This faithful servant had lived with him from the time of his leaving school, and was more attached to his master than to any other person on earth. He had seen with deep concern the sad change that had happened in his health and in his temper, since that unfortunate night when he so suddenly left Elphinstone the year before, and had, in all his journeys and all his illness, watched over him with assiduous and attentive care. He had often known him dejected, and almost sinking under his uncertainties and his disappointments, but had never till now observed such fury in his eyes, and marks of desperation in his manner, alarmed at the circumstance of his having locked the door of his room. Farnham was immediately beset with numberless fearful conjectures. He was aware that his master's affairs were far from being prosperous, and imagined it possible that he might be pursued for debt, and as he knew his pride would render such a thing almost insupportable, he feared lest in the sudden agony to which it might subject him, he might commit some violence on himself. Willoughby's temper was naturally very mild, and not easily inflamed to anger, but when that did happen his anger was dreadful, and though Farnham had only once or twice seen it excited during his long service, he knew how terrible it was when thoroughly roused. The conjectures that Farnham entertained were not to be supported calmly, and though he had always received strict orders never to enter the room where his master was busy, till he rang or called for him, he was now strongly tempted, yet dared not determine to disobey his commands. He could not, however, forbear going to the door and listening. He heard his master utter deep and convulsive sighs. He heard him walking by starts in the room, but, by the keys being left in the lock, he could see nothing. He then went softly into the bed-chamber, and from thence a defect in the door, which opened from it into the dining-room, enabled him to distinguish that Willoughby now sat by a table on which his arms were thrown, and on them he rested his head, while his hair, all in disorder, concealed every part of his face. Then in a moment, starting up, he traversed the room with quick and uncertain steps, now clasping his hands together, now throwing them wildly abroad. At length he stopped, and striking his forehead, said in a voice rather resembling groaning than speaking, "O accursed wretch! What hast thou done?" Still more alarmed by these words, and by beholding the frantic gestures with which his master now leaned against the side of the chimney, now flew to the other side of the room, and now threw himself on the sofa, Farnham again debated with himself, whether he should not go in at any event. There was a couteau de chasse, and a sword hung up in the room, and 2 brace of pistols in their cases, which Farnham had just put there, loaded as they were when his master travelled, and the poor fellow fancied that on these, whenever he passed them, his master looked wildly eager. This might be some time fancy, but at length, either from accident or from his feeling at that instant some horrible temptation to escape from the evils that just then appeared quite intolerable, Willoughby stopped with folded arms opposite to these instruments of destruction, and while his expressive countenance was marked with the severest anguish, he murmured inarticulately some words which Farnham interpreted as determination to put an end to his sufferings. Bent at any hazard to prevent his executing this fearful threat, the affrighted servant now searched with trembling hands for the lock, which he forgot he could not open. His master demanded, in a voice which struck him with terror, who was there, when luckily for him a thundering rap at the street door gave him hopes that some visitors might be coming who might more properly and effectually interfere, and he flew down to let them in, regardless of Willoughby, who, coming out to the top of the stairs, called to him, and peremptorily ordered him to admit nobody. It was Sir Philip Molyneux, who, having just met Lord Castlenorth at the minister's levee, had heard from him that Willoughby, immediately on his arrival in town, had agreed to the conclusion of his marriage, and that in consequence of it he had himself been attending the levee to hasten the affair of the revisionary titles, which affair was likely to be speedily concluded. Sir Philip, therefore, having received this intelligence, called as he went home to congratulate his brother-in-law, and to take him to dinner in Portman Square. Little accustomed as Sir Philip was to make remarks on anybody's appearance, and particularly on that of his inferiors, he was notwithstanding struck with the countenance of Farnham, as pale and aghast as he opened the door to him. As he went before him upstairs, he inquired what ailed him. "I hardly know, indeed, sir," replied Farnham, "but my master, who came from Barnet only early this morning, as you know, I suppose, sir, off his Yorkshire journey, has been out somewhere since, and is come home in such a humour as I am sure I have never seen him in all the years I have lived with him. Be so good, sir, however, as not to take notice that I spoke about it." Sir Philip had no time to promise he would not, before they were at the door of the dining-room, where Willoughby stood and sternly said to his servant, "How dare you, sir, disobey me in this manner? Did I not tell you, stupid hound, that I would not be at home?" "Lord, sir," cried Farnham in great distress, for he was little accustomed and could hardly bear to be thus harshly reproved, "Lord, sir, it is only Sir Philip, and I am sure I thought—" "Curse on your thoughts!" cried Willoughby. "Blockhead, are you to think for me?" "Hey day!" said Sir Philip, "what's all this? Don't be angry with poor Farnham. I would come in, for I was impatient to wish you joy." "Joy, sir? Of what?" "Why, I have this moment seen Lord Castlenorth, who has told me that everything is settled at last. Come, I'm very glad to hear it, for it must be owned that this business, George, has advanced but slowly. Well, so now 'tis to be done directly. The old peer was quite frisky upon it, and forgot his asthma and his gout to stand till I was tired of hearing him, telling me of the regulation he made as to your name. He becomes Earl and Viscount Castlenorth, and you take, as your title, that of Baron Ravensborough. I heard the history too of how that came into the family. Well, but George, you'll go dine with us. Lady Molyneux will be glad, perhaps, to hear about it, and wish you joy." "Joy! Damnation rather!" muttered Willoughby, as snatching away his hand, he fled to the other end of the room. Then, by an effort recovering himself a little, he returned towards Sir Philip, and said, with forced calmness, Prithee, don't tease me with those hateful commonplace congratulations. Surely it is bad enough for a fellow to be forced to hear them afterwards, and indeed bad enough to be married, without having them rung in his ears for a month beforehand. Sir Philip, who now saw very plainly that his reluctance was by no means subdued, had no inclination to argue the matter with him. He had no idea why he might not be happy with Miss Fitzhaven, or any other woman of equal fortune. But whether he was so or no, his solicitude went no further than that his brother-in-law might not be reduced either to a state of indigence such as might disgrace his alliance or compel him to borrow money of his relations, and as Willoughby's marriage with Miss Fitzhaven would preclude the possibility of any such awkward circumstances, he heartily wished it, and had of late forgot his usual apathy to join with his wife in promoting it. There was, he thought, no occasion for argument in the present case, since the affair was now, whether Willoughby liked it or no, irrevocably fixed upon. He therefore spared himself the fatigue of remarks or remonstrance on Willoughby's behaviour, and only said, "But you'll dine with us, George, to-day, will you not?" "No, I cannot," replied Willoughby. "To-morrow, then, we shall have a large party, and dine exactly at 7 o'clock." "I will if I can, but I can engage for nothing. I hate to be fettered by engagements. But if I can come, I will. Shall I ring for your servants?" "They are at the door," says Sir Philip, who immediately went away, without having any great reason to be satisfied with the politeness of his brother-in-law. Of that, however, he thought not, and if the behaviour of Willoughby afterwards occurred to him at all, it only created a momentary surprise, mingled with some degree of pity, which his absurdity and not his evident unhappiness excited. His visit, however, had the effect of rousing Willoughby from that dreadful condition of mind into which the step he had taken that morning in regard to Miss Fitzhaven, and the sudden sight of Celestina had thrown him. He now became able to collect his thoughts, and was at once conscious of the general folly of his conduct, and of his cruel behaviour to Farnham, who was so hurt by having seen his master in such a state, and by the unkind and unusual way in which he had spoken to him, that when the poor fellow came up to inquire if he would please to dress, the tears were in his eyes, and he was hardly able to speak. Willoughby was of too noble a nature not to apologize for his fault the moment he felt it. He answered mildly that he should dress directly, and then said, "Farnham, I spoke angrily to you just now, and I am sorry for it. I was vexed, and could not command my temper. You were wrong too in letting in Sir Philip Molyneux. Another time remember, that when I give orders to be denied, I expect nobody unless I particularly name them." Poor Farnham dared not say why he then ventured to disobey him, but in the most humble terms begged his pardon, and said he was very sorry. "Well, well," cried Willoughby, with a deep sigh, "and I am very sorry, Farnham, that I was so foolishly passionate. Let us think no more of it." He then bade him get his things to dress, and tried, by taking up a book, to divert his thoughts from himself, and obtain at least a respite from the corrosive reflections that pursued him. But it would not do. He threw the book away, and felt, notwithstanding all his efforts, his wretchedness and impatience returning, while Farnham, who as he dressed his hair watched every turn of his countenance, saw but too plainly that his master was half distracted by something into which he dared not inquire. This gave a sort of unquiet flowness to his manner, which Willoughby observing, was on the point of relapsing into that sort of behaviour for which he had but the moment before expressed his sorrow, and impetuously bade him mind what he was about to make haste. Then hardly suffering him to finish his hair, he started up, and putting on his clothes in the haste that denoted the unquietness of his mind, he sent for a hackney coach, and ordered it to set him down at the hotel in Soho Square. Farnham still apprehending that some fatal event might follow all the agitation of mind which he had witnessed, now approached again, and asked if he should be at home in the evening, or sup at home. To which Willoughby, no longer able to check himself, answered No, as he drew up the glass, in an accent that terrified poor Farnham, who, more and more confirmed in his notion that something was about to befall his master, now concluded that something was a duel. The pistols and the sword indeed were still hanging up in the dining room, but yet he could not be easy, and, after some consideration, he determined to go and inquire among the servants at St. Philip Molyneux's and at Lord Castlenorth's if they could at all guess what was the matter, and with most of the latter he was particularly acquainted, by having been much with them at Florence and Naples when his master was last abroad. End of Volume 4, Chapter 3. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Volume 4, Chapter 4 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 4. If Willoughby was so deeply affected by the sight of Celestina, the sudden shock she had received from their abrupt meeting, and from his strange behaviour, had on her an equally painful though a different effect. That the impulse of the moment had urged him to take her hand, made her hope that some remains of affection for her yet lingered in his bosom, and that his former regard was rather stifled by anger than annihilated by indifference. She knew that the first might be removed, and that she might be restored to his friendship, but that if his heart had once become quite cold towards her, nothing could ever renew even that share of tenderness with which she could learn, if not be happy, at least to be content. It was some time before she could recover from the agitation of spirits in which this unexpected interview had thrown her, but when she at length became calm enough to reflect on it, she determined to say nothing of having seen Willoughby to Lady Horatia, as she knew it would appear to her only a fresh instance of his unworthy treatment of her, on which, how severely soever she felt it, she did not love to hear any comments even from her best friends. With all the resolution she could collect, Therefore, stifling her internal anguish, she prepared to go with a large party in the evening to Ranelagh. While she was dressing for this purpose, a servant brought up to her the following letter: Madam, that a stranger, and a stranger in my situation of life, should address you, would possibly appear, to any less generous mind than yours, a liberty that should be repulsed with disdain and resented by contempt; but I am persuaded that may expect that liberal candour with which true virtue and unaffected goodness considers even those whom the generality of the world agree to condemn and despise. You know, madam, what I have been and what I am. From Miss Elphinstone you have probably learned what were the circumstances of my early life, and Mr. Vassover, with that sincerity which deserves to be so highly valued, has told you how long I have been under his protection. He has since, madam, expressed some fears that this information may have been prejudicial to his interest with you, and at least it should be so. Allow me to declare to you, that I know myself too well to believe for a moment that I ought to be in question where you are beloved; too well to hesitate in declaring, that attached as I am to Mr. Vassover, I can never make him happy as he deserves to be. No, madam, that happiness depends entirely on you. Such a passion as he feels for you, I believe no other person can deserve, and I know him to have so good a heart. I desire his felicity so sincerely, that I hazard this step in the hope of promoting it. Mr. Vassover's generosity has left me nothing to fear for the rest of my life, were it even to be a long one, but I feel that a very few months will bring it to an end, and I feel it without concern, for thoughtless and unworthy as my conduct has been, I have never found in its most brilliant periods that the glittering trappings bestowed by mercenary love could quiet the throbbing heart that beat beneath them, and now my only wish is, to be forgiven and received by my family, and to pass the short remainder of my days with them. You can intercede with them successfully, for they can refuse you nothing. Deign then, madam, to interest yourself for me, and at the same time be assured that it is my purpose to withdraw myself for ever from Mr. Vassover, whenever he will suffer me to go, which shall, he says, be whenever you will give him hopes of listening to him. If generosity, sincerity, good nature, and understanding may be sufficient recommendations to your good opinion, Mr. Vassover eminently deserves it, and whatever faults he may have, your virtues will correct. He knows nothing of my writing to you, but I am conscious that I owe him such an effort when the felicity of his future days is concerned, and I feel that in addressing you, my presumption, if not successful, will be forgiven. I have the honour to be, madam, your most obedient servant, Emily Cathcart. Celestina could not pursue such a letter without a mixture of admiration and pity for the amiable unhappy writer. Though her resolution in regard to Vassover could not be changed, she thought that she should no longer delay acquainting Mrs. Elphinstone and Cathcart with the information she had obtained relative to their sister, but it required some consideration, at least in regard to Cathcart. The circumstance of Emily's letter added to the flutter of spirits which the meeting in the morning had given her. Montague Thorogood, who dined with Lady Horatia, and was to be one of the their party at Ranelagh, contrived to be more than usually importunate with her for more pity and favour than she had lately shewn him, while the ladies, and Mr. Howard, who joined them in the evening, completed her anguish and confusion, by talking of the marriage which was in a few days to take place between Miss Fitzhaven and Mr. Willoughby. One of these was acquainted with Mrs. Calder, and had heard from her that morning that everything was settled, the title arranged, the equipages and liveries bespoke, and the jewels and cloaks concluded upon, all of which she detailed at great length, while another said that she understood that the marriage was to take place at Castle North, and that from thence all the family were to proceed together to Italy, where they were to pass a twelvemonth. All, however, agreed that it was certainly to be concluded immediately, and Celestina could not any longer entertain a doubt of it. Though her heart had always revolted from the idea of Willoughby's union with Miss Fitzhaven, she had been now so long accustomed to think of it, that she felt less poignant concern on that account, but if possible more than ever from his continued coldness, and the cruel neglect he had been guilty of in not answering her letter. "That he marries another," cried she, as she reflected on it, "I might learn to submit to without murmuring, if it can contribute to his ease or happiness in any way; but that he should quite desert and forsake me after so many assurances of esteem and regard, even when love was no longer in question; that he should disdain to own that connection by blood, if he is sure that it is so, which made him, with so much apparent reluctance, relinquish every other; that he should without pity leave me to a destiny which owes its unhappiness to him, seems so strange, so unnatural, so unlike him. If I could once see him, hear him talk to me with friendly calmness, and tell me that he felt for me fraternal affection, or even the regard of long acquaintance, even what his mother's ward might claim from him, I think I should be comparatively happy, and should have no farther wish than to hear sometimes from himself that he was happy too. But to be thrown from him in this unfeeling and unfriendly way, to be forgotten and abandoned as if I had been found unworthy, not only of his affection but of his remembrance, oh, it is too much!" These reflections, and the uninteresting conversation of the company she was with, to which she was compelled to attend in order to escape the more irksome importunity of Montague Thurgood, served but little to raise her spirits. They did not reach Ranelagh till a late hour, but on their entrance, the first party they met was Lady Castlenorth, her daughter, and Lady Molyneux. Captain Kavanagh was on one side between the two former, and in deep conference with the latter was Captain Thurgood. The ladies, who could not avoid seeing Celestina, passed her with averted and haughty looks. Kavanagh fixed his eyes on her with a look of bold inquiry, and Captain Thurgood, as he passed his brother, said, "Ho, Montague, are you there? I did not know you were in town, my boy." He then gave a significant nod, as much as to say, "Ay, I see how you are engaged," and passed on, renewing with great seeming earnestness his conversation with Lady Molyneux. Though there was not in the world another set of people whom Celestina could be so little pleased to meet, and though she heard throughout the room, and from every group that passed them, the report of Willoughby's marriage, with various comments and circumstances, such as everybody thought themselves at liberty to adorn it with, she felt a sort of satisfaction in seeing that he was not with them, and while there was not anything she really so ardently desired as his happiness, yet so contradictory is the human heart, that she wished to believe he married Miss Fitzhaven reluctantly, though a marriage under such circumstances must above all other things render him miserable. Montague Thorogood, elated more than ever by hope, and encouraged to persevere by Lady Horatia, having now too, in consequence of the purchase his father had made for him, more pretensions to aspire to her than his unsettled fortune had before given him, and sanguinely interpreting her gentle refusals, her friendly admonitions to desist, as giving him all the encouragement she could do, while her fate in regard to Willoughby was not absolutely decided, was on this evening particularly pressing and earnest, while her languor and weariness, the encouragement which she was conscious she seemed to have given him, her pity and even her regard for him, with the certainty of his ardent love for her, gave her altogether the air of listening to him favourably, and while her mind was frequently fixed on Willoughby, and she hardly recollected that Montague Thorogood was talking to her, she seemed to be hearing the latter with complacency, and approving of conversation which it was not necessary for her to answer. At length the short time Lady Horatia meant to pass at Ranelagh was over. She was fatigued, and Celestina rejoiced to hear her say she should go home. As Montague Thorogood and Mr. Howard were with them, the other gentlemen remained with the ladies who intended to stay longer, and Lady Horatia, taking the arm of her relation, left Celestina to the care of Montague Thorogood, and they were in this order proceeding towards the entrance, when standing near one of the niches, his hat over his eyes, and his head leaning against the wall, they saw themselves close to Willoughby, who was, in that attitude, listening to some very earnest conversation from Vassover, who stood by him. The crowd about the entrance was considerable, and Celestina, holding the arm of Montague Thorogood, was so near them that they both at the same moment saw her. Willoughby started as if he had been crossed by a spectre, and without waiting to look a second time, he pushed through the crowd and disappeared. But Vassover came up to Celestina and said, in his usual way, taking abruptly the hand that was at liberty, "You must give me leave, Miss du Maurier, to see you to your carriage." Celestina, dreading to give occasion to anything like altercation between him and Thorogood, answered coldly but civilly that she thanked him, but Thorogood, who had not forgotten or forgiven the mortification she received from him at York and on other occasions, could not now help resenting what seemed to be a repetition of such insulting behaviour. He therefore, walking very hastily on with Celestina, said, "No, sir, there is no occasion for you to give yourself that trouble, for Miss du Maurier is under my care." "I did not mean, sir," replied Vassover fiercely, "to ask your leave to wait on this lady, and I beg you will not take the liberty to address yourself to me." "Pray, Mr. Vassover," said Celestina, trembling, "do not persecute and terrify me with this sort of behaviour." She then saw by his countenance, and by the eager way in which he grasped the hand he held, that he was very far from being sober, and her terror increased. "I did not mean to persecute or terrify you," cried he. "No, by heaven! But damme if I can with any temper see that fellow always at your ear, and affecting to be favoured. Come, come, leave the pedant to his meditations, and don't forsake your old friends. The petticoats that he is to wear are his protection." "And this lady's presence, sir," said Thorold, "is yours, or be assured I should answer you in a very different way." Celestina, now alarmed even to agony by the menacing look of Vasifar, who quitted her hand and stepped before Thorold, screamed out to Mr. Howard and Lady Horatia, but the crowd had so far divided them from her, that neither heard her, and before she could effectually interfere to prevent it, such words had passed between Vasifar and Thorold as nothing but blood is, by the laws of honour, supposed to atone for. Celestina, who heard them in a fright not to be described, now disengaged herself from both of them, and not knowing what she did, only having some confused idea that she might meet Captain Thorold in the room, she ran back thither alone. Her beauty and her terror, whether it was thought real or affected, gave her, in the opinion of the first group she met, the appearance of some young creature desirous to attract attention. 3 or 4 young men surrounded her, and inquired what service they could do her. Breathless and ready to faint, she answered that she was in search of Captain Thorold. "Egad!" cried one of them, "Captain Thorold is a devilish lucky fellow." "And a very tasteless one," said another, "to leave such a lovely creature to seek for him." Celestina now understood how entirely they mistook her, and collecting some presence of mind, said, "For heaven's sake, gentlemen, assist me to find him. His brother is engaged in a quarrel, I fear, on my account, and—" She would have gone on, but unhappily for her the party of men who surrounded her were all of that description which are called bucks, who fancy they distinguish themselves by shewing how little they deserve the character of men. 1 or 2 of these hearing of a quarrel found they had no disposition to engage where there might be trouble or danger, and therefore walked away, but 3 others had now time to consider the eminent beauty of Celestina, and to have settled in their own minds that she was a girl without character, which her being alone, and even what she had told them of a quarrel on her account, seemed to authorize. They were therefore all determined not to let her go, and far from thinking of relieving the terror in which they saw her, and which they indeed believed to be a mere piece of acting, 2 of them took her arms within theirs, and held her with such discourse as increased her alarm almost to distraction. She now knew not what she said. Terror for herself had so mingled itself with her fears of what might happen between Vasifar and Thorold, that she sometimes angrily entreated her persecutors to release her, then humbly besought them to see for Captain Thorold, till at length, as they led her again towards the door, her fears were become insupportable, and shrieking, she entreated them rather to kill her than expose her to such horror as she felt. At this moment, however, by a sudden spring, she disengaged herself. Willoughby was returning alone along the passage. She saw him, and threw herself into his arms. Save me, Willoughby!" was all she could utter, before, quite overcome with variety of terrors, she became almost senseless, her head resting on his shoulder, and his arms supporting her. He looked sternly on the young men, and demanded the occasion of the lady's alarm. They replied that they knew nothing more than that she had run into the room alone, inquiring for a Captain Somebody, and that they had endeavoured to find the cause of her fright and to assist her. Willoughby, who did not believe this, but who was more solicitous to recover the fainting Celestina than to punish these idle boys, waved with his hand for them to be gone, and they immediately obeyed, for it was the defenceless only they had courage to insult. Willoughby then, by the assistance of a gentleman whom he happened to know, led Celestina, who was just sensible, into the room where the ladies' cloaks are received, and while his friend ran to get her a glass of water, Willoughby placed himself by her, and with one hand round her waist, supported her with the other, nor could he forbear, as he gazed on her pale but still lovely countenance, pressing her to that heart which had been so long fondly devoted to her. In a very short time she drew a deep sigh, and recovering recollection, begged his pardon, in a voice hardly articulate, for the trouble she had given him. She remembered that to the husband, the lover of Miss Fitzhaven, it must be trouble, and she withdrew herself from his arms before he could ask her. So absorbed was he in the mingled sensations of pain and pleasure. What had occasioned the alarm in which he had seen her? For a sigh still deeper than hers, he now made this inquiry. She answered, but not very distinctly, that high words had arisen between Mr. Vassavour and Mr. Montague Thorogood, and that not able to check their impetuosity, nor to overtake Lady Horatia and Mr. Howard, who were gone on before, she had foolishly run back into the room to find somebody who might part them, when those young men had surrounded and insulted her, till in her fear she knew not what she did. And all this terror, all this excessive apprehension, was for Mr. Montague Thorogood? said Willoughby, in a faltering but not a tender voice. Then, as if he had discovered nothing but what he had before known enough of to be easy under, he seemed at once to repress all appearance of interest as far as it related to Celestina, and said, with forced coldness, "I dare say, madam, you have nothing to apprehend for his precious life. However, I will seek my friend Vassavour, and take care at least for to-night that it goes no farther, if you will tell me where I can find him, and whither I shall have the honour of conducting you." Celestina was heart-struck by the manner in which this was uttered. She turned her expressive eyes on his, to inquire whether he could really behave thus cruelly towards her. His eyes met hers, but as if he could not bear her looks, he turned them away towards the door, where his friend now entered with the water, and almost at the same moment Mr. Howard came in, and told her that Lady Horatia had been in great alarm at her not following her to the coach, where she now waited for her. She did not give him time to finish the sentence, before she eagerly asked if he had seen Mr. Montague Thorogood. "Seen him!" cried Mr. Howard. "No, certainly. Is he not with you?" Celestina would then have related what had happened, but her returning apprehensions that something fatal might have already been the consequence, and the look with which Willoughby surveyed her, entirely deprived her of the power of speech, and Willoughby himself in a few words related to Mr. Howard what she had told him. "I do not know," added he, "what ground Miss de Moray has had for the alarm she has been in, but I know Vassiver was not sober, and possibly may have been wrong-headed. It will therefore be necessary perhaps for me to inquire after him, and as you, madam, seem to be now recovered, and are safe in the protection of Mr. Howard, I will wish you good night." Having hurried over these words, he bowed to Mr. Howard, then with equal coolness to Celestina, and disappeared. A shower of tears, the first she had been able to shed, fell from the eyes of Celestina as she lost sight of him. These tears, however, and the water she had drank, a little relieved her, and Mr. Howard, again representing the uneasiness in which he had left Lady Horatia, she collected strength enough to avail herself of the assistance he offered her, and leaning on his arm, reached the coach, where she was compelled, however unequal to the recital, to relate to Lady Horatia what had happened within the 20 minutes, for more had not elapsed, that she had lost sight of her. Lady Horatia expressed great apprehensions for Montague Thorogood, and though, with great appearance of truth, that unless he had gone immediately away with Vassiver to decide their difference that evening, he would have sought them again, and have relieved them from the extreme apprehensions which he must imagine they must be under on his account. These conjectures, which were but too well founded, and which they had no means of satisfying, kept Lady Horatia and Celestina awake the whole night. Towards morning, the former, who was less deeply interested, and more accustomed to the painful events of life than Celestina, found some repose, but Celestina herself was up by break of day, listening to every noise in the street, and trembling every moment lest she could hear of some fatal accident, and her reflections, which no longer offered her anything to hope, were busy in representing and magnifying all the evils which she had to apprehend. End of Volume 4, Chapter 4. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. Volume 4, Chapter 5 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 5. The cruel suspense as to the extraordinary disappearance of Montague Thorogood with Vassiver the evening before lasted till near 10 o'clock, when, as Lady Horatia and Celestina were sitting at a breakfast table, where the uneasiness they were both under did not allow them to eat, a servant announced Captain Thorogood. Celestina turned as pale as death at the name, but there was no time to express any part of the fear she felt before he entered. His air was assuming, confident, and what the French call glorieux, but from that Celestina could judge nothing, for she knew he had too little regard for his brother to have been much affected at anything that might have befallen him. He paid his compliments in the common form to Lady Horatia, who was too much concerned to be able to answer them, and then turning to the silent, trembling Celestina, he said, with an unfeeling smile, "Well, madam, your young champion is living." "Good God!" cried Celestina. "Has he ever, then, been in danger?" "Yes," replied the captain, "he has been in all the danger that a man can be who has a brace of pistols fired at him, and is now in as much as is usual to a man who has a ball lodged in his shoulder." Celestina could not speak. She could with difficulty breathe, but Lady Horatia now eagerly inquired the particulars, and learned that in consequence of violent language that passed between Vassiver and Montague Thorogood, after Celestina left them the preceding evening, a challenge had passed, and a meeting been appointed in Chelsea Fields at 7 o'clock in the morning; that Thorogood, after quitting Vassiver, had in vain endeavoured to find out Lady Horatia and Celestina, and meeting his brother, and relaying to him what had happened, was by him dissuaded from attempting it, as he could not see them without informing them of what had passed, and was yet to happen; that he had therefore gone home with Captain Thorogood, who had, at the appointed time, attended him to the field, where Vassiver was with a friend, and where, the preliminaries being soon settled, each fired without effect, but neither declaring themselves satisfied, they fired again, and Montague Thorogood received a ball in his shoulder, which was not extracted when his brother left him at his lodgings, whither he was immediately conveyed, and where he was attended by an eminent surgeon. "And is he in danger, sir?" said Celestina, with all that tremulous tenderness in her voice that her extreme sensibility gave her. "Is he in danger? Is he in pain?" Captain Thorogood gave her a look which seemed to say "Humph! It is true, then, that you are violently in love with this brother of mine," and then answered, "The surgeon on whose skill I have great reason to rely does not seem to think him in danger, but till the ball is extracted, which will be attended with pain enough, it is not, I fancy, easy to speak very positively. However, Miss de Moray, Montague won't complain of the pain, let it be as severe as it will, while he recollects that he suffers in your defence, and hears, what I shall not fail to relate, how dearly you are interested for him." Celestina could not say that this unlucky affair did not originate about her. Indeed, she had not at the moment strength to enter on any explanation, nor could she deny that she was extremely concerned, or make Captain Thorogood comprehend that, for a stranger, under the same circumstances, she should have been greatly, if not equally, sorry. As to Lady Horatia, who hoped that this accident would operate decisively on behalf of Montague, she rather encouraged than contradicted the idea that his brother seemed to entertain of Celestina's partiality towards him. And now the captain, with as much unconcern as if nothing had happened, seemed only desirous of displaying his own consequence, and his own perfections, as if to convince them both, that for a woman, who had ever seen him and his brother together, to prefer the latter, was an instance of most terrible want of discernment. Several times was Celestina, who could hardly support herself, on the point of withdrawing, but she thought that were she to quit the room, it would look still more as if she was sinking under her apprehensions, and she besides feared that were she absent, the zeal of Lady Horatia would induce her to explain to Captain Thorogood more of her wishes and projects in regard to her and his brother than, feeling as she did the impossibility of their ever taking place, ought indiscretion or injustice to be talked of. For these reasons, wretched and distressed as she was, she had yet resolution enough to remain in her place, till at the length Captain Thorogood, having paraded about himself for near half an hour, withdrew. It was then, that, from the conversation of her friend, Celestina understood how much such an event would be expected to affect her sentiments in favour of Montague Thorogood, and how impossible Lady Horatia considered it for her, after all the sufferings he must sustain on her account, to delay rewarding those sufferings and his long and ardent attachment to her longer than till his recovery, of which, notwithstanding what Captain Thorogood had said of the possibility of danger, she seemed not to doubt, though she expressed great concern for the pain he must endure, and great anxiety to be informed of his actual situation. To all that she said, Celestina hardly answered a word. Her heart was too much oppressed, and she could say nothing that would not appear either like insensibility, ingratitude, or like the anxious solicitude of love. She wished to avoid either. She wished to be alone, and though the determination of Lady Horatia almost immediately formed to visit Montague Thorogood herself, was a measure which must strongly confirm all the reports that she wished to discourage, yet it released to her her own reflections, and she was glad at that moment to see her friend depart. Her own reflections, to which she was now left, were most uneasy. She knew that such an affair must unavoidably be much and immediately talked of. She knew how much it would be misrepresented, and what conclusions would be made upon it. The expression used by Willoughby the evening before still vibrated in her ears. What! And is all this terror, all this apprehension for Montague Thorogood? It was displeasing then to him that she should feel an interest for Montague Thorogood, and the little tenderness he had appeared to shew her was repressed the moment he understood who was the subject of her alarm, conscious that hopeless as she had long been of his affection, and submitting to the necessity of their separation, she had yet never bestowed on another the heart he had resigned. She could not bear to think how much every circumstance had contributed to make him think that she had highly given it to the first candidate, nor could her mind dwell without extreme concern on that pain would give the elder Mr. Thorogood, whose hopes were, she well knew, centred in his youngest son, and who would not only be distressed by the sickness and danger to which he had thus exposed himself, but he hurt at his having acted so contrary to the principles he had always endeavoured to inculcate, as to giving or receiving a challenge. Not were these sufferings of Montague Thorogood himself the least part of her concern. She apprehended he might be long confined in great pain. He might perhaps lose his arm, or even his life; and while she regretted his rashness, which had been the occasion of this hazard, she could not but acknowledge that it was impossible a young man of spirit could otherwise have answered the unprovoked ferocity of Vassover. Of him she thought with terror, and knowing that he was capable of any impropriety in the humour he was now in, she gave immediate orders that if he came she should be denied. All the circumstances of the preceding evening, which the fear that had been best her during the latter part of it, had for a while driven from her recollection, now returned to it, and the repeated intelligence she had received throughout the day of Willoughby's marriage, all the particulars with which it had been related, the happy looks of Miss Fitzhaven, the proud triumph that sat on the features of her mother, and the forced friendship with which Lady Molyneux seemed to have connected herself with persons who were so lately the objects of her aversion, all confirmed the reports that were in circulation, so as to put their truth beyond a doubt. In a few days she was to hear of their actually being married, to listen again to the detail of their nuptial splendour, perhaps to witness them. She was to be surrounded by 1,000 impertinent people, who would inquire and talk to her about the duel, and, with a heart so oppressed, must attend to them with patience, and answer them with civility. The whole prospect before her was too unpleasant. She fancied it impossible to be endured, and resolved to attempt, though at the hazard of appearing ungrateful, perhaps of disobliging her best and almost her only friend, to solicit leave to go down to Jessie, at least till the public conversation should have been turned to some other topic, and the public curiosity no longer excited by the marriage of Miss Fitzhaven, or the rencontre of Vassiver and Thorogood. The natural softness of her heart made her song. The natural softness of her heart made her, among all these sources of particular uneasiness, really and tenderly interested for Montague Thorogood, and she awaited the return of Lady Horatia with as much solicitude as she could have felt if a beloved brother had been in such a situation. Perhaps she would have felt more for nobody but Willoughby himself. It was therefore a great relief to her harassed spirits when she heard that while Captain Thorogood had been in Park Street, the bullet had been extracted, that no bone had been injured by it, and that he was as good away as could be expected. The surgeon declaring that, from the nature of the wound, and the good constitution of the patient, he thought him in no danger, and should probably, at the end of a fortnight, dismiss him with his arm in a sling. The satisfaction Celestina expressed on his account was not however increased, when Lady Horatia added that far from complaining of his sufferings, he exulted and rejoiced them, flattering himself that she, for whom he could willingly have risked 100 lives if he had possessed them, would feel some pity for him, and knowing how much power, in such a heart as hers, the sentiment had to produce others still more favourable. Lady Horatia then went on to say very seriously to Celestina that she ought no longer to trifle with such a man, but resolve immediately to give him her hand, not only as the reward of his merit, but to preclude the dangerous pretensions of Vassiver, to whose perseverance, said she, no refusal, no repulse seems to put an end. Dearest madam, said Celestina, did I ever trifle with Mr. Thorogood? Surely I never meant it. So far from it, I have 100 times regretted that your ladyship's partiality towards him, and the influence you have and ought to have over me, have combined to keep him in an error, which all my candid dealing with him has not had the power to refute. I have told him, whenever he has urged the subject, that he is in possession of my esteem, and of my friendship, but that for my love I have it not to bestow. But he is content, my dear, with your esteem, with your friendship, and knows that, in such a heart as yours, love will follow his attachment to you, especially as you now surely cannot allege that any other person possesses it. Celestina, too conscious of all these circumstances that ought long since to have induced her to withdraw it from Willoughby, yet equally conscious that she could never feel for another that degree of affection of which she had been sensible for him, was silent a moment or two, and then said, "Dear Lady Horatia, why must I marry at all? While you afford me your protection I can be happier, and should I be unhappy enough to lose it, should I not be more likely to meet content even with my small and humble fortune? If I remained single, then I gave my hand where I have no power to bestow my heart." "I am amazed," replied Lady Horatia, "that with such very good sense as you possess, you would accustom yourself to cherish these childish and girlish notions. What is this love, without feeling all the violence of which, you suppose it impossible to be happy?" "Dear madam," cried Celestina, interrupting her, "I have not heard you say, that you once was sensible of yourself, and that having been compelled to quit the man of your choice, you considered such a necessity as a heavy affection, and that it rendered most of the occurrences of your subsequent life indifferent to you." "Yes, you have heard me say so. I merely acknowledged a folly, a weakness, which I pretended not to defend in myself, and certainly not to encourage in you. What has been the life of this man, whom I called, in the romantic simplicity of 16, my first love? When my father parted us, and I was compelled by his authority to give my hand to General Howard, he was a younger brother, with very little fortune. In a twelvemonth afterwards, the death of his elder brother and an uncle gave him a very large fortune, and he quitted the navy, where he had, for so young a man, highly distinguished himself, and with his profession he seemed to resign his virtues. He married a woman towards whom he professed himself indifferent, and whose only recommendation was a fortune nearly as large as his own. To her he behaved with neglect, which she repaid with scorn and infidelity. They seemed to agree in nothing but mutual extravagance, till at length they parted, and he now lives in France the greatest part of the year, at other times wanders about the world, to gratify his taste for variety, and fly from those corrosive reflections which must pursue him who has ruined his health and his fortune by debauchery. Can I, when I consider all this, help despising myself for the pain I felt at being separated from such a man, and ought I not rather to rejoice at what once appeared as insupportable misfortune?" "Ah, madam," said Celestina, "it is well if by these reflections you have been enabled to conquer those remains of useless regret which might otherwise have embittered your life. But you give me leave to ask, since there is now no danger of renewing them, give me leave to ask, whether you sincerely believe that this gentleman, had he married you, would have passed a life as blamable? You have told me that he was passionately attached to you. You now say, to the lady he married he was indifferent. Surely to that may be imputed all his airs. The mind became unhinged when he lost her to whom it was devoted, and he aggravated himself the cruelty of his destiny. To you he might have been an excellent husband, because he loved you, but losing the possibility of being happy, he lost the wish to be respectable, and since he could not live with you, cared not with whom or how he lived. "There may be some truth," said Lady Horatia, "in your remarks; but to be tolerably easy, Celestina, in this world, you must learn to be more of an optimist, and to believe that whatever happens could not, nor ought to, have been otherwise. Thus the inference of Lady Castlenorth, whatever might have been her motives, has saved you from a marriage that might have been a hideous crime. Thus, not to enumerate other instances that must occur to your recollection, thus the wild brutality of Vassiveur, and even the wound of Montague, will all contribute finally to good, and produce that happiness for you with him, which I do not believe you would have found with any other person." To this doctrine Celestina could not agree, but the fear and fatigue she had within the last 24 hours undergone disqualified her for any farther discussion on the subject at present, or for the attempt she meant to make to prevail on Lady Horatia to allow her to go down to Jessie for a few weeks. Her eyes were indeed so heavy, her complexion so pale in consequence of her long agitation, that now the immediate fears for Montague Thorogood's life were over. Lady Horatia advised her to take some repose, a proposal which she gladly accepted, and in despite of the variety of uneasiness she still laboured under, exhausted nature obtained for her a few hours' respite in sleep, though she was, in her previous contemplations, so far from assenting heartily to the resigned philosophy of Lady Horatia, that she thought with anguish of the fate of Willoughby, who might, she feared, by the same disappointments, in the early part of his life, become quite unlike what he was once, and from his cruel neglect of her since he had been in London, she already fancied she saw that this change had begun. But could she for one moment have seen the real estate of that mind, whose virtues she believed to be tarnished, she would have found it as worthy as ever of her tenderness, and engulfed to all her pity. Tormented by an affection which he could not indulge for one woman, and entangled by a series of perverse events in an engagement with another, embarrassed in his circumstances, and discontented with himself, his whole life passed in a continual tumult of contending passions, and whatever means he took to calm and mitigate them seemed only to irritate his sufferings. Thus, when he left his own lodgings on the day of his interview with Miss Fitzhammon and his meeting Celestina, he went to the hotel where Vassiveur usually lived when he was in town, and where it happened that a party of their mutual acquaintance that day dined. This prevented his having any conversation with Vassiveur, which, though it might have contributed but little to relieve his vexation as to Montague Thorogood, would have eased his heart by unburdening it to his friend. And Vassiveur drank so much, that there was afterwards no hopes of his hearing him rationally. With him he was prevailed upon, at a late hour, to go to Ranelagh, where he saw Celestina again with the very man to whom he had been so repeatedly told she had engaged herself, and there, though Celestina happened not to see them together, he was compelled to take several turns with Lady Castlenorth, her daughter, and his sister, thus confirming, by his appearance in public with the two former, what it was indeed too late to retract, though he had already most bitterly repented it. The quarrel between Vassiver and Montague Thorogood, of which his suddenly quitting the place where he met Celestina was partly the occasion, for he had stayed he might have prevented it, added to the conviction he now had that Thorogood was very soon to be her husband, and increased his vexation, in despite of all that reason could say to counteract the effect of it. That reason repeatedly asked him, if Celestina had really been brought up and acknowledged as his sister, and had with no small a fortune been addressed by Thorogood, and herself approved him, whether he could in such a case have made any reasonable objection? He was compelled to answer no, yet his heart revolted against the assent which common sense urged him to give to a marriage which differed in nothing from what would then have been the case, but in early prejudice. He never could learn to consider Celestina as related to him by blood, nor did all the pains he had taken to learn the truth convince him of it, though he dared not act as if he wholly disbelieved it. Yet so perverse is an heart under the influence of such passion as he felt, that while he had relinquished her, and agreed to marry another, left that relationship should really exist, he detested Thorogood for having, as he believed, possessed himself of those affections, which otherwise than as her brother he had owed he dared not claim. When he left Celestina under the care of Mr. Howard at Ranelagh the preceding evening, he had gone, as he promised, in search of Vassiver, but not finding him anywhere about the room, or in the avenues to the rotunda, he had gone to his lodgings, and waited there till near 4 in the morning. He then left orders with his servant to send for him the moment his master came, but Vassiver, instead of returning to his lodging at all that evening, slept somewhere else, and only called there in a hackney coach at 5:30 o'clock to take his pistols, and his servant being ordered to attend him, with the surgeon, there was no possibility of his man giving Willoughby notice, and of course he could do nothing to stop reconnoitre of what he did not hear till after it was over. Vassiver, who then came to him, was not sober, and Willoughby saw, with more concern than surprise, that the habits his friend had acquired since his last absence were becoming inveterate, and were ruining alike his constitution, his fortune, and his understanding. Though he himself detested Montague Thorogood, and cursed the hour when he had put Celestina under the protection of his father, and by that means thrown him into her way, he was too generous, even to an enemy, not to feel that Vassiver had behaved with unwarrantable brutality, and notwithstanding his long friendship for him, he felt too that had he been as successful as he believed Thorogood to be, all the friendship would have been cancelled. He was vexed, however, at the conversation which this foolish business must occasion, and in which he knew the name of Celestina must be joined with that of Montague Thorogood, and when Vasseur spoke with some triumph of his having chastised the young pedant, Willoughby, with a peevishness very unusual with him, said he heartily wished he had let it alone. From the little conversation he had with Lady Castlenorth the evening before, he found she expected him to wait on them the next day. Reluctantly, and with an aching heart, he had then given a sort of promise, and with still more regret he recollected it. The sun now never rose for him but to bring him a renewal of misery, and his dejection never left him, but to give place to paroxysms of passion and fits of fruitless despair. As the hour approached when he knew he was expected at the home of his uncle, his unwillingness to go increased. Farnham, who now anxiously watched all his looks, saw a deeper gloom come upon him. He saw him take out several letters, read them, replace them, then snatch up a pen, write a few lines, and hurry across the room as if undecided what to do. At length he wrote a few lines, sealed the note, and put it in his pocket. Farnham had heard a great deal of the duel that had happened the evening before, and knew it was about Miss Dormoray, and that a gentleman had been wounded dangerously. He had heard conversation between his master and Vasseur, and supposed, from their manner, that they parted in anger. This circumstance put in his head, which was rather an honest than a clear one, that some other affair of honour, in which his master was concerned, was still in agitation, and he so thoroughly persuaded himself of this, that he determined to observe narrowly everything that happened, and to take all possible precautions against his master's having such an accident befall him as had happened to Mr. Montague Thorogood. For this purpose he attached himself very closely to the hole in the door between the dining room and the bedchamber, and when he was summoned by a furious ring to attend him, he was under the necessity of first slipping softly downstairs, and then running up to ask his commands. Willoughby gave him 2 notes, and asked if the groom was within. On hearing he was not, "Then go yourself," said he, "with these 2 notes. No answer is required to either. Return as soon as you can." Farnham, promising to be expeditious, left him, and reading the directions, found one to be to Miss Dormoray, the other to Mr. Vasseur. This, with all he knew of his master's former attachment, and embarrassing doubts about Celestina, and all that had happened that evening before, and that morning, convinced him beyond a doubt that another duel would happen, which he imagined it to be his particular duty to prevent. He was not very fertile in expedients, but it occurred to him that the best way would be to carry both these letters, and at the same time communicate his fears to Sir Philip and Lady Molyneux. Sir Philip was not home, but Lady Molyneux, on hearing he wanted to speak to her, ordered him up. He opened his business with great gravity, detailed all the cause he had for apprehension from his master's behaviour, and produced the 2 notes. Lady Molyneux affected to agree with him as to the justice of his fears, and to commend his prudence and fidelity. Then she told him she thought it would be the best way to open the letters, which, as she happened to have a seal with the Willoughby arms, the same as her brother's, she could easily reseal, and send, if they contained nothing of which they suspected, and if they did, that it would be proper to destroy them. Poor Farnham, trembling as he spoke, assented to all this, only entreating her to take care that his master might never know. This she readily promised, and taking all the blame upon herself, bade him retire while she opened the letters, and come up again when she rang. She then read them. That to Vassover was merely to put off an appointment for the evening, which Willoughby found himself unable to attend. That to Celestina ran thus: I should have sent to you, madame, immediately on my arrival in London, but illness for some days prevented my being able even to write, and in that interval I heard that you were on the point of putting yourself into the protection of one who might deem such an address improper, and render it needless. That you have come to this resolution without consulting any of those who were once honoured with your friendship, I can now no longer doubt. I, however, feel it in some measure incumbent upon me to offer you every service in my power. To say, that as soon as my own affairs are settled, I shall have the honour of troubling you on pecuniary matters, and if, in the meantime, you have had any wish to see me as your friend, I will obey your summons, but leave it wholly to yourself. I shall consider your silence as an acknowledgment that such a interview will be painful to you, and submit to offer, at a distance, those sincere wishes for your happiness, which must ever be felt by Dear Madame, your obedient and most humble servant, George Willoughby, Bond Street, May 17th, 1789. This letter, cold and unlike his former style to Celestina as it was, his sister immediately resolved to suppress. Her hatred to Celestina was increased to a degree of inveterate malignity, of which it was difficult to conceive her haughty indolence was capable, and this arose chiefly from the admiration she everywhere saw her beauty excited, which was a point in which she could not bear to be excelled. Convinced as she internally was that Celestina was an orphan stranger, brought up on her mother's charity, she chose rather to leave the report of their relationship uncontradicted, than to see her united to her brother, and put on a footing with herself, to which that equivocal relationship could give her no claim; and since the suppression of her letter to Willoughby, which an interview now would explain, she was doubly solicitous to prevent it. Her pride would not bear that her brother should become the humble and reduced country gentleman that he must submit to be if he married a woman without fortune, and her avarice represented the possibility of his being, in such a case, a burden on his affluent relations. All these considerations determined to her to stifle it, and the sentence with which the letter concluded assured her she might do it with impunity. She therefore called up Farnham, on whose inquiry it was very easy to impose, and told him that the letter to Mr. Vassover was very immaterial, and that he might carry that, but the other to Miss Moray was of a nature to involve his master in great difficulties, and that therefore she would destroy it. She then put it in the fire, and bid him carry the other, which she had carefully resealed. This Farnham immediately did, but being unwilling to be guilty of a greater falsehood than there seemed to be occasion for, he actually went to Park Street that he might tell his master he had been there. On his return Willoughby questioned him who he saw at Lady Horatia's. For this question the poor fellow was not prepared. However, he answered, "I saw John, sir, my lady's own footman." "Well, and was Mr. Moray at home?" "No, sir," replied Farnham, who had now acquired courage; "but you know you bade me not to wait for an answer." "Well, but had you not the sense to ask where she was?" "No, sir, to be sure I did not think of that. But, however, I fancy she was visiting, sir, the wounded gentleman in Oxford Street." Willoughby knew that Montague Thorogood lodged there, and that it must be him alone who was described as the wounded gentleman. "And why do you think so, sir?" said he, fiercely, as if poor Farnham had been accessory to it. "And what the devil have you to do to think about it?" "Lord, sir!" cried Farnham, "only because as I came along I saw my lady's coach at the door where I knew young Mr. Thorogood lodges, and just nodded to Sam, who was upon the box." "Cursed fool!" exclaimed Willoughby. "Could you not have asked whether she was there or no? Yet why I should desire to know," added he, rising and walking about with his hands clenched together, "what is it to me? And why do I torment myself? Go, sir, and fetch my powdering gown and my things to dress." Poor Farnham, convinced that Lady Molyneux was right in what she had done, yet rendered doubly timid by the consciousness of having committed a sort of fraud on his master, hastily obeyed. End of Volume 4, Chapter 5. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. Volume 4, Chapter 6 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 6. The situation of Celestina was rendered infinitely more uneasy to her by the transactions of the last 2 or 3 days, and her spirits could no longer support her. The certainty of meeting Willoughby wherever she went, and of meeting him only to be more and more convinced that he had ceased to feel any degree of affection for her, made the thoughts of continuing her present mode of life, which had any charms in her opinion, quite unsupportable to her. The conversation about the duel, the questions she should be asked, and the impertinence she must attend to, increased the aversion with which she thought of appearing again in public, and she determined, at any hazard, to propose to Lady Horatia that she might go into the country, and there wait, wherever she pleased, till she should herself quit London. She took therefore the first moment they were alone together, to prefer and urge this request, and after making some objections, which, however, the altered looks and depressed spirits of Celestina very forcibly combated, Lady Horatia consented to her going; but as the house of Jessie was too near Elphinstone, which it was supposed Willoughby and his bride were immediately to go after their marriage, it was settled that she would, with a maid to attend her, go to Cheltenham, and wait there till Lady Horatia could leave London, which she proposed doing in a fortnight or 3 weeks at farthest. This plan being once arranged, Celestina was impatient till it was executed, and so effectually set about the little preparations she had to make, that the next day she left London, and for the first time since her quitting the Hebrides enjoyed the calm solitude she loved. Wretched in the meantime was the state of Willoughby. He went to dine at Lord Castlenorth's, as he had been obliged to promise, where a large company were assembled, as if to receive him, for the first time, as the heir and acknowledged son-in-law of Lord Castlenorth. He had, however, no power to conceal, under the common forms of life, the misery of his internal feelings. His countenance refused to wear the forced smile of complaisance. His emotion when the duel was talked of, and the name of Celestina was introduced, was evident enough to all but those who did not choose to see it. Lord Castlenorth was, indeed, never much celebrated for discernment, but his lady, who highly piqued herself on her sagacity, on the facility with which she read characters, and penetrated the views of those with whom she conversed, her blindness therefore was evidently wilful, and that of her daughter, unless her love or her vanity intercepted her right, was equally strange. Certain it was, that they either could not or would not attend to the reluctant melancholy of Willoughby, under which he with difficulty concealed the bitter agonies of despair, and they appeared perfectly satisfied with him and with themselves. There was one face, however, in the circle, that though it wore looks of festivity, yet was now and then seen to survey Willoughby with indignant scorn, and then, as if checked for indulging it, to resume the smile of approbation and complacency. Captain Kavanagh indeed did not very frequently address himself to him, but conversed chiefly with the ladies. But wherever he did speak to him, Willoughby himself, who had till now very little noticed him, could not help remarking that there was something peculiar in his manner. When the gentlemen were left together, Lord Castlenorth, who could not drink, and whose health obliged him to retire early, called to his nephew and bade him to take his place. This Willoughby, who had been all day meditating how he might make an early escape, was compelled to do, though he observed, that as Captain Kavanagh usually took that seat when his lordship retired, he wished him then to assume it. Lord Castlenorth, however, persisted, and Willoughby, willing to get rid of an irksome task as soon as possible, made the wine circulate so quickly that, as he was never in habits of drinking, he soon began to find himself losing his dejection in a kind of bewildering stupor. Anything seemed better to him than the task of entertaining Miss Fitzhaven for the rest of the evening, and he felt he by degrees ceased to think of her. He found some satisfaction in drinking, and was very soon completely intoxicated. He was no longer capable of judging for himself, or he would not have gone upstairs in such a situation. He had just recollection enough left to stay, without committing any great extravagance, while tea was served, and then gladly followed a servant who whispered to him that Lord Castlenorth desired the favour of seeing him in his own apartment. Thither he staggered with very little consciousness, and being seated where his uncle sat opposite to him in a great chair, while several parchments lay open on a table, He heard, but without the least comprehension of what was said, a long harangue, on fortune and family, heraldry and genealogy, titles and successions, the whole of which concluded by his informing him that the money was ready to pay off all the encumbrances on his estate, which was to be immediately done, that the settlements were in hand, and to be finished in a week, and that that day fortnight was fixed for the marriage. Willoughby, between the verbose confusion of his uncle's mode of delivery and his own incapacity of attention, heard it all, but understood nothing. He was not, however, so unconscious of pain and sickness. Mrs. Calder, who for the greater part of this conversation had sat reading a treatise on bilious concretions, on the opposite side of the room, with her spectacles on, now finding Lord Castlenorth had done, and that Willoughby looked very likely to sink out of his chair, very wisely ended this conversation by sending up Farnham to his master, who had him conveyed home in a chair. The next morning he was awakened to a perfect recollection of all that had passed the evening before, and became too certain that the means he had taken to obtain a temporary release from his fetters had served only to rivet them more closely. Alas! he remembered too, with poignant anguish remembered, that so many hours had elapsed since he had written to Celestina, and that it was now too certain she would not answer his letter, and wholly decline seeing him. Though he had so often determined never to meet her again, so often persuaded himself not wish it, this cruel conviction of her total estrangement from him seemed to fall as heavily as if he had never dreamed of their separation. She might, however, be out of town, she might be engaged, something might have prevented her writing. To this slender hope he clung for some hours of the morning, but it insensibly became fainter as his impatience increased, and at length he ordered Farnham to find the coachman of Lady Horatia, with whom he was acquainted, and try to discover any particulars he could. Farnham, dreading lest his master should discover the imposition he had ventured to practise, dared not disobey him. He sat out therefore for the stables where, at that time in the morning, he was sure of finding his acquaintance. He found him indeed very busy in cleaning, with the aid of a postilion and a helper, two of his horses, which had been, poor things, he said, the first stage to Cheltenham, with Miss de Moray and Rebecca the maid that my lady sent with her. Farnham made him repeat this intelligence, to which he added, "Why, my lady and all of us be going down to Gloucester in about a fortnight, that is, as soon as young Mr. Thorogood is well enough to be moved, which the doctor as tends him says will be in that time or less. My lady takes his illness sadly to heart, and so does Miss, and went out of town sadly down in the mouth, but, howsoever, 'tis well 'twas not worse, you know, and as he is like to do well, there's no great harm, and Miss will be married all one." The minutest article of this account was remembered by Farnham, and punctually related by him to his master, who now thoroughly convinced that all hope was at end of Celestina's retaining for him any affection, and a certainty so dreadful, the assurance of his being irrevocably engaged, and having gone into Gloucestershire there to wait the recovery of Montague Thorogood, the assurance that he should never see her more, all contributed, with his excess of the evening before, to inflame his blood, and by 4 o'clock he was in a high fever. His indisposition was increased by a visit from Vassover, who laughed at the vexation and disgust he expressed at what had happened in regard to Montague Thorogood, but grew graver when he had heard that, far from its having put an end to his pretensions to Celestina, it had served only to hasten their marriage. The wild and ill-founded projects of Vassover to prevent this, and to succeed himself, which to Willoughby would have been equally hateful, were but little calculated to appease his agitation, and quiet his boiling blood. Before Vassover went away, he became delirious, and Farnham, in a terrible fright, went for Lady Molyneux and a physician. Lady Molyneux was just stepping into her coach, when the affrighted face of Farnham appeared before her. She chid him for the needless alarm he had given her, and said, that she supposed it was nothing but a little return of the fever her brother was subject to. "I cannot," said she, "call now, but as I come home this evening I will see him." The physician, for whom Farnham then went, directly attended, and found his patient, though not in so high a fever as had seen him before, ill enough to require his immediate assistance, which he ordered with so happy an effect, that in a few hours the delirium entirely subsided, and Willoughby, though extremely languid, was at night almost free from his fever. Lady Molyneux, who called on him soon after midnight for a few moments, again blamed Farnham for his officious apprehensions, and being well convinced that Willoughby would be glad of any excuse to keep him back the preparations which were now going on, she endeavoured to persuade him that his illness was very trifling, and taking occasion to talk over what happened at Ranelagh, told her brother, laughingly, that she hoped he was now convinced of the attachment between young Thorogood and Miss de Moray, adding, "His brother, Captain Thorogood, who is really an elegant and fashionable man, tells me they are to be married the moment Montague is able to leave London." "Well, well," cried Willoughby, peevishly, "I know it, and I do not desire to hear any more about it. I thank you for calling on me, but it is very late, and my physician desires I will keep myself quiet." Lady Molyneux then withdrew, and poor Willoughby, to whom she had administered a poison instead of a cordial, tried to find that repose which he so greatly wanted, but to him his estranged, his lost Celestina on one hand, and on the other his intended bride, seemed to cry, "Sleep no more." Farnham, who sat up by him to administer the medicine he was to take, heard him sigh the greatest part of the night without ceasing, and whenever he thought he might venture, asked him how he did. "Prithee, Farnham," said he, after 2 or 3 of these questions, "do not ask me how I do. How should a man do, who is in the situation to envy everybody but the fellow just going to be hanged? You know that I am at this moment the most miserable fellow upon earth." "I am sure I am very sorry to hear it," answered his servant; "but if I might be so bold to speak, I should say that I cannot think what cause you can have to be miserable, nor—" he was going on, when Willoughby, eagerly catching aside the curtain, said, "What cause? Have I not lost an angel, and I am not? Have I not condemned myself to marry a woman I cannot love? No, never, never, by heaven!" "To be sure, sir," said Farnham, To be crossed in love, as I may say, is very bad, as I have heard tell. But in this here matter, all things considered, I hope your honour's mind will be settled about it. And as for the two ladies, to be sure beauty is all fancy. Miss Celestina, for certain, is a fine young lady, and so good and gentle to servants, that it was always a pleasure to me to hear her speak to me, and to wait upon her. But then, for certain, Miss Fitzhaven, though she is higher and more stately, as she ought to be, being as she is a lady of title and quality, is a fine young lady too, and a very majestic grand person. And then her great riches. Curse on her riches! exclaimed Willoughby. Sir, said Farnham, who was not a little slattered by his confidence, and was now got into one of his prosing humours. Sir, it is very well for young gentlemen to cry curse on this, and that, and t'other, but as for riches, what can they do without them? Nobody is not respected the least in the world if they don't make a shoe, and a figure, and the like of that, and can it be done without money? No, nor not without a pretty deal on't. And for my part, I own, I don't love to see my master not able to vie with the best lord of the land, as to be sure he ought. Thou art a fool, Farnham, cried Willoughby. Do have done with thy lords of the land, and give me 20 drops more of the opiate. Yes, sir, said Farnham, and prepared to obey him. But while he was counting out the drops, he could not forbear going on. 1, 2, there are other people, sir. 3, 4, about the Lord's house, who, it's my notion, 5, 6, 7, are not so apt to cry, curse money. 8, 9, 10, there is Captain Kavanagh. 11, 12, 13, 14, Captain Kavanagh, interrupts Willoughby. What of Captain Kavanagh? Nay, sir, only the captain, as far as I can find, don't hate money, nor cry, curse it and damn it. He has been long enough living about the world, to know that nothing can be without it, and that is all, sir. But that seems to me not to be all, sir. Pray, tell me what Captain Kavanagh has to do with what we are talking of, with Miss Fitzhaven. Lord, nothing, sir, I am sure, that I know of, only, if the young lady was not engaged and in love with you, perhaps, the captain, sir, is reckoned by the women a very handsome man, sir, and Miss Fitzhaven may think so, as well as another. Why, he is married, you booby! What stuff have you got into your head? And who has been talking to you of him and Miss Fitzhaven? Let him be reckoned as handsome as he will by the women. He can be nothing to Miss Fitzhaven, for I know he has been married some years. Sir, I dare say that may be, but there is such a thing as being unmarried again. Not that I ever heard, I am sure, much about the captain, only Justina was laughing one day and laying in her broken English, so that I can't say I quite right understood her, that if my lord should die, and the captain should ever be able to get rid of his wife, she should not be much surprised if he and my lady was to make a match of it, for that never was such a favourite as the captain. I should not be much surprised at that myself, answered Willoughby, for I believe the captain has a good deal of interest there. So then he has been trying to get rid of his wife? Justina told me, sir, one day, as a great secret, that my lord had helped him to money to try at it. But, sir, if Justina should know I ever mentioned it, I should never be able to get word out of her again. I promise thee she never shall. So tell me, Farnham, all thou hast heard from her about Lady Castlenorth and the captain. Why, sir, it was not much, but only Justina was laughing the other day about my lady's having such a great friendship for him, and there's no stopping her tongue when she begins. So she told me, Lord, sir, a great many things that were odd enough to be sure, but only ladies of quality, I reckon, don't much care what people says of them. She said that my lady knew well enough that my lord could not hold it long, and that she was providing herself with a handsome young husband, and making sure of him, as she thought, before the old one hobbled off. But let her take care, said Justina, that she marries her daughter first, or I know what will happen. The captain knows well enough that a young woman is better than an old one, and besides, that such a great fortune as my young lady will have is better 20 to 1 than her mother's jointure. This speech at once opened Willoughby's eyes as to Lady Castlenorth's motives for the extreme haste and earnestness she had shown to conclude her daughter's marriage. Feeling as he did in regard to Miss Hayman, he was sensible neither of jealousy or mortification at the idea of any preference she might entertain for Kavanagh, but a hope that, from this circumstance, something might happen to break off the connection for ever between him and his cousin involuntarily arose in his mind. In any event it ought to be attended to. He bade Farnham therefore go the next day and see if he could set Justina gossiping again. I have a notion, Farnham, said he, that you are very much in the good graces of the little Neapolitan. Oh, no, sir, finer fellows than I am have all the chance there. And for my part, sir, I don't much fancy her, though she is lively and smart, and when I get her by herself will tell the secrets of all the family, which thou lovest to hear. Therefore get her by herself as soon as thou canst, and make her tell thee all she knows. Willoughby then again tried to compose himself, and, by the help of the medicines he had taken, obtained 4 or 5 hours' sleep. He was a great deal better in the morning. As he breakfasted, a note was brought him from Lady Castlenorth, informing him that his uncle had been seized in the night with a violent return of that asthmatic complaint which so frequently had rendered his stay in England impossible, that the spring, though far advanced, was so cold and wet that there was no chance of his being better while he remained there now, and that therefore he had, by the advice of his physicians, and by his own inclination, determined to set out that very day for the Continent. She added, you will come to us of course instantly, and if you cannot go with us, settle when you will follow us, but your uncle wishes you to accompany us. This intelligence was to Willoughby like a reprieve from what to him was worse than death, since the longer he considered of his marriage, the more dishonourable now, and the more certainly miserable hereafter it appeared to him. He wrote a hasty note, saying how ill he had been the whole night, and how impossible he feared it would be for him to see his uncle that day, but that, if his physician, whom he every moment expected, gave him leave to go out, he would certainly wait upon him. This answer had not been dispatched above an hour, and his medical friend had just left him, with a strict injunction not to stir out that day, when Lady Castleforth and Mrs. Calder entered his room. "So, my dear sir," cried the former, "what is to be done? Lord Castleforth will be wretched to leave you behind, and my poor girl too. What is this sudden fever? You really look ill. I cannot imagine what is to be done. For my lord to stay, he thinks it death." Willoughby muttered something which he meant should express concern at his uncle's illness, but Mrs. Calder fortunately precluded the necessity of his being very distinct in his hypocrisy, by stepping up to him and taking his hand. "Come, come," said she, "let me feel your pulse." She then, gravely counting its vibrations as she held her stopwatch, said, "Why, really now, here is much less fever than I expected from your appearance. Let us see your tongue. Humph! 'Tis white to be sure. Where are your medicines? I should think, if you were well wrapped up and put into a chair, you might go to your uncle without any danger. On such an emergency, you know, a little may be hazarded." "No," said Lady Castleforth, "by no means. Nothing must be hazarded. After all, my lord may make himself easy, as I dare say you will be able to overtake us before we get to Paris, where, if my lord is better, and finds that relief he generally does from a change of air, we will stop till you join us. I think you will be perfectly restored in a week, but however, I will go myself to Dr. B., and hear what he says." "Oh, I can tell you," interrupted Mrs. Calder, "that he will be well, perfectly well, in less than a week. I have been tasting his medicines, and understand clearly from them what Dr. B. thinks of his fever. I was a mere infirmius, of that to be assured." "Well," said Lady Castleforth, "my dear Willoughby, what shall we say?" Willoughby was ready to answer, "Nothing more, good madam." But sighing from a sense of pain and restraint, he only replied, that he could only say that he was very sorry for his uncle's illness, and "That you will hasten after us?" "That, I think, I may venture to assure your uncle. He was settling this morning that you should be married in the English ambassador's chapel at Paris, and I really don't see myself that, upon the whole, these unlucky illnesses of my lord's and of yours need impede the affair a single hour. All the difference will be, that you will be married at Paris instead of London, and we will pass the rest of the year in Italy instead of Castleforth." "But the dear young lady," cried Mrs. Calder, "our sweet and lovely child, how will she bear even this transient separation?" "Indeed, I do not know," said Lady Castleforth, affecting to be quite sympathetic; "but she shall come, and bring the letter my lord will have directed to be written with his last directions about the deeds and carriages, which our dear George must bring with him; and," added she, smiling, "I fancy upon the footing they are now, there will be no great indecorum in her coming to his lodgings." Willoughby found immediately his fever returning, and that he should have a terrible headache. He put up his hand to his temples. "I am obliged to your ladyship," said he in a languid voice, "and I wish this most oppressive headache of mine would—" "What, it aches now, does it?" said Mrs. Calder. I wish Dr. B was here. I am sure I could give him a hint or two on this case which might be of use to him." "Let us go to him," interrupted Lady Castlenorth, "and talk to him about this ugly fever, and when we have found him, it will be time to return to my lord, and to send my daughter hither, for we think to sleep at Rochester to-night." Willoughby, now blessing her for her haste, made his compliments in a low voice, and still complaining of his head, the ladies departed. They were no sooner gone than he tried to discover by what means he might best avoid receiving the favour of the visit Lady Castlenorth had promised him from her daughter. He was ashamed of the part he was acting. However ill and reluctantly he performed it. For the first time in his life his conduct was contrary to his sense of honour, and he was conscious, although unworthy of him, and while he had thus betrayed himself, he was become the dupe of Lady Castlenorth, and perhaps was meant to be the dupe of Miss Fitzhaven and their mutual favourite. His pride, as well as his rectitude, revolted from the idea of carrying on this odious farce, which he now wondered what demon had tempted him, in the moment of passion and despair, to begin, and which he, however late, thought he should now act more honourably in ending at once, than in suffering it to proceed another day. He was, however, by no means able to determine at once how he should do this, and what he had most immediately to consider was, how he should escape the inquiry and ado of the heiress, which he might now every moment expect. He at great length determined to go to bed, and sending again for his physician, who was very much his friend, acknowledged the truth to him, and got an absolute prohibition against his seeing anybody. He told Farnham, therefore, that he again felt himself extremely ill, and bade him immediately run for Dr. B. Fortunately he met him in the next street, and in less than 10 minutes he had received Willoughby's confession, that all his illness, both before and since his return from abroad, has been owing to distress of mind, which he could now no longer hope would abate, by the necessity he had thought of putting himself under to conceal it. In short, he owned that his dislike to Miss Fitzhaven as a wife was unconquerable, and that he was determined at all events to break the treaty off, however far it had gone, and therefore entreated his friend to find some reason for his evading an interview so useless and so irksome, when it was impossible for him to continue acting a moment longer the part he had so rashly undertaken, and yet did not mean, and especially in the present condition of his uncle's health, abruptly and rudely to end it, but to soften, at least to him, a disappointment which he had thus rendered doubly heavy. Dr. B entered at once into his meaning, and smiling, said, "It is a little unusual, my friend, for me to contrive an illness to separate a lady from her lover, though I have been often asked to make pretences for bringing them together. However, the fact is, that you really are unfit to entertain the lady, for your fever is considerably increased since I saw you this morning, and we see very plainly that any agitation is hazardous while you continue in this irritable state. I will therefore wait here and see Miss Fitzhaven myself, and so contrive as to bring you off this time, and for the future you must manage it yourself." "I am sure you despise me, doctor," cried Willoughby, "for the part I have acted in this cursed affair." No, answered he, not exactly so, but I own I think you wrong, inasmuch as any kind of dissimulation is unworthy of you, and above all, that which goes to rob a young woman of her heart under false pretences. But I hope I have not done that, for, upon my honour, I should never forgive myself if I had. It looks very like it though, my friend, from your own account of the matter, and if it is so, you think I ought, at all events, to marry her? Indeed I do. Alas, my dear sir, said Willoughby, it is surely better for me, even more honourable, to decline her hand now, than to accept it and make her miserable. I don't believe you could make any woman miserable, answered Dr. B, because you have good nature, honour, and generosity. But, my dear sir, I do not mean to play the casuist in such an affair. And here, if I am not mistaken, is the lady herself at the door. Dear Doctor, cried Willoughby, have the goodness to go down directly. He immediately obeyed, and returning in a few moments, said, Well, I have sent away the disconsolate fair one, broken-hearted, for fear of losing her love. Don't rally me, my friend, answered Willoughby, but tell me, did my cousin appear very much concerned? She endeavoured at least to appear so. Do you think it was a mere endeavour? Would you not be mortified now if I said it seemed so to me? No, upon my honour, I might perhaps be mortified to find that I was believed to be an easy subject of imposition, but for the rest, nothing would be a greater relief to me, than to be well assured that the partiality my cousin shewed for me was either never real, or having been so, exists no longer. I don't know her enough, replied Dr. B, nor have I been long enough talking to her now to be a very good judge. The honestness of them, my friend, are not easily understood, and I am much mistaken if your fair relation comes under that description. I mean, when I say honestness, the most candid, the most sincere. Well, but what do you judge, from her behaviour just now, are Miss Fitzhamon's sentiments towards me? She would have me believe, I think, that they are those of great attachment and trembling apprehension for your health. But somehow it was, I fancied, a sort of concern that had more stage effect for its object, than real concern ever thinks about, and I do believe, that if you do prove a perjured swain after all, the heiress of Castlenorth will not add to the sorrowful catalogue of damsels who have died for love. Willoughby, glad to hear this, now readily promised a ready acquiescence with his friend's orders, which were to keep his mind as quiet as he could, and to see nobody till he had quite conquered his remaining indisposition, and the doctor then took his leave. In less than 2 hours a large packet came to him from Lord Castlenorth, which Willoughby sent word down to the man who brought it, that he was then too ill to open. On Farnham's delivering this message, the servant said, that no answer then was required, for that his lord and lady, their daughter Mrs. Calder, and Captain Kavanagh had all departed, with the servants who were immediately about them, the very moment he came away, and were then, in 2 post coaches and 4, on their way to Rochester. Willoughby felt for a moment as much relieved by this intelligence as if half his troubles had been removed by their departure. Too soon, however, this temporary respite ended, by his recollecting how much he must yet encounter before he could feel himself free, and that whatever freedom he might regain, Celestina would be another's. End of Volume 4, Chapter 6. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.